The Adventurer by C.M. Kornbluth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Adventurer by C.M. Kornbluth. For every evil under the sun there's an answer. It may be a simple, direct answer. It may be one that takes years and seems unrelated to the problem. But there's an answer of a kind. President Folsom the 24th said petulantly to his Secretary of the Treasury, "Blow me to hell, Bannister, if I understood a single word of that. Why can't I buy the Nicolaides collection? And don't start with the rediscount and the Series W business again. Just tell me why." The Secretary of the Treasury said with an air of apprehension and a thread-like feeling across his throat, "It boils down to no money, Mr. President." The President was too engrossed in thoughts of the marvelous collection to fly into a rage. "It's such a bargain," he said mournfully. "An archaic Henry Moore figure, really too big to finger, but I'm no culture snob, thank God. And 15 early Morrisons, and I can't begin to tell you what else." He looked hopefully at the Secretary of Public Opinion. "Mightn't I seize it for the public good or something?" The Secretary of Public Opinion shook his head. His pose was gruffly professional. "Not a chance, Mr. President. We'd never get away with it. The art lovers would scream to high heaven." "I suppose so. Why isn't there any money?" He had swiveled dangerously on the Secretary of the Treasury again. "Sir, purchases of the new Series W bond issue have lagged badly because potential buyers have been attracted to—" "Stop it, stop it, stop it! You know I can't make head or tail of that stuff. Where's the money going?" The Director of the Budget said cautiously, "Mr. President, during the biennium just ending, the Department of Defense accounted for 78% of expenditures." The Secretary of Defense growled, "Now wait a minute, Felder. We were voted—" The President interrupted, raging weakly. "Oh, you rascals. My father would have known what to do with you, but don't think I can't handle it. Don't think you can hoodwink me." He punched a button ferociously. His silly face was contorted with rage, and there was a certain tension on all the faces around the cabinet table. Panels slid down abruptly in the walls, revealing grim-faced Secret Service men. Each cabinet officer was covered by at least 2 automatic rifles. "Take that traitor away!" the President yelled. His finger pointed at the Secretary of Defense, who slumped over the table sobbing. 2 Secret Service men half carried him from the room. President Folsom the 24th leaned back, thrusting out his lower lip. He told the Secretary of the Treasury, "Get me the money for the Nicolaides collection. Do you understand? I don't care how you do it. Get it." He glared at the Secretary of Public Opinion. "Have you any comments?" "No, Mr. President." "All right, then." The President unbent and said plaintively, "I don't see why you all can't be more reasonable. I'm a very reasonable man. I don't see why I can't have a few pleasures along with my responsibilities. Really, I don't. And I'm sensitive. I don't like these scenes." "Very well, that's all. The cabinet meeting is adjourned." They rose and left silently in the order of their seniority. The President noticed that the panels were still down and pushed the button that raised them again and hid the granite-faced Secret Service men. He took out of his pocket a late Morrison fingering piece and turned it over in his hand, a smile of relaxation and bliss spreading over his face. Such amusing textural contrast, such unexpected variations on the classic sequences. The Cabinet, less the Secretary of Defense, was holding a rump meeting in an untapped corner of the White House gymnasium. "God," the Secretary of State said, white-faced. "Poor old Willie." The professionally gruff Secretary of Public Opinion said, "We should murder the bastard. I don't care what happens." The Director of the Budget said dryly, "We all know what would happen. President Folsom the 25th would take office. No, we've got to keep plugging as before. Nothing short of the invincible can topple the Republic." "What about a war?" the Secretary of Commerce demanded fiercely. "We've no proof that our program will work. What about a war?" State said wearily, Not while there's a balance of power, my dear man. The low Callisto question proved that. The Republic and the Soviet fell all over themselves trying to patch things up as soon as it seemed like there would be real shooting. Folsom the 24th and His Excellency Premier Yersinsky know at least that much. The Secretary of the Treasury said, "What would you all think of Steiner for defense?" The Director of the Budget was astonished. Would he take it? Treasury cleared his throat. As a matter of fact, I asked him to stop by right about now. He hurled a medicine ball into the budgetary gut. "Ooh," said the Director. "You bastard. Steiner would be perfect. He runs standards like a watch." He treacherously fired the medicine ball at the Secretary of Raw Materials, who blandly caught it and slammed it back. "Here he comes," said the Secretary of Raw Materials. "Steiner, come and sweat some oleo off." Steiner ambled over, a squat man in his 50s, and said, "I don't mind if I do. Where's Willie?" State said, "The President unmasked him as a traitor. He's probably been executed by now." Steiner looked grim, and grimmer yet when the Secretary of the Treasury said deadpan, "We want to propose you for defense." "I'm happy in standards," Steiner said. "Safer, too. The man's father took an interest in science, but the man never comes around. Things are very quiet. Why don't you invite Winch from the National Art Commission? It wouldn't be much of a change for the worse for him." "No brains," the Secretary for Raw Materials said briefly. "Heads up." Steiner caught the ball and slugged it back at him. "What good are brains?" he asked quietly. "Close the ranks, gentlemen," State said. "These long shots are too hard on my arms." The ranks closed, and the Cabinet told Steiner what good were brains. He ended by accepting. "The Moon is all Republic, Mars is all Soviet, Titan is all Republic, Ganymede is all Soviet, but Io and Callisto by the Treaty of Greenwich are half and half, Republic and Soviet. Down the main street of the principal settlement on Io runs an invisible line. On one side of the line, the principal settlement is known as New Pittsburgh. On the other side, it's known as Nizhny Magnitogorsk." Into a miner's home in New Pittsburgh one day an 8-year-old boy named Grayson staggered, bleeding from the head. His eyes were swollen almost shut. His father lurched to his feet, knocking over a bottle. He looked stupidly at the bottle, set it upright too late to save much of the alcohol, and then stared fixedly at the boy. "See what you made me do, you little bastard!" he growled, and fetched the boy a clout on his bleeding head that sent him spinning against the wall of the hut. The boy got up slowly and silently, there seemed to be something wrong with his left arm, and glowered at his father. He said nothing. "Fighting again," the father said in a would-be fierce voice. His eyes fell under the peculiar fire in the boy's stare. "Damn fool!" A woman came in from the kitchen. She was tall and thin. In a flat voice she said to the man, "Get out of here." The man hiccuped and said, "Your brat spilled my bottle. Gimme $1." In the same flat voice, "I have to buy food." "I said gimme $1." The man slapped her face. It did not change, and wrenched a small purse from the string that suspended it around her neck. The boy suddenly was a demon, flying at his father with fists and teeth. It lasted only a second or two. The father kicked him into a corner where he lay, still glaring, wordless and dry-eyed. The mother had not moved, her husband's hand-mark still red on her face when he hulked out, clutching the money bag. Mrs. Grayson at last crouched in the corner with the 8-year-old boy. "Little Tommy," she said softly. "My little Tommy, did you cross the line again?" He was blubbering into her arms hysterically as she caressed him. At last he was able to say, "I didn't cross the line, Mom. Not this time. It was in school. They said our name was really Krasinski." "God damn him!" the boy shrieked. "They said his grandfather was named Krasinski, and he moved over the line and changed his name to Grayson. God damn him, doing that to us!" "Now, darling," his mother said, caressing him. "Now, darling." His trembling began to ebb. She said, "Let's get the spools, Tommy. You mustn't fall behind in school. You owe that to me, don't you, darling?" "Yes, Mom," he said. He threw his spindly arms around her and kissed her. "Get out the spools. We'll show him. I mean them." President Folsom the 24th lay on his deathbed, feeling no pain, mostly because his personal physician had pumped him full of morphine. Dr. Barnes sat by the bed, holding the presidential wrist and waiting, occasionally nodding off and recovering with a belligerent stare around the room. The 4 wire service men didn't care whether he fell asleep or not. They were worriedly discussing the nature and habits of the president's firstborn, who would shortly succeed to the highest office in the Republic. "A firebrand, they tell me," the AP man said unhappily. "Firebrands I don't mind," the UP man said. "He can send out all the inflammatory notes he wants, just as long as he isn't a fiend for exercise. I'm not as young as I once was. You boys wouldn't remember the old president, Folsom the 22nd. He used to do point-to-point hiking. He worshipped old FDR." The INS man said, lowering his voice, "Then he was worshipping the wrong Roosevelt. Teddy was the athlete." Dr. Barnes started, dropped the presidential wrist, and held a mirror to the mouth for a moment. "Gentlemen," he said, "the president is dead." "Okay," the AP man said. "Let's go, boys. I'll send in the flash. UP, you go cover the College of Electors. INS, get onto the president-elect. Trib, collect some interviews and background." The door opened abruptly. A colonel of infantry was standing there, breathing hard, with an automatic rifle at port. "Is he dead?" he asked. "Yes," the AP man said. "If you'll let me pass." "Nobody leaves the room," the colonel said grimly. "I represent General Slocum, acting president of the Republic. The College of Electors is acting now to ratify—" A burst of gunfire caught the colonel in the back. He spun and fell with a single hoarse cry. More gunfire sounded through the White House. A Secret Service man ducked his head through the door. "President's dead? You boys stay put. We'll have this thing cleaned up in an hour." He vanished. The doctor sputtered his alarm, and the newsmen ignored him with professional poise. The AP man asked, "Now, who's Slocum? Defense Command?" INS said, "I remember him. 3 stars. He headed up the Tactical Airborne Force out in Kansas 4-5 years ago. I think he was retired since then." A phosphorus grenade crashed through the window and exploded with a globe of yellow flame the size of a basketball. Dense clouds of phosphorus pentoxide gushed from it, and the sprinkler system switched on, drenching the room. "Come on!" hacked the AP man, and they scrambled from the room and slammed the door. The doctor's coat was burning in 2 or 3 places, and he was retching feebly on the corridor floor. They tore his coat off and flung it back into the room. The UP man, swearing horribly, dug a sizzling bit of phosphorus from the back of his hand with a penknife and collapsed, sweating, when it was out. The INS man passed him a flask, and he gurgled down half a pint of liquor. "Who flang that brick?" he asked faintly. "Nobody," the AP man said gloomily. "That's the hell of it. None of this is happening. Just the way that Taft the Pretender never happened in '03. Just the way the Pentagon Mutiny never happened in '67. '68, the UP man said faintly. "It didn't happen in '68, not '67. The AP man smashed a fist into the palm of his hand and swore. "God damn," he said. "Some day I'd like to—" He broke off and was bitterly silent. The UP man must have been a little dislocated with shock and quite drunk to talk the way he did. "Me too," he said. "Like to tell the story. Maybe it was '67, not '68. I'm not sure now. Can't write it down, so the details get lost, and then after a while it didn't happen at all. Revolution'd be a good deal, but it takes people to make revolution. People with eyes and ears and memories. We make things not happen, and we make people not see and not hear." He slumped back against the corridor wall, nursing his burned hand. The others were watching him, very scared. Then the AP man caught sight of the Secretary of Defense striding down the corridor, flanked by Secret Service men. "Mr. Steiner," he called, "what's the picture?" Steiner stopped, breathing heavily, and said, "Slocum's barricaded in the Oval Study. They don't want to smash in. He's about the only one left. There were only 50 or so. The acting president's taken charge at the study. You want to come along?" They did, and even hauled the UP man after them. The acting president, who would be President Folsom the 25th as soon as the Electoral College got around to it, had his father's face, the petulant lip, the soft jowl on a hard young body. He also had an auto rifle ready to fire from the hip. Most of the cabinet was present. When the Secretary of Defense arrived, he turned on him. "Steiner," he said nastily, "can you explain why there should be a rebellion against the Republic in your department?" "Mr. President," Steiner said, "Slocum was retired on my recommendation 2 years ago. It seems to me that my responsibility ended there, and security should have taken over." The President-elect's finger left the trigger of the auto rifle, and his lip drew in a little. "Quite so," he said curtly, and turned to the door. "Slocum!" he shouted. "Come out of there. We can use gas if we want." The door opened unexpectedly, and a tired-looking man with 3 stars on each shoulder stood there, barehanded. "All right," he said drearily. "I was fool enough to think something could be done about the regime, but you fat-faced imbeciles are going to go on and—" The stutter of the auto rifle cut him off. The President-elect's knuckles were white as he clutched the piece's forearm and grip. The torrent of slugs continued to hack and plow through the general's body until the magazine was empty. "Burn that," he said curtly, turning his back on it. "Dr. Barnes, come here. I want to know about my father's passing." The doctor, hoarse and red-eyed from the whiff of phosphorus smoke, spoke with him. The UP man had sagged drunkenly into a chair, but the other newsmen noted that Dr. Barnes glanced at them as he spoke in a confidential murmur. "Thank you, Doctor," the President-elect said at last, decisively. He gestured to a Secret Service man. "Take those traitors away." They went numbly. The Secretary of State cleared his throat. "Mr. President," he said, "I take this opportunity to submit the resignations of myself and fellow cabinet members according to custom." "That's all right," the President-elect said. "You may as well stay on. I intend to run things myself anyway." He hefted the auto rifle. "You," he said to the Secretary of Public Opinion, "you have some work to do. Have the memory of my father's artistic preoccupations obliterated as soon as possible. I wish the Republic to assume a warlike posture." "Yes? What is it?" A trembling messenger said, "Mr. President, I have the honor to inform you that the College of Electors has elected you President of the Republic. Unanimously." Cadet 4th Classman Thomas Grayson lay on his bunk and sobbed in an agony of loneliness. The letter from his mother was crumpled in his hand. "Prouder than the words can tell of your appointment to the Academy, darling. I hardly knew my grandfather, but I know that you will serve as brilliantly as he did, to the eternal credit of the Republic. You must be brave and strong for my sake." He would have given everything he had, or ever could hope to have, to be back with her and away from the bullying, sneering fellow cadets of the Corps. He kissed the letter and then hastily shoved it under his mattress as he heard footsteps. He popped to a brace, but it was only his roommate Ferguson. Ferguson was from Earth and rejoiced in the lighter lunar gravity, which was punishment to Grayson's low-bred muscles. "Rest, mister." Ferguson grinned. "Thought it was night inspection." "Any minute now. They're down the hall. Let me tighten your bunk or you'll be in trouble." Tightening the bunk, he pulled out the letter and said cavishly, "Aha! Who is she?" and opened it. When the cadet officers reached the room, they found Ferguson on the floor being strangled black in the face by spidery little Grayson. It took all 3 of them to pull him off. Ferguson went to the infirmary and Grayson went to the commandant's office. The commandant glared at the cadet from under the most spectacular pair of eyebrows in the service. "Cadet Grayson," he said, "explain what occurred." "Sir, Cadet Ferguson began to read a letter from my mother without my permission." "That is not accepted by the Corps as grounds for mayhem. Do you have anything further to say?" "Sir, I lost my temper. All I thought of was it was an act of disrespect to my mother, and somehow to the Corps, and the Republic, too. That Cadet Ferguson was dishonoring the Corps." Bourgeois, the commander thought. A snow job, and a crude one. He studied the youngster. He had never seen such a brace from a low-bred 4th classman. It must be torture to muscles not yet toughened up to even lunar gravity. 5 minutes more and the boy would have to give way, and serve him right for showing off. He studied Grayson's folder. It was too early to tell about academic work, but the 4th classman was a bear, or a fool, for extra duty. He had gone out for 6 teams and applied for membership in the exacting math club and writing club. The commandant glanced up. Grayson was still in his extreme brace. The commandant suddenly had the queer idea that Grayson could hold it until it killed him. 100 hours of pack drill, he barked, to be completed before quarter term. Cadet Grayson, if you succeed in walking off your tours, remember that there is a tradition of fellowship in the Corps which its members are expected to observe. Dismissed. After Grayson's steel-sharp salute and exit, the commander dug deeper into the folder. Apparently there was something wrong with the boy's left arm, but it had been passed by the examining team that visited Low. Most unusual, most irregular, but nothing could be done now about it. The president, softer now in body than on his election day and infinitely more cautious, snapped. "It's all very well to create an incident, but where's the money to come from? Who wants the rest of Low anyway? And what will happen if there's war?" Treasury said, "The hoarders will supply the money, Mr. President. A system of percentage bounties for persons who report currency hoarders, and then enforced purchase of a bond issue." Raw Materials said, "We need that iron, Mr. President. We need it desperately." State said, "All our evaluations indicate that the Soviet Premier would consider nothing less than armed invasion of his continental borders as occasion for all-out war. The Consumer Goods Party in the Soviet has gained immensely during the past 5 years, and of course their armaments have suffered. Your shrewd directive to put the Republic in a warlike posture has borne fruit, Mr. President." President Folsom XXV studied them narrowly. To him, the need for a border incident culminating in a forced purchase of Soviet Low did not seem as pressing as they thought. But they were, after all, specialists, and there was no conceivable way that they could benefit from it personally. The only alternative was that they were offering their professional advice and that it would be best to heed it. Still, there was a vague, nagging something. Nonsense, he decided. The spy dossiers on his cabinet showed nothing but the usual. One had been blackmailed by an actress after an affair and railroaded her off of the Earth. Another had a habit of taking bribes to advance favorite sons in civil and military service, and so on. The Republic could not suffer at their hands. The Republic and the dynasty were impregnable. You simply spied on everybody, including the spies, and ordered summary executions often enough to show that you meant it, and kept the public ignorant, deaf, dumb, blind, ignorant. The spy system was simplicity itself. You had only to let things get as tangled and confused as possible until nobody knew who was who. The executions were literally no problem, for guilt or innocence made no matter. And mind control, when there were 4 newspapers, 6 magazines, and 3 radio and television stations, was a job for a handful of clerks. No, the cabinet couldn't be getting away with anything. The system was unbeatable. President Folsom XXV said, "Very well, have it done." Mrs. Grayson, widow of New Pittsburgh Low, disappeared one night. It was in all the papers and on all the broadcasts. Some time later she was found dragging herself back across the line between Nizhny Magnitogorsk and New Pittsburgh in sorry shape. She had a terrible tale to tell about what she had suffered at the hands and so forth of the Nizhny Magnitogorskniks. A diplomatic note from the Republic to the Soviet was answered by another note, which was answered by the dispatch of the Republic's First Fleet to Low, which was answered by the dispatch of the Soviet's First and Fifth Fleets to Low. The Republic's First Fleet blew up the customary deserted target hulk, fulminated over a sneak sabotage attack, and moved in its destroyers. Battle was joined. Ensign Thomas Grayson took over the command of his destroyer when its captain was killed on his bridge. An electrified crew saw the strange, brooding youngster perform prodigies of skill and courage, and responded to them. In 1 week of desultory action, the battered destroyer had accounted for 7 Soviet destroyers and a cruiser. As soon as this penetrated to the flagship, Grayson was decorated and given a flotilla. His weird magnetism extended to every officer and man aboard the 7 craft. They struck like phantoms, cutting out cruisers and battle wagons in wild, unorthodox actions that couldn't have succeeded, but did, every time. Grayson was badly wounded twice, but his driving, nervous energy carried him through. He was decorated again and given the battle wagon of an ailing 4-striper. Without orders, he touched down on the Soviet side of Low, led out a landing party of Marines in bluejackets, cut through 2 regiments of Soviet infantry, and returned to his battle wagon with prisoners, the top civil and military administrators of Soviet Low. They discussed him nervously aboard the flagship. He has a mystical quality, Admiral. His men would follow him into an atomic furnace, and I almost believe he could bring them through safely if he wanted to." The laugh was nervous. "He doesn't look like much, but when he turns on the charm, watch out. He's a winner. Now I wonder what I mean by that." "I know what you mean. They turn up every so often. People who can't be stopped. People who have everything. Napoleons, Alexanders, Stalins, up from nowhere. Suleiman, Hitler, Folsom I, Genghis Khan. Well, let's get it over with. They tugged at their gold-braided jackets and signaled the honor guard. Grayson was piped aboard, received another decoration and another speech. This time, he made a speech in return. President Folsom the 25th, not knowing what else to do, had summoned his cabinet. Well, he rasped at the Secretary of Defense. Steiner said with a faint shrug, Mr. President, there's nothing to be done. He has the fleet, he has the broadcasting facilities, he has the people. People, snarled the President. His finger stabbed at a button and the wall panels snapped down to show the Secret Service men standing in their niches. The finger shot tremulously out at Steiner. Kill that traitor, he raved. The chief of the detail said uneasily, Mr. President, we were listening to Grayson before we came on duty. He says he's de facto president now. Kill him! Kill him! The chief went doggedly on. And we liked what he had to say about the Republic, and he said citizens of the Republic shouldn't take orders from you, and he'd relieve you. The President fell back. Grayson walked in, wearing his plain ensign's uniform and smiling faintly. Admirals and 4 stripers flanked him. The chief of the detail said, Mr. Grayson, are you taking over? The man in the ensign's uniform said gravely, Yes, and just call me Grayson, please. The titles come later. You can go now. The chief gave a pleased grin and collected his detail. The rather slight, youngish man who had something wrong with one arm was in charge. Complete charge. Grayson said, Mr. Folsom, you are relieved of the presidency. Captain, take him out and... He finished with a whimsical shrug. A portly 4-striper took Folsom by one arm. Like a drugged man, the deposed president let himself be led out. Grayson looked around the table. Who are you, gentlemen? They felt his magnetism, like the hum when you pass a power station. Steiner was the spokesman. Grayson, he said soberly, we were Folsom's cabinet. However, there is more that we have to tell you, alone if you will allow it. Very well, gentlemen. Admirals and captains backed out, looking concerned. Steiner said, Grayson, the story goes back many years. My predecessor, William Malvern, was determined to overthrow the regime, holding that it was an affront to the human spirit. There have been many such attempts. All have broken up on the rocks of espionage, terrorism, and opinion control, the 3 weapons which the regime holds firmly in its hands. Malvern tried another approach than espionage versus espionage, terrorism versus terrorism, and opinion control versus opinion control. He determined to use the basic fact that certain men make history, that there are men born to be mold breakers. They are the Philips of Macedon, the Napoleons, Stalins, and Hitlers, the Suleimans, the adventurers. Again and again they flash across history, bringing down an ancient empire, turning ordinary soldiers of the line into unkillable demons of battle, uprooting cultures, breathing new life into moribund peoples. There are common denominators among all the adventurers. Intelligence, of course. Other things are more mysterious, but are always present. They are foreigners: Napoleon the Corsican, Hitler the Austrian, Stalin the Georgian, Philip the Macedonian. Always there is an Oedipus complex. Always there is physical deficiency: Napoleon's stature, Stalin's withered arm, and yours. Always there is a minority disability, real or fancied. This is a shock to you, Grayson, but you must face it. You were manufactured. Malvern packed the cabinet with the slyest double dealers he could find, and they went to work. 86 infants were planted on the outposts of the Republic in simulated family environments. Your mother was not your mother, but one of the most brilliant actresses ever to drop out of sight on Earth. Your intelligence, heredity, was so good that we couldn't turn you down for lack of a physical deficiency. We withered your arm with gamma radiation. I hope you will forgive us. There was no other way. Of the 86, you are the one that worked. Somehow the combination for you was minutely different from all the other combinations, genetically or environmentally, and it worked. That is all we were after. The mold has been broken. You know now what you are. Let come whatever chaos is to come. The dead hand of the past no longer lies on... Grayson went to the door and beckoned. Two captains came in. Steiner broke off his speech as Grayson said to them, "These men deny my godhood. Take them out and—" He finished with a whimsical shrug. "Yes, Your Divinity," said the captains, without a trace of humor in their voices. End of The Adventurer by C.M. Kornbluth. By Walter M. Miller, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Death of a Spaceman by Walter M. Miller, Jr. The manner in which a man has lived is often the key to the way he will die. Take old man Donegal, for example. Most of his adult life was spent in digging a hole through space to learn what was on the other side. Would he go out the same way? Old Donegal was dying. They had known it was coming, and they watched it come. His haggard wife, his daughter, and now his grandson, home on emergency leave from the Pre-Astronautics Academy. Old Donegal knew it, too, and had known it from the beginning, when he had begun to lose control of his legs and was forced to walk with a cane. But most of the time he pretended to let them keep the secret they shared with the doctors, that the operations had all been failures, and that the cancer that fed at his spine would gnaw its way brainward until the paralysis engulfed vital organs, and then old Donegal would cease to be. It would be cruel to let them know that he knew. Once, weeks ago, he had joked about the approaching shadows. "Buy the plot back where people won't walk over it, Martha," he said. "Get it way back under the cedars next to the fence. There aren't many graves back there yet. I want to be alone." "Don't talk that way, Donnie," his wife choked. "You're not dying." His eyes twinkled maliciously. "Listen, Martha, I want to be buried face down. I want to be buried with my back to space. Understand? Don't let them lay me out like a lily." "Donnie, please." "They ought to face a man the way he's headed," Donegal grunted. "I've been up, way up. Now I'm going straight down." Martha had fled from the room in tears. He had never done it again, except to the interns and nurses who, while they insisted that he was going to get well, didn't mind joking with him about it. Martha can bear my death, he thought, can bear pre-knowledge of it. But she couldn't bear thinking that he might take it calmly. If he accepted death gracefully, it would be like deliberately leaving her, and old Donegal had decided to help her believe whatever would be comforting to her in such a troublesome moment. "When'll they let me out of this bed again?" he complained. "Be patient, Donnie," she sighed. "It won't be long. You'll be up and around before you know it." "Back on the moon run, maybe," he offered. "Listen, Martha, I've been planet-bound too long. I'm not too old for the moon run, am I? 63's not so old." That had been carrying things too far. She knew he was hoaxing, and dabbed at her eyes again. The dead must humor the mourners, he thought, and the sick must comfort the visitors. It was always so. But it was harder now that the end was near. His eyes were hazy and his thoughts unclear. He could move his arms a little, clumsily, but feeling was gone from them. The rest of his body was lost to him. Sometimes he seemed to feel his stomach and his hips, but the sensation was mostly an illusion offered by higher nervous centers, like the ghost arm that an amputee continues to feel. The wires were down, and he was cut off from himself. He lay wheezing on the hospital bed in his own room, in his own rented flat. Gaunt and unshaven, gray as winter twilight, he lay staring at the white net curtains that billowed gently in the breeze from the open window. There was no sound in the room but the sound of breathing and the loud ticking of an alarm clock. Occasionally he heard a chair scraping on the stone terrace next door, and the low mutter of voices, sometimes laughter, as the servants of the Keith mansion arranged the terrace for late afternoon guests. With considerable effort he rolled his head toward Martha, who sat beside the bed, pinch-faced and weary. "You ought to get some sleep," he said. "I slept yesterday. Don't talk, Donnie. It tires you." "You ought to get more sleep. You never sleep enough. Are you afraid I'll get up and run away if you go to sleep for a while?" She managed a brittle smile. "There'll be plenty of time for sleep when you're well again." The brittle smile fled, and she swallowed hard, like swallowing a fishbone. He glanced down and noticed that she was squeezing his hand spasmodically. There wasn't much left of the hand, he thought. Bones and ugly, tight-stretched hide spotted with brown. Bulging knuckles with yellow cigarette stains. My hand. He tried to tighten it, tried to squeeze Martha's thin one in return. He watched it open and contract a little, but it was like operating a remote control mechanism. "Goodbye, hand. You're leaving me the way my legs did," he told it. "I'll see you again in hell." "How hammy can you get, old Donegal? You maudlin ass." "Requiescat," he muttered over the hand and let it lie in peace. Perhaps she heard him. "Donnie," she whispered, leaning closer. "Won't you let me call the priest now? Please." He rattled a sigh and rolled his head toward the window again. "Are the Keiths having a party today?" he asked. "Sounds like they're moving chairs out there on the terrace." "Please, Donnie, the priest." He let his head roll aside and closed his eyes as if asleep. The bed shook slightly as she quickly caught at his wrist to feel for a pulse. "If I'm not dying, I don't need a priest," he said sleepily. "That's not right," she scolded softly. "You know that's not right, Donnie. You know better." Maybe I'm being too rough on her, he wondered. He hadn't minded getting baptized her way and married her way and occasionally priest handled the way she wanted him to when he was home from a space run, but when it came to dying, old Donegal wanted to do it his own way. He opened his eyes at the sound of a bench being dragged across the stone terrace. "Martha, what kind of party are the Keiths having today?" "I wouldn't know," she said stiffly. "You'd think they'd have a little more respect. You'd think they'd have put it off a few days." "Until?" "Until you feel better." "I feel fine, Martha. I like parties. I'm glad they're having one. Pour me a drink, will you? I can't reach the bottle any more." "It's empty." "No, it isn't, Martha. It's still a quarter full. I know. I've been watching it." "You shouldn't have it, Donnie. Please don't." "But this is a party, Martha. Besides, the doctors say I can have whatever I want. Whatever I want, you hear? That means I'm getting well, doesn't it?" "Sure, Donnie, sure. Getting well." "The whiskey, Martha. Just a finger in a tumbler, no more. I want to feel like it's a party." Her throat was rigid as she poured it. She helped him get the tumbler to his mouth. The liquor seared his throat, and he gagged a little as the fumes clogged his nose. Good whiskey. The best. But he couldn't take it any more. He eyed the green stamp on the neck of the bottle on the bed table and grinned. He hadn't had whiskey like that since his space days. Couldn't afford it now. Not on a blastman's pension. He remembered how he and Cade used to smuggle a couple of fifths aboard for the moon run. If they caught you, it meant suspension, but there was no harm in it. Not for the blast room men, who had nothing much to do from the time the ship acquired enough velocity for the long coaster ride until they started the rockets again for lunar landing. You could drink a fifth, jettison the bottle through the trash lock, and sober up before you were needed again. It was the only way to pass the time in the cramped cubicle, unless you ruined your eyes trying to read by the glow lamps. Old Donegal chuckled. If he and Cade had stayed on the run, Earth would have a ring by now, like Saturn, a ring of old granddad bottles. "You said it, Donny boy," said the misty man by the billowing curtains. "Who else knows the Gegenschein is broken glass?" Donegal laughed. Then he wondered what the man was doing there. The man was lounging against the window, and his unzipped space rig draped about him in an old familiar way. Loose plug-in connections and hose ends dangled about his lean body. He was freckled and grinning. "Cade," old Donegal breathed softly. "What did you say, Donnie?" Martha answered. Old Donegal blinked hard and shook his head. Something let go with a soggy snap, and the misty man was gone. I'd better take it easy on the whiskey, he thought. You got to wait, Donegal, old lush, until Nora and Ken get here. You can't get drunk until they're gone, or you might get them mixed up with memories like Cade's. Car doors slammed in the street below. Martha glanced toward the window. "Think it's them? I wish they'd get here. I wish they'd hurry." Martha arose and tiptoed to the window. She peered down toward the sidewalk, put on a sharp frown. He heard a distant mutter of voices and occasional laughter, with group footsteps milling about on the sidewalk. Martha murmured her disapproval and closed the window. "Leave it open," he said. "But the Keiths' guests are starting to come. There'll be such a racket." She looked at him hopefully, the way she did when she prompted his manners before company came. Maybe it wasn't decent to listen in on a party when you're dying, he thought. But that wasn't the reason. "Donegal, your chamber pressure's dropping off. Your brains are in your butt end, where a spacer's brains belong, but your butt end died last month. She wants the window closed for her own sake, not yours." "Leave it closed," he grunted. "But open it again before the moon run blasts off. I want to listen." She smiled and nodded, glancing at the clock. "It'll be an hour and a half yet. I'll watch the time." "I hate that clock. I wish you'd throw it out. It's loud." "It's your medicine clock, Donnie." She came back to sit down at his bedside again. She sat in silence. The clock filled the room with its clicking pulse. "What time are they coming?" he asked. "Nora and Ken. They'll be here soon. Don't fret." "Why should I fret?" he chuckled. "That boy, he'll be a good spacer, won't he, Martha?" Martha said nothing, fanning at a fly that crawled across his pillow. The fly buzzed up in an angry spiral and alighted on the ceiling. Donegal watched it for a time. The fly had natural-born space legs. "I know your tricks," he told it with a smile, "and I learned to walk on the bottom side of things before you were a maggot. You stand there with your magnasoles hanging to the hull, and the rest of you's in free fall. You jerk a sole loose, and your knee flies up to your belly, and reaction spins you half around and near throws your other hip out of joint if you don't jam the foot down fast and jerk up the other. It's worse'n trying to run through knee-deep mud with snowshoes, and a man'll go nuts trying to keep his arms and legs from taking off in odd directions. I know your tricks, fly." But the fly was born with his magnasoles, and he trotted across the ceiling like Donegal never could. "That boy, Ken, he ought to make a damn good space engineer," wheezed the old man. Her silence was long, and he rolled his head toward her again. Her lips tight, she stared down at the palm of his hand, unfolded his bony fingers, felt the crackled calluses that still welted the shrunken skin, calluses worn there by the linings of space gauntlets and the handles of fuel valves and the rungs of get-about ladders during free fall. "I don't know if I should tell you," she said. "Tell me what, Martha?" She looked up, slowly scrutinizing his face. "Ken's changed his mind, Nora says. Ken doesn't like the academy. She says he wants to go to medical school." Old Donegal thought it over, nodded absently. "That's fine. Space medics get good pay." He watched her carefully. She lowered her eyes, rubbed at his calluses again. She shook her head slowly. "He doesn't want to go to space." The clock clicked loudly in the closed room. "I thought I ought to tell you so you won't say anything to him about it," she added. Old Donegal looked grayer than before. After a long silence, he rolled his head away and looked toward the limp curtains. "Open the window, Martha," he said. Her tongue clucked faintly as she started to protest, but she said nothing. After frozen seconds, she sighed and went to open it. The curtains billowed, and a babble of conversation blew in from the terrace of the Keith mansion. With the sound came the occasional brassy discord of a musician tuning his instrument. She clutched the window sash as if she wanted to slam it closed again. "Well, music!" grunted old Donegal. "That's good. This is some shebang. Good whiskey and good music and you." He chuckled, but it choked off into a fit of coughing. "Donnie, about Ken." "No matter, Martha," he said hastily. "Space medics' pay is good." "But Donnie." She turned from the window, stared at him briefly, then said, "Sure, Donnie, sure," and came back to sit down by his bed. He smiled at her affectionately. She was a man's woman, was Martha. Always had been. Still was. He had married her the year he had gone to space. A lissom, wistful, old-fashioned lass, with big violet eyes and gentle hands and gentle thoughts. And she had never complained about the long and lonely weeks between blast-off and glide-down, when most spacers' wives listened to the psychiatrists and soap operas and soon developed the symptoms that were expected of them, either because the symptoms were chic or because they felt they should do something to earn the pity that was extended to them. "It's not so bad," Martha had assured him. "The house keeps me busy till Nora's home from school, and then there's a flock of kids around till dinner.
Nights are a little empty, but if there's a moon I can always go out on the porch and look at it and know where you are. And Nora gets out the telescope you built her, and we make a game of it. Seeing if Daddy's still at the office, she calls it." "Those were the days," he muttered. "What, Donnie?" "Do you remember that Steve Farron song?" She paused, frowning thoughtfully. There were a lot of Steve Farron songs, but after a moment she picked the right one and sang it softly. "O moon, where o'er the clouds fly, beyond the willow tree, there is a ramblin' space guy I wish you'd save for me. Mare tranquillitatis, O dark and tranquil sea, until he drops from heaven, rest him there with thee." Her voice cracked and she laughed. Old Donegal chuckled weakly. "Fried mush," he said. "That one made the cats wilt their ears and wail at the moon. I feel real crazy," he added. "Hand me the King Kong fluff muff." "Keep cool, Daddy-O, you've had enough." Martha reddened and patted his arm, looking pleased. Neither of them had talked that way, even in the old days, but the outdated slang brought back memories. School parties, dances at the Rockport Club, the early years of the war when Donegal had jockeyed an R-43 fighter in the close space assaults against the Soviet satellite project. The memories were good. A brassy blare of modern slide arose suddenly from the Keith terrace as the small orchestra launched into its first number. Martha caught an angry breath and started toward the window. "Leave it," he said. "It's a party. Whiskey, Martha, please. Just a small one." She gave him a hurtful glance. "Whiskey. Then you can call the priest." "Donnie, it's not right. You know it's not right to bargain for such as that." "All right. Whiskey. Forget the priest." She poured it for him and helped him get it down, and then went out to make the phone call. Old Donegal lay shuddering over the whiskey taste and savoring the burn in his throat. Jesus, but it was good. "You old bastard," he thought. "You got no right to enjoy life when 9/10 of you is dead already, and the rest is foggy as a thermal dust rise on the lunar Maria at hell dawn." But it wasn't a bad way to die. It ate your consciousness away from the feet up, it gnawed away the present, but it let you keep the past, until everything faded and blended. Maybe that's what eternity was, he thought. One man's subjective past, all wrapped up and packaged for shipment, a single space-time entity, a one-man microcosm of memories, when nothing else remains. "If I've got a soul, I made it myself," he told the gray nun at the foot of his bed. The nun held out a pie pan, rattled a few coins in it. "Contribute to the radiation victims' relief?" The nun purred softly. "I know you," he said. "You're my conscience. You hang around the officers' mess, and when we get back from a sortie you make us pay for the damage we did. But that was 40 years ago." The nun smiled, and her luminous eyes were on him softly. "Mother of God!" he breathed, and reached for the whiskey. His arm obeyed. The last drink had done him good. He had to watch his hand to see where it was going, and squeezed the neck until his fingers whitened so that he knew that he had it. But he got it off the table and onto his chest, and he got the cork out with his teeth. He had a long pull at the bottle, and it made his eyes water and his hands grow weak. But he got it back to the table without spilling a bit, and he was proud of himself. The room was spinning like the cabin of a gyrograbbed ship. By the time he wrestled it to a standstill, the nun was gone. The blare of music from the Keith terrace was louder, and laughing voices blended with it, chairs scraping and glasses rattling. "A fine party, Keith. I'm glad you picked today." This shebang would be the younger Keith's affair. Ronald Tonweiler Keith III, scion of Orbital Engineering and Construction Company, builders of the moon shuttle ships that made the run from the satellite station to Luna and back. It's good to have such important neighbors, he thought. He wished he had been able to meet them while he was still up and about, but the Keith's place was walled in, and when a Keith came out he charged out in a limousine with a chauffeur at the wheel, and the iron gate closed again. The Keiths built the wall when the surrounding neighborhood began to grow shabby with age. It had once been the best of neighborhoods, but that was before old Donegal lived in it. Now it consisted of sooty old houses and rented flats, and the Keith place was really not a part of it any more. Nevertheless, it was really something when a pensioned blastman could say, "I live out close to the Keiths, you know, the Ronald Keiths." At least, that's what Martha always told him. The music was so loud that he never heard the doorbell ring, but when a lull came he heard Nora's voice downstairs and listened hopefully for Ken's. But when they came up, the boy was not with them. "Hello, Skinny Britches," he greeted his daughter. Nora grinned and came over to kiss him. Her hair dangled about his face, and he noticed that it was blacker than usual, with the gray streaks gone from it again. "You smell good," he said. "You don't, Pops. You smell like a sot. Naughty." "Where's Ken?" She moistened her lips nervously and looked away. "He couldn't come. He had to take a driver's lesson. He really couldn't help it. If he didn't go, he'd lose his turn, and then he wouldn't finish before he goes back to the academy." She looked at him apologetically. "It's all right, Nora." "If he missed it, he wouldn't get his copter license until summer." "It's okay. Copters? Hell, the boy should be in jets by now." Several breaths passed in silence. She gazed absently toward the window and shook her head. "No jets, Pop. Not for Ken." He glowered at her. "Listen, how will he get into space? He's got to get his jet license first. Can't get in rockets without 'em." Nora shot a quick glance at her mother. Martha rolled her eyes as if sighing patiently. Nora went to the window to stare down toward the Keith terrace. She tucked a cigarette between scarlet lips, lit it, blew nervous smoke against the pane. "Mom, can't you call them and have that racket stopped?" "Donnie says he likes it." Nora's eyes flitted over the scene below. "Female butterflies and puppy dogs and sport jackets. And the cadets," she snorted. "Cadets! Imagine Ron Keith the Third ever going to space. The old man buys his way into the academy and they throw a brawl as if Ronnie passed the compets." "Maybe he did," growled old Donegal. "Ha! They live in a different world, I guess." Martha sighed. "If it weren't for men like Pops, they'd never have made their fortune." "I like the music, I tell you," grumbled the old man. "I'm half a mind to go over there and tell them off," Norma murmured. "Let them alone, just so they'll stop the racket for Blastaway." "Look at them. Polite little pattern cuts, all alike. They take pre-space because it's the thing to do, then they quit before the payoff comes." "How do you know they'll quit?" "That party. I bet it cost 6 months' pay. Spacers' pay," she went on, ignoring him. "And what do real spacers get? Ole gets killed, and Pop's pension wouldn't feed the Keith's cat." "You don't understand, girl." "I lost Ole. I understand enough." He watched her silently for a moment, then closed his eyes. It was no good trying to explain, no good trying to tell her the dough didn't mean a damn thing. She'd been a spacer's wife, and that was bad enough, but now she was a spacer's widow. And Ole? Ole's tomb revolved around the sun in an eccentric orbit that spun in close to Mercury, then reached out into the asteroid belt once every 725 days. When it came within rocket radius of Earth, it whizzed past at close to 15 miles a second. You don't rescue a ship like that, Skinny Britches, my darling daughter, nor do you salvage it after the crew stops screaming for help. If you use enough fuel to catch it, you won't get back. You just leave such a ship there forever, like an asteroid. And it's a damn shame about the men trapped aboard. Heroes all, no doubt. But the smallness of the widow's monthly check failed to confirm the heroism, and Nora was bitter about the price of Ole's memory, perhaps. Ouch! Old Donegal, you know she's not like that. It's just that she can't understand about space. You ought to make her understand. But did he really understand himself? You ride hot in a roaring blast room, hands tense on the mixer controls and the pumps, eyes glued to instruments, body sucked down in a 4-gravity thrust, and wait for the command to choke off. Then you float free and weightless in a long nightmare as the beast coasts moonward, a flung javelin. The romance of space. Drivel, written in the old days. When you're not blasting, you float in a cramped hotbox, crawl through dirty mazes of greasy pipe and cable to tighten a lug, scratch your arms and bark your shins, get sick and choked up because no gravity helps your gullet get the food down. Liquid is worse, but you gag your whiskey down because you have to. Stars? You see stars by squinting through a viewing lens, and it's like a photo transparency. And if you aren't careful, you'll get an eyeful of old blinder and back off with a punch-drunk retina. Adventure? Unless the skipper calls for course correction, you float around in the blast cubicle with damn little to do between Blastaway and Moondown.
except sweat out the omniscient accident statistics. If the beast blows up or gets gutted in space, a statistic had your name on it, that's all, and there's no fighting back. You stay outwardly sane because you're a hog for punishment. If you weren't, you'd never get past the psychologists. "Did you like horror movies when you were a kid?" asked the psych. "And you damn well better answer yes if you want to go to space." "Tell her, old man. You're her pop. Tell her why it's worth it if you know. You jail yourself in a coffin-sized cubicle, and a crazy beast thunders berserk for uncontrollable seconds, and then you soar in ominous silence for the long, long hours, grow sweaty, filthy, sick, miserable, idle somewhere out in the big empty, where man's got no business except the trouble he's always making for himself wherever he goes. Tell her why it's worth it, for pay less than a good bricklayer's. Tell her why Ole would do it again." "It's a sucker's run, Nora," he said. "You go looking for kicks, but the only kicks you get to keep is what Ole got. God knows why, but it's worth it." Nora said nothing. He opened his eyes slowly. Nora was gone. Had she been there at all? He blinked around at the fuzzy room and dissolved the shifting shadows that sometimes emerged as old friendly faces grinning at him. He found Martha. "You went to sleep," said Martha. "She had to go. Kenny called. He'll be over later if you're not too tired." "I'm not tired. I'm all head. There's nothing much to get tired." "I love you, old Donegal." "Hold my hand again." "I'm holding it, old man." "Then hold me where I can feel it." She slid a thin arm under his neck and bent over his face to kiss him. She was crying a little, and he was glad she could do it now without fleeing the room. "Can I talk about dying now?" he wondered aloud. She pinched her lips together and shook her head. "I lie to myself, Martha. You know how much I lie to myself?" She nodded slowly and stroked his gray temples. "I lie to myself about Ken, and about dying. If Ken turned spacer, I wouldn't die. That's what I told myself. You know?" She shook her head. "Don't talk, Donnie, please." "A man makes his own soul, Martha." "That's not true. You shouldn't say things like that." "A man makes his own soul, but it dies with him, unless he can pour it into his kids and his grandchildren before he goes. I lied to myself. Ken's a yellow belly. Nora made him one, and the boots won't fit." "Don't, Donnie. You'll excite yourself again." "I was going to give him the boots, the overboots with magnasoles, but they won't fit him. They won't ever fit him. He's a lily-livered lapdog, and he whines. Bring me my boots, woman." "Donnie!" "The boots. They're in my locker in the attic. I want them." "What on earth?" "Bring me my goddamn space boots and put them on my feet. I'm going to wear them." "You can't. The priest's coming." "Well, get them anyway. What time is it? You didn't let me sleep through the moon run blast, did you?" She shook her head. "It's half an hour yet. I'll get the boots if you promise not to make me put them on you." "I want them on." "You can't until Father Paul's finished." "Do I have to get my feet buttered?" She sighed. "I wish you wouldn't say things like that. I wish you wouldn't, Donnie. It's sacrilege. You know it is." "All right. Anointed," he corrected wearily. "Yes, you do." "The boots, woman. The boots." She went to get them. While she was gone, the doorbell rang, and he heard her quick footsteps on the stairs, and then Father Paul's voice asking about the patient. Old Donegal groaned inwardly. After the priest, the doctor would come, at the usual time, to see if he were dead yet. The doctor had let him come home from the hospital to die, and the doctor was getting impatient. "Why don't they let me alone?" he growled. "And why don't they let me handle it in my own way and stop making a fuss over it? I can die and do a good job of it without a lot of outside interference. And I wish they'd stop picking at me with syringes and sacraments and enemas." All he wanted was a chance to listen to the orchestra on the Keith Terrace, to drink the rest of the whiskey, and to hear the beast blast away for the satellite on the first lap of the run to Luna. "It's going to be my last day," he thought. "My eyes are going fuzzy, and I can't breathe right, and the throbbing's hurting my head." Whether he lived through the night wouldn't matter, because delirium was coming over him, and then there would be the coma, and the symbolic fight to keep him pumping and panting. "I'd rather die tonight and get it over with," he thought. but they probably won't let me go." He heard their voices coming up the stairs.
"Nora tried to get them to stop it, Father, but she couldn't get in to see anybody but the butler. He told her he'd tell Mrs. Keith, but nothing happened. It's just as loud as before."
"Well, as long as Donnie doesn't mind."
"He just says that. You know how he is."
"What are they celebrating, Martha?"
"Young Ronald's leaving for pre-space training. It's a going-away affair."
They paused in the doorway. The small priest smiled in at Donegal and nodded. He set his black bag on the floor inside, winked solemnly at the patient.
"I'll leave you two alone,"
said Martha. She closed the door and her footsteps wandered off down the hall. Donegal and the young priest eyed each other warily. "You look like hell, Donegal," the padre offered jovially. "Feeling nasty?" "Skip the small talk. Let's get this routine over with." The priest harumphed thoughtfully, sauntered across to the bed, gazed down at the old man disinterestedly. "What's the matter? Don't want the routine? Rather play it tough?" "What's the difference?" he growled. "Hurry up and get out. I want to hear the beast blast off." "You won't be able to," said the priest, glancing at the window, now closed again. "That's quite a racket next door." "They'd better stop for it. They'd better quiet down for it. They'll have to turn it off for 5 minutes or so." "Maybe they won't." It was a new idea and it frightened him. He liked the music and the party's gaiety, the nearness of youth and good times, but it hadn't occurred to him that it wouldn't stop so he could hear the beast. "Don't get upset, Donegal. You know what a blast-off sounds like." "But it's the last one, the last time. I want to hear." "How do you know it's the last time?" "Hell, don't I know when I'm kicking off?" "Maybe, maybe not. It's hardly your decision." "It's not, eh?" Old Donegal fumed. "Well, Biggood, you'd think it wasn't. You'd think it was Martha's and yours and that damn fool Medic's. You'd think I got no say-so. Who's doing it, anyway?" "I would guess," Father Paul grunted sourly, "that Providence might appreciate his fair share of the credit." Old Donegal made a surly noise and hunched his head back into the pillow to glower. "You want me?" the priest asked. "Or is this just a case of wifely conscience?" "What's the difference? Give me the business and scram." "No soap. Do you want the sacrament, or are you just being kind to your wife? If it's for Martha, I'll go now." Old Donegal glared at him for a time, then wilted. The priest brought his bag to the bedside. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." "Bless you, son." "I accuse myself." Tension, anger, helplessness. They had all piled up on him, and now he was feeling the after effects: vertigo, nausea, and the black confetti, a bad spell. The whiskey! If he could only reach the whiskey! Then he remembered he was receiving a sacrament, and struggled to get on with it. Tell him, old man, tell him of your various rottennesses and vile transgressions, if you can remember some. A sin is whatever you're sorry for, maybe. But, old Donegal, you're sorry for the wrong things, and this young Jesuitical gadget wouldn't like listening to it. I'm sorry I didn't get it instead of Ole, and I'm sorry I fought in the war, and I'm sorry I can't get out of this bed and take a belt to my daughter's backside for making a puny whelp out of Ken, and I'm sorry I gave Martha such a rough time all these years, and wound up dying in a cheap flat instead of giving her things like the Keiths had. I wish I had been a sharpster, contractor, or thief, instead of a common laboring spacer whose species lost its glamour after the war. Listen, old man, you made your soul yourself, and it's yours. This young dispenser of oils, substances, and mysteries wishes only to help you scrape off the rough edges and gouge out the bad spots. He will not steal it, nor distort it with his supernatural chisels, nor make fun of it. He can take nothing away, but only cauterize and neutralize, he says. So why not let him try? Tell him the rotten messes. Are you finished, my son?" Old Donegal nodded wearily, and said what he was asked to say, and heard the soft mutter of Latin that washed him inside and behind his ghostly ears. "Ego te absolvo in nomine Patris," and he accepted the rest of it, lying quietly in the candlelight and the red glow of the sunset through the window, while the priest anointed him and gave him bread and read the words of the soul in greeting its spouse. "I was asleep, but my heart waked. It is the voice of my beloved calling. Come to me, my love, my dove, my undefiled." And from beyond the closed window came the sarcastic wail of a clarinet painting hot slides against a rhythmic background. It wasn't so bad, old Donegal thought when the priest was done. He felt like a schoolboy in a starched shirt on Sunday morning, and it wasn't a bad feeling, though it left him weak. The priest opened the window for him again and repacked his bag. 10 minutes till blast-off, he said. I'll see what I can do about the racket next door. When he was gone, Martha came back in, and he looked at her face and was glad. She was smiling when she kissed him, and she looked less tired. "Is it all right for me to die now?" he grunted.
"Donnie, don't start that again."
"Where's the boots? You promised to bring them."
"They're in the hall, Donnie. You don't want them."
"I want them, and I want a drink of whiskey, and I want to hear them fire the beast." He said it slow and hard, and he left no room for argument. When she had got the huge boots over his shrunken feet, the magnasoles clanged against the iron bedframe and clung there, and she rolled him up so that he could look at them. Old Donegal chuckled inside. He felt warm and clean and pleasantly dizzy. "The whiskey, Martha, and for God's sake make them stop the noise till after the firing, please." She went to the window and looked out for a long time. Then she came back and poured him an insignificant drink. "Well?"
"I don't know," she said. "I saw Father Paul on the terrace talking to somebody."
"Is it time?" She glanced at the clock, looked at him doubtfully, and nodded.
"Nearly time."
The orchestra finished a number, but the babble of laughing voices continued. Old Donegal sagged. "They won't do it. They're the Keiths, Martha. Why should I ruin their party?" She turned to stare at him slowly, shook her head. He heard someone shouting, but then a trumpet started softly, introducing a new number. Martha sucked in a hurt breath, pressing her hands together, and hurried from the room. "It's too late," he said after her. Her footsteps stopped on the stairs. The trumpet was alone. Donegal listened, and there was no babble of voices, and the rest of the orchestra was silent. Only the trumpet sang, and it puzzled him, hearing the same slow bugle notes of the call played at the lowering of the colors. The trumpet stopped suddenly. Then he knew it had been for him. A brief hush. Then thunder came from the blast station 2 miles to the west. First the low reverberation, rattling the windows, then the rising growl as the sleek beast knifed skyward on a column of blue-white hell. It grew and grew until it drowned the distant traffic sounds and dominated the silence outside. "Quit crying, you old fool, you maudlin ass." "My boots," he whispered. "My boots, please."
"You've got them, Donnie."
He sank quietly then. He closed his eyes and let his heart go up with the beast, and he sank into the gravity padding of the blast room, and Cade was with him, and Oley, and when Ronald Keith III instructed the orchestra to play Blast Room Man after the beast's rumble had waned, old Donegal was on his last moon run, and he was grinning. He'd had a good day. Martha went to the window to stare out at the thin black trail that curled starward above the blast station through the twilight sky. Guests on the terrace were watching it too. The doorbell rang. That would be Ken. Too late. She closed the window against the chill breeze and went back to the bed. The boots, the heavy, clumsy boots, they clung to the bed frame with his feet half out of them. She took them off gently and set them out of company's sight. Then she went to answer the door. End of Death of a Spaceman by Walter M. Miller, Jr.
Earthmen Bearing Gifts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jody Bly. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Har-Ree sat alone in his room meditating. From outside the door he caught a thought wave equivalent to a knock, and, glancing at the door, he willed it to slide open. It opened. "Enter, my friend," he said. He could have projected the idea telepathically, but with only 2 persons present, speech was more polite. Ejon Key entered. "You are up late tonight, my leader," he said. "Yes, Key, within an hour the Earth rocket is due to land, and I wish to see it. Yes, I know it will land 1,000 miles away, if their calculations are correct, beyond the horizon. But if it lands even twice that far, the flash of the atomic explosion should be visible, and I have waited long for first contact. For even though no Earthman will be on that rocket, it will still be first contact for them. Of course, our telepath teams have been reading their thoughts for many centuries, but this will be the first physical contact between Mars and Earth." Key made himself comfortable on one of the low chairs. "True," he said. "I have not followed recent reports too closely, though. Why are they using an atomic warhead? I know they suppose our planet is uninhabited, but still." "They will watch the flash through their lunar telescopes and get a, what do they call it, a spectroscopic analysis. That will tell them more than they know now, or think they know. Much of it is erroneous, about the atmosphere of our planet and the composition of its surface. It is, call it a sighting shot, Key. They'll be here in person within a few oppositions, and then—" Mars was holding out, waiting for Earth to come. What was left of Mars, that is, this one small city of about 900 beings. The civilization of Mars was older than that of Earth, but it was a dying one. This was what remained of it. One city, 900 people. They were waiting for Earth to make contact, for a selfish reason and for an unselfish one. Martian civilization had developed in a quite different direction from that of Earth. It had developed no important knowledge of the physical sciences, no technology, but it had developed social sciences to the point where there had not been a single crime, let alone a war, on Mars for 50,000 years, and it had developed fully the parapsychological sciences of the mind, which Earth was just beginning to discover. Mars could teach Earth much. How to avoid crime and war to begin with. Beyond those simple things lay telepathy, telekinesis, empathy. And Earth would, Mars hoped, teach them something even more valuable to Mars. How, by science and technology, which it was too late for Mars to develop now, even if they had the type of minds which would enable them to develop these things, to restore and rehabilitate a dying planet, so that an otherwise dying race might live and multiply again. Each planet would gain greatly, and neither would lose. And tonight was the night when Earth would make its first sighting shot. Its next shot, a rocket containing Earthmen, or at least an Earthman, would be at the next opposition, 2 Earth years, or roughly 4 Martian years hence. The Martians knew this because their teams of telepaths were able to catch at least some of the thoughts of Earthmen, enough to know their plans. Unfortunately, at that distance the connection was one way. Mars could not ask Earth to hurry its program, or tell Earth scientists the facts about Mars' composition and atmosphere, which would have made this preliminary shot unnecessary. Tonight Ree, the leader, as nearly as the Martian word could be translated, and Key, his administrative assistant and closest friend, sat and meditated together until the time was near. Then they drank a toast to the future, in a beverage based on menthol which had the same effect on Martians as alcohol on Earthmen, and climbed to the roof of the building in which they had been sitting. They watched toward the north, where the rocket should land. The stars shone brilliantly and unwinkingly through the atmosphere. In Observatory No. 1 on Earth's moon, Raj Everett, his eye at the eyepiece of the spotter scope, said triumphantly, "Thar she blew, Willie! And now, as soon as the films are developed, we'll know the score on that old planet Mars." He straightened up. There be no more to see now, and he and Willie Sanger shook hands solemnly. It was an historical occasion. "Hope it didn't kill anybody, any Martians, that is. Raj, did it hit dead center in Syrtis Major?" "Near as matters. I'd say it was maybe 1,000 miles off to the south, and that's damn close on a 50-million-mile shot. Willie, do you really think there are any Martians?" Willie thought for a second and then said, "No." And he was right. This is the end of Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Recording by Jody Bly, onalaptop.com. Summer 2009.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Megan Argo. The End of Time by Wallace West. There is no doubt of it. The little chemist pushed steel-bowed spectacles up on his high forehead and peered at his dinner guest with excited blue eyes. Time will come to an end at 6 o'clock this morning. Jack Barron, young radio engineer at the Rothafel Radio Laboratories and protege of Dr. Manthis, his host, laughed heartily. "What a yarn you spin, Doctor," he said. "Write it for the movies." "But it's true," insisted the older man. "Something is paralyzing our time sense. The final stroke will occur about daybreak." "Bosh! You mean the Earth will stop rotating, the stars blink out?" "Not at all. Such things have nothing to do with time. You may know your shortwaves, but your general education has been sadly neglected." The scientist picked up a weighty volume. "Maybe this will explain what I mean. It's from Immanuel Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Listen. Time is not something which subsists of itself, or which inheres in things as an objective determination, and therefore remains when abstraction is made of the subjective conditions of the intuition of things. For in the former case it would be something real, yet without presenting to any power of perception any real object. In the latter case, as an order of determination inherent in things themselves, it could not be antecedent of things as their condition, nor discerned or intuited by means of synthetical propositions a priori. But all this is quite possible when we regard time as merely the subjective condition under which all our intuitions take place. There, does that make it clear?" "Clear as mud," grinned Baron. "Kant is too deep for me." "I'll give you another proof," snapped Manthis. "Look at your watch." The other drew out his timepiece. Slowly his face sobered. "Why, I can't see the second hand," he exclaimed. "It's just a blur." "Exactly. Now look at the minute hand. Can you see it move?" "Yes, quite clearly." "What time is it?" 1:30. "Great Scott! So that's why you spun that yarn." Baron hoisted his 6'1" out of the easy chair. "It's way past your bedtime. Didn't mean to keep you up." He stared again at his watch as if it had betrayed him. "It seems we just finished dinner. I must have dozed off." "Nonsense," sniffed Manthis. "You arrived at 8 o'clock, an hour late. You and I and my daughter had dinner. Then the two of us came in here. We smoked a cigarette or two. Now it's 1:30. Do you need more proof?" "Your theory's all wet somewhere," the younger man protested with a shaky laugh. "If my watch isn't broken, time must be speeding up, not stopping." "That comes from depending on your senses instead of your intelligence. Think a minute. If the watch seems running double speed, that would indicate that your perception of its movements had slowed down 50%. Baron sank back into his chair, leaned forward and gripped his curly black hair with trembling fingers. He felt dizzy and befuddled. "June," called the doctor. Then to the agitated youth he added, "Watch my daughter when she comes in if you still think I'm crazy." As he spoke, the door flew open, and a slim, golden-haired girl shot into the room like a motion picture character in one of those comedies which is run double speed. Jack's eyes could hardly follow her movements. She came behind her father and threw one slim arm about his shoulders. She spoke, but her usually throaty voice was only a high-pitched squeak. "Can't understand you, dear," interrupted her father. "Write it down." "June is using a drug which I prepared to keep her time sense normal," Manthis explained as the girl's pen raced over a pad. "That's why she disappeared after dinner. I wanted you to get the full effect. Now read this." "The deadline is approaching," the girl's message read. "You'd better take your injection now. It's 2:30 a.m. "All right, prepare the hypodermics," directed the chemist. He had to repeat this in a falsetto voice before June understood. "Make one for Jack, too." June went out at express train speed. Baron glanced at his watch again. The minute hand was moving with the speed at which the second hand usually travelled. 3:15 already. When he looked up, June was in the room again with 2 hypodermic needles. Quickly she removed her father's coat and made the injection. "Let her fix you up too, boy, unless you want to become a graven image," commanded Manthus. His voice, which started at the ordinary pitch, went up like a siren at the end as the drug took effect. Dazedly, Jack held out his arm. The sting of the needle was followed by a roaring in his ears like 100 Niagaras. The room seemed to pitch and quiver. Staring down at the watch he still clutched, Jack saw the hands slow down and at last resume their accustomed pace. Gradually, the unpleasant sensations died away. "That was a close shave," commented the doctor, drawing a long breath. "I wouldn't have waited so long, except that I wanted to experience the sensation of coming back from the edge of the infinite. Not very nice. Like being pulled out of a whirlpool. It's 4:30 now. Took us an hour to return to normal, although it seemed only minutes. We have an hour and a half before the end. June, have you noticed anything unusual on the streets?" "Yes," whispered his daughter, her usually piquant face pinched and white. "I've been watching from the balcony. It's dreadful. The people creep about like things in a nightmare." Manthis tried to reassure her. On his face was a great sadness, which was, however, overshadowed by a greater scientific curiosity. "There's nothing we can do for them now," he said, "but we must learn all we can. Let's go down and watch the city die." They descended in an automatic elevator and hurried through the hotel lobby. The lights of Fifth Avenue gleamed as brightly as ever. The streets near the lower end of Central Park still were crowded, but such crowds! They moved with infinite languor. Each step required many seconds. Yet the people apparently did not know that anything unusual was happening. Many perhaps were puzzled because their watches seemed to be misbehaving, but this did not stop their conversation as they travelled home from theatres or nightclubs. 2 white-haired men passed by, engaged in a discussion of business affairs. Their voices were pitched so low that they were almost inaudible to the trio of watchers, while their gestures looked like the slow waving of the antennae of deep-sea plants. "My God, man!" cried Baron, at last awakening from his horror-stricken silence. "Why didn't you warn the world? This is criminal. If what you say is true, all these people will become rooted in their tracks at 6 o'clock, like creatures from the Sleeping Beauty." "I only discovered the danger a week ago, while working out a chemical formula." Manthis' eyes showed the strain he was enduring. "It was a very delicate piece of work, having to do with experiments I'm making on chlorophyll. Quick adjustments, you know. I've done the thing before many times, but last week I couldn't mix the ingredients fast enough to get the necessary reaction. Puzzled, I made further experiments. The result was that I discovered my perception of time was slowing down. I tested June and found the same thing. There was but one conclusion." "But the drug we're using, how did you hit on that?" "I recalled that such drugs as hashish greatly speed up the time sense. An addict is able to review his entire past life or plan an elaborate crime between 2 heartbeats, so I collected a small supply of the stuff." "But hashish in large doses is deadly, and I've heard that users of it sooner or later develop homicidal mania, run amok as they say in India." "True enough," admitted the chemist. "But Andrev, the Russian, you know, recently worked out a formula to neutralize the deadly effects of the drug, but retain its time-expanding effect for medical purposes. I've added that to the pure drug. There isn't enough of it in New York to keep all these people normal for 5 minutes. Why should I have frightened the poor things?" He relapsed into silence, and the others found no heart to ask further questions as they watched the coming of the end of a world. The procession of passers-by had thinned somewhat by now. The streetlights had grown dim. There was a look of increasing puzzlement on the faces of people who remained. Something was wrong. They knew not what. Floating along the sidewalk, like a figure in a slow-motion picture, came a tiny tot of 3. She was sobbing. Great tears formed with painful slowness and slid down her flushed cheeks. "She's lost!" exclaimed June. "Here, darling, I'll find your mamma." She picked up the child and looked up and down the street. The mother was not in sight. Automatically she turned to a policeman who stood nearby. "Officer," she said quickly, "this girl is lost. Will you—" She stiffened in dismay. The policeman was staring through her, as if his eyes had not registered her approach. Slowly his gaze came into focus. A puzzled look came over his Irish face. He spoke. It was only a blurred rumble. "What can I do for her, Father?" June cried, turning away from the officer in despair. "She's dying, see? Couldn't we give her some of the drug?" "There's only enough for us," her father replied firmly. "But she'll be quite dead in an hour." "I'm not so sure of that. Perhaps only in a state resembling catalepsy. We must wait. Jack, take her into the lobby. Put her on a sofa there." Dawn was paling the blue-black sky as the radio engineer returned. The streetlights fluttered fitfully and at last died. The streets had become deserted, although groups still eddied slowly about the subway kiosks. 5:45, whispered Manthis. The end should come any moment. As he spoke, a white-garbed street sweeper, who had been leaning on his broom at the curb ever since the onlookers had reached the sidewalk, decided to move on at last. With infinite slowness, his foot came up. He poised, swung forward, then, the universal paralysis overcoming him, remained in a strangely ludicrous position for a moment before crashing downward on his face. As far as they could see in the semi-darkness, others were falling. A few, balanced with feet wide apart, remained standing like statues. Those who collapsed writhed slowly for a time or two, and then were still. After the thudding of the bodies had ended, the silence became ghastly. Not an awakening bird twittered in the trees of Central Park. Not a sheep bleated in the enclosure. Except for their own breathing and the sighing of the wind, not a sound. Then a faraway clock boomed 6 notes. The noise made them start and turn pale faces toward each other. "Come," said the doctor heavily. "It's all over. We might as well go up. We'll have to walk. All the power will be off. 20 stories. The lobby of the Hotel Atchison, on the roof of which the penthouse apartment was located, was empty now except for a few clerks and bellboys. These sat with bowed heads before their grills or on their benches as if they had merely succumbed to the unpardonable sin of sleeping on duty, but they did not breathe. June clung to her father's arm as they crossed noiselessly over the heavy carpet. "The city will be a charnel house when these bodies start to decompose." Baron hesitated. "Shouldn't we get out of town while there is a chance?" Manthis shook his head. "No. I'm convinced these people aren't dead. They're simply outside of time. Change cannot affect them. If I'm not mistaken, they will remain just the same indefinitely." "But there will be fires throughout the city." "Not many. The electricity is off. The day is warm, so no furnaces are going. Not even a rat is left to nibble matches, for the animals must be affected in the same way that humans are. The world is asleep." After mounting interminable stairs, they regained the apartment and went out on the balcony. It was full daylight now, but not a smoke plume trailed from tall chimneys. Not a bird was on the wing. Elevated trains stood on their tracks, passengers and guards asleep inside. "I still don't understand," muttered Baron. "The sun comes up, the wind blows. How can that be if there's no time? Might this not be some plague?" "In a way you are right, boy. It is a plague which has paralyzed man's sense of time. You have become involved by not remembering Kant's axiom that time is purely subjective. It exists in the mind only. It and space are the only ideas inherently in our brains. They allow us to conduct ourselves among a vast collection of things in themselves which time does not affect. But, wait a moment. Granting that time is in the mind, rather than in the outside world, what will happen if the time sense is paralyzed? Won't the effect be similar to hypnosis, whereby a man is reduced to a cataleptic state? The thought chain which usually passes ceaselessly through the brain is halted." Seeing that the engineer still looked puzzled, Jane interposed. "It's something like enchantment," she explained. "The old legends are full of it. The Sleeping Beauty, Brunhilde, Rip Van Winkle. I'm convinced that in ancient times a few persons knew how to draw a fairy ring about those they wished to injure or protect, placing them thus outside the reach of time and change. This has now happened the world over, perhaps through some drift in the ether or germ in the brain. This is what we must find out so that we can solve the mystery and take steps to reawaken the world." "Perhaps this will help," interrupted Manthis in his turn. "As you know, all the great scientists, Einstein, Jeans, Pavlov, are convinced that everything in the universe is a form of vibration. Even thought, they believe, operates somewhat like a very short radio wave. What if some agency, either inside or outside the universe, began interfering on the Thoughtwave channel? Granting your supposition, Jack was on his own ground now, transmission would be impossible on that channel. Exactly. Well, that's what I am convinced is taking place. I'm a chemist, not an engineer. I've given you the lead. You'll have to do the rest. Do you think you might locate such interference? Possibly. I'll do my best. Fine. Of course, if it is coming from outside the stratosphere, as the cosmic rays do, then there is no hope. But if someone is broadcasting such a devilish wave from an earthly station, we may have a chance to stop it. Now, Baron, my boy, he continued, dropping into a more jovial tone and leading his friend into the laboratory. You'll have to get busy if you intend to keep us ticking. This equipment is at your disposal. He waved toward a newly installed shortwave radio transmitter. Here are storage batteries, all charged. He opened another door. I have a 5-kilowatt generator installed here. It is operated by a gasoline engine. If you need other equipment, you can raid the Roth-Apfel plant. Returning to the main laboratory, he indicated the work table set close to a great double window overlooking Central Park. Couldn't ask for anything better, could you? He smiled. Plenty of light and air and a view of the city. Look, you can even see those poor devils lying around the subway kiosk. His face became bleak. Then he shrugged and tried to throw off his depression. June and I will help you as much as we can. We can raid stores for provisions and hashish. Now, let's have breakfast. The next few days were filled with unending labour for the temporal castaways. From daybreak until far into the night, with radio receivers clamped over their ears, the three twisted dials, adjusted rheostats, and listened on long and short-wave bands. But the ether, which once had pulsated with music and friendly voices, was now silent, except for static. Makes me think of Sunday mornings when I was a boy, Manthis once commented. Only this is more quiet. It gives me the jitters. There was a note of hysteria in his voice. When the doctor's nerves began to quiver in that manner, Baron always insisted that they all rest. During such recesses, they ate, played cards, and helped June with the housework. The younger man was continually amazed by the calmness with which the girl faced their desperate situation. Clad in a blue smock, which brought out the colour of her eyes, she flitted about the apartment, manufacturing delicious meals out of canned goods, and always having a cheery word when the others became discouraged. Yet she never would look out of the window. I can't bear to see those poor souls lying about like rag dolls, she explained. The only thing that keeps me sane is the hope that we may reawaken them. It was on the evening of the third day the Baron lifted the headset from his burning ears and admitted failure. We've explored everything but super shortwave, he sighed. I'll have to get equipment from the laboratories before we start on those. June nodded from where she perched on a high stool across the table, but Manthis did not hear. He was making delicate adjustments on his receiving set and listening with rapt attention. I've got something, he cried. Jack, June, plug in on my panel. Someone is talking. It's very loud. Must be close. Instantly the others did as he ordered, but were able to catch only the last inflections of a ringing voice. Then silence settled once more. What did he say? The youngsters cried in one breath. Couldn't understand. Some foreign language. The chemist was furious with disappointment. But I'd recognise that voice among 1,000. We must get in touch with him. Perhaps he can help us. God knows we need assistance. Quick, Jack. You're an expert. See if you can pick up a reply. Baron leaned over his instruments, heart thumping. The dreadful loneliness against which they had been fighting was broken. Others were alive. Minutes passed and the evening light died away. They were too excited to strike a light. Shadows crept out of the corners and surrounded them. At last a faint voice grew in their ears, but again the words were unintelligible. Sounds a little like Greek, puzzled the girl, but it isn't. Baron adjusted the direction finder and made scribbled calculations. Coming from the southeast and far away, he breathed. I caught a word then, grasped the doctor. Ganja, it was. What does that tell us? Snapped Jack, his nerves jumping. Ganja is the Hindu word for hashish, that's all. My lord, man, don't you understand? The station is in India. Those who operate it are using Andrev's solution, as we are. Listen! Shouted Jack. There was a grinding and clashing in the receivers. Then a new voice, harsh and strained with excitement, almost burst their eardrums. Beware! Beware! It screamed. Do not trust him. He is a devil and he has put the world to sleep. His mind is rotten with hashish. He is a demon from... There came a dull, crunching sound. The voice screamed and died away. In the darkened laboratory, the faces of the three listeners stood out like ovals of white cardboard. "What do you make of that?" stammered Baron at last. "It looks as if the only persons alive, in New York at least, are hashish addicts, the most debased and murderous of drug fiends." The doctor stopped, his eyes dilating with horror. June crept close to him and threw an arm around his shaking shoulders. "Can't you see? Their time sense expanded too. Like us, they will be unaffected. But unlike us, they use the pure drug. Hashish smokers are, without exception, homicidal maniacs, vicious criminals. God!" "Are they responsible for the end of time?" queried Jack. "I don't know. Perhaps some mastermind among them is at the back of it. Some engineering wizard who has succumbed to the drug so recently, or who has such a strong constitution that his intelligence has not been destroyed." The little doctor dragged off his headset, disarranging his sparse grey hair. His face was tired and worn, but his jaw thrust forward pugnaciously. "We're making headway," he cried. "We know the probable author of the catastrophe is a drug addict, and that he is located nearby. We know he has no scruples, for the man who warned us undoubtedly was killed. And I'm convinced those extremely shortwave bands hold the secret. Let's knock off for the day. We look like ghosts. Tomorrow morning you and June get what equipment you need from across the river. I'll stay here on guard. You better raid a drugstore and get some more of our lifesaver too. It's listed under cannabis indica." The next morning dawned clear and cold. It was early October, and there was a chill in the apartment. Baron swung his legs over the edge of the davenport in the living room and stared out at the frost-covered trees of Central Park. The leaves were falling before the brisk wind and forming little eddying mounds over the forms of those lying about the streets. Jack shivered at the thought of the millions and millions of victims of the disaster who littered the earth. They seemed to accuse him of still being alive. Well, if Manthis was right, perhaps all could be revived before winter set in. June was singing as he and the doctor came to breakfast. Apparently she wished to forget the events of the previous night, so they laughed and joked as though they intended to go on a picnic rather than across a dead city. The hotel lobby was as they last had seen it when they descended. The bellboys still nodded on their benches. A travelling salesman was hunched over a week-old Times, as if he would awake in a few minutes, glance about guiltily, and resume his reading. The child they had rescued still lay on the divan. Her golden hair framed her cheeks like a halo. One arm was thrown above her head. She seemed ready to awake, though she had not breathed for days. "It all makes me feel so lonely," whispered June, clinging to the engineer's arm. "I want to cry, or whistle to keep up my courage." "Don't worry," Jack replied softly, patting her hand and speaking with more assurance than he felt. "We'll find a way out." She squeezed his arm and smiled at him with new courage. For months, in fact ever since his first visit to the Manthis apartment, Baron had admired the doctor's charming daughter. Although nothing had been said of love between them, they often had gone to a dance or the theatre together, while a firm friendship had been cemented. Now their closer association and the unflinching bravery which she showed was ripening this into a stronger bond. They went out into the crisp morning, stepped across the body of a street sweeper who lay in the gutter, and entered the doctor's automobile. Through the silent city they drove, Baron watching carefully to avoid striking stalled cars or grotesquely sprawling bodies. There was a tangle of wrecked automobiles in the centre of the Queensborough Bridge, and they were forced to push them apart to get through. While they were engaged in this arduous work, a drifting ferry bumped into a pier, shaking the dreaming captain into a semblance of life at the wheel. "I used to like fairy tales," moaned June. "They're dreadful, really." She clung to him like a frightened child. He drew her close and kissed her. "I love you, June," he whispered, as though fearful that the sleeping drivers of the tangled cars might overhear. "Don't be afraid." "I'm not, now." She smiled through eyes filled with tears. "I've loved you for months, Jack. Whatever happens, we have each other." He helped her back into the car and drove on in silence. At last the Rothaffel plant gloomed before them, forbidding as an Egyptian tomb. With a feeling that he was entering some forbidden precinct, Jack led the way to his office. Somehow, without its usual bustle and bright lights, it seemed alien. Once inside, he forgot his hesitation and set about collecting equipment. Queerly shaped neon tubes, reflectors, coils, electrodes. Soon there was a pile of material glinting on top of his desk, They were exploring a deep cabinet with the aid of a flashlight, when a strange clicking sound made them whirl simultaneously. In a corner of the room, a deeper blot of shadow caught their eyes. Jack snapped on the flashlight. In the small circle of light, a long, cadaverous face appeared. Thin lips were drawn back over wide-spaced yellow teeth. Black eyes stared unwinkingly into the light. The flash wavered as the engineer tried to get his nerves under control. "It's nothing," he assured the trembling girl. "A night watchman caught as he was making his rounds, probably. Don't get excited." He wet his lips. "He's alive!" screamed June. "The eyelids, they moved!" "Yes, I'm alive," boomed a hoarse voice. "I thought I was the only man God had spared. Pardon me for frightening you. I was so thunderstruck." The stranger stepped forward. He was dressed in a long black topcoat, high collar and string tie. The clicking noise was explained when he rubbed his long white hands together, making the knuckles pop like tiny firecrackers. "Ivan Solinsky at your service." He smiled with what evidently was intended to be warmth, again showing those rows of teeth like picket fences. "I suppose we're all here on the same mission, to find a solution for the mystery of the world's paralysis." The apparition lit a long and bloated cigarette, and through the acrid smoke surveyed them quizzically. "I'm Jack Barron, formerly on the staff here, and this is June Manthis, daughter of Dr. Frank Manthis, head of the Chemical Research Department." The engineer winced as Solinsky unfolded his hand in a clammy grip. "Ah, yes. I know the doctor by hearsay. A great scientist. He has a lovely daughter." Bowing deeply to June, as he let his beady eyes wander over her face and figure. "Perhaps we can join forces. Although I must admit I have abandoned hope. It is God's will." He rolled his eyes toward heaven, then riveted them once more upon June. "Why, certainly." Jack was striving to overcome his growing dislike. "We'll be driving back in a few minutes. Would you care to come with us?" "No." The pupilless eyes skittered toward Baron for a moment. "I know the doctor's address. I will come to visit you soon. Now I must be going." Solinsky turned as if to depart, then strode to the desk and looked down at the mass of equipment. "Ah, super shortwave tubes. I see. Very clever." His dexterous fingers lingered over them a moment. Then he bowed and was gone. The two remained staring at the empty doorway. I wish he'd been dead, sleeping," whispered June at last, twisting her handkerchief with trembling fingers. I didn't like the way he kept looking at me." "He seemed all right to me." Jack tried to fight his own prejudice. "He's willing to help us." "Might he not be one of the hashish addicts? Those eyes, the pupils were mere pinpoints, and those evil-smelling cigarettes." "Then why should he have offered to help?" puzzled Jack. "He could have killed us." "Nevertheless, I hope we've seen the last of him. Are you about through? Let's get out of this awful place. He looked like a mummy." They drove back to the apartment so completely preoccupied that both forgot to obtain the drug which the doctor had requested. "Yes, I've heard of him," Manthis said, after he had been informed of the encounter. "A naturalized Russian. He used to do quite a bit of valuable work in various fields of physics, but he was some sort of radical. Seems to me an old-fashioned anarchist, and not popular. He dropped out of sight several years ago. I presumed he was dead." They soon had the new equipment installed, and again began exploring the wavebands, beginning with the comparatively lengthy ones, and working down to those only slightly longer than light. It was tedious work, but all were, by now, as adept as Jack in combing the ether, and their task progressed rapidly. Despite the labour, however, nothing could be heard. There was only the universal breathless silence. At times they moved to the commercial bands, and tried to pick up the stations that they had heard on the previous day, but even there they met with failure. By the evening of the third day, they had left the wavebands which could be measured in meters, and were exploring those strange and almost wholly uncharted depths of the ether, which must be calculated in centimeters. There at last luck favoured them. It was Jack who caught a strange pulsating tone on the 3-centimeter band. It rose and fell, and then died away like the keening of a lost soul. "Listen," he whispered. "Plug in here, I found something." June and the doctor followed his instructions. Delicately fingering the coils, Baron picked up the sound again, only to lose it. Then it came once more. This time he followed it as it changed to the 5-centimeter band. Back and forth it went, as though weaving an intricate and devilish web. "What do you make of it?" queried the doctor at last. "Don't know." Jack bit his lips. "It's no natural phenomenon, I'll swear. Somebody's manipulating a broadcasting station of terrific power, not far from here, and playing with that wave as a helmsman brings a sailing ship into the wind and then lets her pay off again." "What do we do now?" The little chemist, finding his theory apparently confirmed, was at a loss. "Could we wreck that station?" "Fat chance." The engineer laughed bitterly as he reached for a cigarette. "Whoever has conceived that bit of hellishness is well guarded. The three of us wouldn't have a ghost of a show. What I can't understand is—" "No use talking about theories now." Manthis sat down, crushed. Dropping his head in his hands, he pulled his few hairs, as though that might drag out an idea. "What's to be done? Do you realize that we hold more responsibility than ever man has held before? Caesar, Napoleon, they were pikers. We have to save a world." Silence greeted his outburst. The scratching of a match as June lit a cigarette sounded like an explosion. Then the smoke eddied undisturbed, while the three stared vacantly into space, trying to think. "Couldn't we—" The girl swallowed hesitantly as she realized her ignorance of radio engineering. "Couldn't we interfere with that wave? Interfere with the wave which already is breaking up the thought waves, cancel its power? Oh, Jack, you must know what I mean. With this dinky 5 kilowatt station, we couldn't reach Yonkers against the power they've got. By Jove!" He leapt to his feet as a new thought struck him. "Maybe we could just wake up New York. Get help from the police then. Smash that other station afterwards." "But we don't know whether interference would break the spell," interposed the practical doctor. "And it will take a lot of practice to follow that wave. It jumps back and forth like a grasshopper." "And if we don't do it right the first time, whoever is operating that station will be down on us like a ton of brick," admitted Jack. "Let's get the child we saved," suggested June. "We can bring her up here. Then we'll only need a little power, just enough to be effective in this room, to bring her to life if we can. They wouldn't hear our wave." "Great!" Jack bent over and kissed her. "You're a real help. I'll be back in a minute." He dashed out. Soon they heard his step on the stairs and he reappeared, tenderly bearing his golden-haired burden. "Now, June," he commanded briskly, "place her in a comfortable position on the work table while I get ready." He began arranging equipment and connecting it with the bank of storage batteries. "Shall I adjust a headset for her?" asked the impatient doctor. "Be yourself." Jack placed a crooked vacuum tube near the child's head and clamped 2 flat electrodes on her temples. "This wave must act directly on the brain. The sense of hearing has nothing to do with it. All right, Sleeping Beauty." He stretched the kinks out of his aching back. "Let's see what we can do for you. Pardon me, Doctor, if I seemed rude. This is ticklish work. Pick up the outside wave for me. Thanks. Now I've got our dinky sending station set on the same wavelength at a different frequency. It's adjusted so that as I keep in touch through this tuning coil, our wave will fluctuate over the same path as the other. It should take 6 or 8 hours to overcome the effect on her, I judge. Here we go. June, you better get yourself and your dad some food. Doctor, you examine the kid from time to time. In an hour or so, June can relieve me." He pressed a switch. The tubes filled with a green glow. 2 hours passed, and the sun was sinking behind the trees of the park in a bloody haze when Jack at last signalled for June to handle the dials. For a time he guided her slim fingers. Then, as she caught the trick, he rose and stretched his cramped muscles. "Don't lose the wave for a moment, or we'll have to start all over again," he warned. "Now for dinner." She nodded and, frowning slightly, bent over the dials. At that moment there came a heavy knock on the apartment door. "Who's that?" gasped Manthis, his face turning grey. "Probably Selinsky," replied Jack, feeling his spine crawl as he remembered the mouldy Russian. "Fine time to choose for a visit. Shall I let him in? Don't see what else there is to do." "Good evening," cried their guest as Manthis opened the door. "Ah, Dr. Manthis, I believe. I have heard so much about your work." His hoarse yet ringing voice made the little man start violently and caused June to shake her head in annoyance as the sound interfered with the humming of the vagrant wave. "Sorry I could not come earlier." Selinsky advanced into the laboratory, giving the effect of driving the chemist before him. "Trying to revive one of the sufferers, I see. May God aid you in this noble work." He spread the tails of his long coat and sat down. As he talked, his eyes flashed about the room, taking in every detail, and at last fastening on June's fresh beauty like those of a vampire. "Not," he boomed as he lighted a cigarette, "not that I believe it possible." Catching an agonized glance from June, Jack interrupted. "You'll have to speak softly, sir. This is ticklish work." "I beg your pardon." The Russian lowered his voice so that it squeaked piercingly like a rusty hinge. He wrung his hands audibly. "Perhaps we better move into the living room," suggested the doctor, hovering in the background. "There we can talk without interrupting." The guest unfolded joint by joint like a collapsible rule. "Of course, if you think I'm spying," he grated. "Not at all," protested Jack, although he longed to strike the brute across the face. "It's just that the voices of certain pitches interfere. Surely you have seen radio operators go all to pieces when spoken to." Ungraciously, Solander allowed himself to be ushered into the outer room. Once there, he disposed his lean form on another chair, unctuously refused a highball, and, forgetting his momentary anger, soon was deep in a scientific discussion of the problems involved in reviving the world. He mentioned the nearby radio station, but declared that he had been unable to locate it despite a careful search. Dismissing this, he turned to other topics, displaying a vast knowledge of all departments of scientific achievement, and, despite his depressing personality, holding his bearer's attention so closely they forgot the passage of time until the clock struck 10. "Time for daily injection," said the doctor. "Do you use Androv's solution too, sir?" "Naturally," replied the other, lighting one cigarette from the butt of another. Manthis hurried into the laboratory. A few moments later he reappeared in the doorway and called to Jack in an agitated voice. As the younger man joined him, he closed the door and turned a white face to him. "The drug is almost gone," Manthis said. "Didn't you obtain a new supply?" I forgot," admitted Jack, feeling his own face grow pale. "The shock of running across Solander at the laboratory upset me." "Well, that's all right then. It gave me a turn, but we have plenty of time." The doctor laughed shakily. "Run down to the nearest drugstore. There should be a supply there. Better take a flashlight." He pushed open the door, then shrank back. Leaning against the jamb was the Russian. His manner had changed subtly. His thin lips spread from ear to ear in a wolfish grin. His fingers clicked like castanets. "Ah," he purred, "so you have used up the last of your solution?" "What's that to you?" The doctor was gripped by a cold, unreasoning fear. "Only that you will be unable to obtain more. Since my first meeting with your daughter, I have had my men collect all the cannabis indica in the city." "Your men?" Manthis was thunderstruck. "Certainly, you old fool. Do you think I'm a bungling theorist like yourself? Who do you think is operating that shortwave station? I am. Who do you think put the world to sleep? I did. Who do you think will wake it? I will." Solinski's figure appeared to expand. He took deep draughts from his cigarette. The smoke seemed to impel some terrific force into his gaunt frame. "So it was your voice I heard," cried Manthis bitterly. "And those awful tales about you were true. A hashish smoker, a person whose mind is rotting, in control of the world." He seemed about to leap at the other, and his chubby figure in that attitude would have seemed ludicrous if it had not been tragic. "It shall not be!" he shouted. "Now see here, Doctor," Solander assumed a friendly tone. "You're making a grave mistake. I have something to offer better than you ever dreamed of." "What do you mean?" "Just this. How would you like to be assistant to the king of the world?" "Crazy already," sneered the doctor, squinting up at his tormentor. "Crazy or not, when the world awakes, I will be its king." "Why, damn you, I thought you were an anarchist and wanted to do away with kings and governments," spluttered the little man. Solander burst into a gale of fiendish laughter. "An anarchist is merely a capitalist without money or power," he quoted. "What do you want of us?" demanded Manthis, playing for time. "Very simple. This. I intend soon to begin awakening those who will serve me. First in New York, and then throughout the world. When I have a skeleton government built up, I will withdraw the wave and allow the people to revive. Clever, isn't it? Especially for such a madman as you think me." He snapped his fingers and leered cunningly at them. The doctor choked, but Jack's hand on his arm steadied him. "You have a very beautiful daughter," resumed their diabolical visitant. Leave my daughter's name out of this, cried Manthis, recoiling. Not at all. Her charm and ability have greatly impressed me. So impressed me that I have decided to make her my queen. You scum of the gutter! You filthy beast! I'd die before I'd be a party to such a thing. The doctor was beside himself. I consider myself justified, replied the other, taking great delight in baiting his foe. The world was never able to govern itself. We anarchists have bided our time, although overshadowed by communists, fascists, and other such ridiculous experimenters. Now comes our turn. I shall be the viceroy of God. Under my rule and that of Queen June, the world shall become a second heaven. He rolled his eyes upwards at those words. As he did so, Jack, who had been awaiting just such an opportunity, struck him on the jaw. The blow would have felled an ox, but Selinsky merely staggered back a step and snarled. Before Baron could renew the attack, he jerked an automatic from beneath his coat and leapt to the hall door. You I shall kill, he grinned evilly, but not now. First you must taste the horror of sinking into the long sleep. You have no more drug, nor can you obtain any. Those pitiful storage batteries will be exhausted by the time you have aroused the child, so you must sleep, unless you have the courage to kill yourself. Doctor, I deeply regret that this has occurred, but you see that I must let you and June sleep too. When I have need of you, I will recall you. That is all. Farewell. May God pity you, Baron. I will not. He sprang through the door and, the tails of his black coat flapping like the wings of a gigantic bat, vanished down the stairs. Manthis slammed the door and locked it, then leaned weakly against the panels and wiped his round face. His hands shook pitifully. This, then, is the end, he whispered hoarsely. Is there none of the drug left? Jack shook him out of his lethargy. Enough for half a portion for all of us, sighed the doctor, but what use of that? Better we poisoned ourselves now and escaped that demon. Nonsense! A half portion means 12 hours of life. In that time I can rig up the big transmitter. Perhaps there is still time to revive New York. Selinsky won't know that we have a generator until we turn on the power. Quick! Poor June must be nearly frightened to death at our shouting. But they found the girl sitting tense and jubilant at the controls. Father! Jack! She cried as the door opened. It's working! I saw her move. This means we may be able to revive the world. Her face was streaked with tears. Her heart's beating, whispered the doctor, feeling the child's pulse. Slow but steady. She'll regain consciousness any moment now. No time to wait. Disregarding June's cry of protest, Jack stripped off the electrodes. We must get the big machine working. But the little thing will die again, cried June, throwing herself on her knees beside the tot. I didn't think you could be so cruel. Selinsky has cut off our drug supply, explained Manthis gently. He's operating the other station. Don't blame Jack. We must work fast. You mean that Russian is responsible for all this? Yes, child. But maybe we can defeat him yet. Don't lose courage. Now, I must go and prepare what's left of the drug. We're overdue for it now. Meanwhile, Jack was busy running leads from the generator room, connecting banks of tubes, stringing an aerial on the terrace. 12 hours! 12 hours! He muttered. Just time to make it if the doctor's calculations are correct. June, hand me those pliers, but be careful of the wires. I haven't had time to insulate them. When we start the dynamo, they'll be carrying 12,000 volts. But won't Selinsky and his men come back and kill us? For the first time, the full weight of despair descended upon her brave spirit. Probably. Does your father have a revolver? I think so. Find out. Jack connected a loading coil with deft fingers. Then go down to a sporting goods store and get some ammunition. If there are any shotguns in the place, bring 2 back and plenty of buckshot shells. I don't think we're being watched yet, but if you're attacked, run for it. Noting she looked hurt at his abruptness, he kissed her quickly. Sorry, darling. Every second counts. Run along, like a good girl. She smiled for the first time in a long while and patted his hand. When she returned, 2 shotguns and several boxes of shells held like wood in her bent arms, the generator was sparking merrily. The gasoline engine barked steadily, and the vacuum tubes glowed green. Manthis came in at that moment and injected the remaining drug as Jack gave crisp orders. Automatically, the engineer had taken command. I'll get things going and handle the dials until Selinsky sends his rats down on us. June, You watch the street door. Run up at the first sign of an attack. After that you'll take my place and hold it, no matter what happens, until we succeed or are killed. The doctor and I will go downstairs when you come up, and hold them off or retreat slowly. Thank heaven we can command both the front and rear stairway from the halls. Now, Doctor, watch the circuit breaker. I'm going to throw on full power. As he advanced the rheostat, the tubes glowed brighter, bathing the room in an unearthly light. Jack adjusted his headset and smiled up at June. She kissed him bravely before hurrying to her dangerous post. Once more he sat listening to that whining, fluctuating wave. The engineer's thoughts wavered between speculations on the future, fond memories of June, and impatience with the dragging hours. Would nothing ever happen? Through the earphones now came a jangling, agonized whine, as if the two antagonistic waves were endowed with life and actually struggling in the ether. From time to time his glance wandered to the child, who, having obtained a head start through her preliminary treatment, now was stirring fretfully. Slowly the time plodded by. Jack smoked cigarette after cigarette in an effort to fight off the drowsiness which loaded his eyelids with lead. It must have been 3 o'clock when a whimper from the divan apprised them that the child had at last awakened. "Where's Mama?" She blinked into the glare. "I've lost my Mama." There, honey," soothed the doctor, stopping his pacing up and down the room and picking her up. "Your Mama had to go away for a while. She'll be back any minute. Let's go find a drink of water, and I've something for you to play with, too." Gently he carried her into June's bedroom. Soon he reappeared and patted Jack on the shoulder. "Our first victory," he said in a broken voice. "She's in perfect condition and sleeping naturally now. I gave her one of June's old dolls to play with." He sighed and collapsed into the nearest chair. "I'm almost dead with the strain of it. Do you think there's a chance?" 3 more hours should turn the trick. I don't understand why Selinsky... The crash of a shotgun, coming faint but clear from the street below, brought him up short. The shot was answered by a volley of rifle fire. Jack almost lost the wave in his excitement, but regained it with a desperate twist of the wrist. No time for nerves now. He must be calm. "Go down and hold them until June can get back to relieve me," he ordered. "Hurry! They may rush her any moment." The doctor seemed 10 years younger as he thrust a revolver into his pocket, snatched a shotgun from behind the door, and ran out. The commotion had awakened the child, who started whimpering, adding further to Jack's distractions. Yet he managed, in spite of ghastly mental pictures of June being torn to pieces by her attackers, to keep his hands steady. A few minutes later, she slipped into the room and laid her cold cheek against his before taking her place at the instruments. "It's all right," she added. "I don't think they'll attack in the dark. There are 5 of them. I'm sure I wounded or killed one. They weren't expecting our guard. I left the gun with Father. He's behind the cashier's desk." Then, all her courage evaporating, she turned an appealing, little girl face toward her lover. "Don't let yourself be killed, Jack. I'd die too." "June, you're wonderful," he whispered. "I didn't know there was a girl alive as brave as you. Goodbye. No matter what happens, keep the wave in tune." He kissed her tenderly, trying not to think he had done so for the last time, and hurried out. The stairs were black as the inside of a tomb. Once he stumbled over the body of a charwoman, and came near falling headlong. "Nothing's happened since the first volley," whispered Manthis when Jack slipped into the cage. "They're holding off for dawn. Look." His voice wavered. Was that a face at the window? He fired wildly. Glass tinkled. "Easy," warned Baron. "Don't waste ammunition. Besides, if you get this place full of smoke, they'll jump us." Dawn was painting the windows grey when the assault began. Their first warning came when a small object was tossed into the lobby. It exploded in a cloud of white vapour. "Tear gas!" yelled Jack. "Back to the stairs!" They ran for cover, weeping and choking. They began a slow retreat up the stairways, Jack guarding the front and Manthis the back passages. At first it was a simple matter for their enemies to toss tear bombs through the fire doors, then, protected by respirators, capture another floor. But as the light increased, this became more and more hazardous. Twice a spray of buckshot laid a Selinsky man low. "He hasn't many men available," called Jack as the attack slackened. "But watch out, his time's about up. Hey, look at that woman!" A white-uniformed maid, whom he remembered having seen lying in the same spot every time he had climbed the stairs, had stirred weakly, as though about to wake. It was their glance at the sleeping form which undid them. When they looked up, both fire doors were open, and helmeted figures were emerging from them. The shotguns roared. 2 of their attackers collapsed, but the others came on. Before there was time for another shot, they were at close quarters. Standing back to back, Manthis and Jack clubbed their guns and held their ground. The fact that Solinsky and his men wore respirators handicapped them immensely, so that the 2 defenders kept a cleared circle about them. One of the attackers, more daring than the rest, leapt forward to engage the engineer. He collapsed with a crushed skull. Then, when victory seemed in their grasp, luck turned. At Jack's next blow, the stock of his weapon parted from the barrel, leaving him almost defenceless. At the same time, Manthis slipped and collapsed from a knife thrust. Jack was left alone to face 3 enemies, and would have been killed within the minute had not Solinsky, recalling the little time he had left to stop the interfering wave, deserted his comrades and sprinted for the laboratory. The seeming defection of their chief threw the other 2 attackers into momentary confusion. Before they could recover, Jack knocked one out with the gun barrel, then came a flying tackle at the other. But he had caught a Tartar. His remaining enemy was a gigantic Negro. Recovering from his surprise, the latter lifted high a glittering knife to finish his disarmed foe. Jack snatched at the uplifted arm, missed. A revolver cracked. The hooded Negro staggered, then crashed forward. "Remembered my pistol just in time," gasped the doctor from the floor. "Don't bother about me. I'm all right. Stop Solinsky, for God's sake." Although his lungs seemed bursting, Baron turned and flew up the stairs. Being familiar with every turn, he gained on the Russian and caught sight of the dreadful black coat-tails as his enemy burst through to the 20th floor. The locked door of the apartment baffled him only a moment. Stepping back, Solinsky hurled his giant frame against the panels. They splintered and crashed inward, but the delay allowed Jack to catch up. He leaped on the Russian's back. Locked together, they reeled into the living room. For a fleeting moment, Jack saw June sitting rigidly at the instruments. Her eyes were staring from their sockets, but her hands were steady. "I warned you to kill yourself." Solinsky's voice rose in a screaming whisper through the respirator. "Now I will do it." Displaying the strength of madness, he hurled Jack from him. Losing all control of his limbs, the younger man flew across the room and demolished the divan in his fall. But the thought of what Solinsky would do to June brought him back to the attack. The fury of their struggle wrecked the living room. Both bled from numerous wounds. One of the Russian's bleak eyes closed under a well-directed blow, but otherwise he seemed unaffected. Jack grappled again and realized his mistake as he was caught in a bone-cracking grip and forced into the laboratory. Baron felt a rib snap. A sweat of agony broke out over his body. Holding his enemy helpless, the invader worked his way toward the work table. They bumped against it, making the equipment totter perilously. Solinsky released his grip, snatched a bottle of distilled water and swung. Jack felt his head explode. The room went dark, but in his semi-consciousness he remembered he must not let the Russian reach that switch. As he slid slowly to the floor, he grasped the other's legs. The drug fiend tried to kick free, stumbled, struck the table with his hips. Throwing out his arms to regain his balance, he plunged one hand among the naked cables which led from the generator to the transformers and tubes. A blinding flash of light and the scream of a soul in torment followed. As a nauseating odour of burning flesh filled the room, the Russian was hurled backward like a rubber ball. He struck the window which overlooked the park, crashed through the large panel, and fell. June sat as though hypnotized, forcing herself to manipulate those dials. Jack crawled to the window and watched the black body swoop downward like a wounded bird, the coat flapping like crippled wings. After what seemed like an eon, it struck the edge of the subway kiosk, bounced like a rag doll, and sprawled across the pavement. Still, Jack did not move. Through a haze of his own blood, he stared, the fate of his enemy forgotten. All about the kiosk, bodies which had laid so still for the past week were moving. The little figures, not much larger than ants from that height, yawned, sat up, and stretched, as though it was the commonest thing in the world to take a nap in the midst of Fifth Avenue. It was as if the last swoop of that bat-like figure had returned them to consciousness. "The world is alive! The world is alive!" Baron croaked wildly as he felt his senses slipping from him. "We have won, June! We have won!" End of The End of Time by Wallace West. Recording by Megan Argo.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tabithat. He Walked Around the Horses by H. Beam Piper. This tale is based on an authenticated, documented fact. A man vanished right out of this world. And where he went... In November 1809, an Englishman named Benjamin Bathurst vanished inexplicably and utterly. He was en route to Hamburg from Vienna, where he had been serving as his government's envoy to the court of what Napoleon had left of the Austrian Empire. At an inn in Perleberg, in Prussia, while examining a change of horses for his coach, he casually stepped out of sight of his secretary and his valet. He was not seen to leave the inn-yard. He was not seen again, ever. At least, not in this continuum. From Baron Eugen von Krutz, Minister of Police, to His Excellency the Count von Berchtenwald, Chancellor to His Majesty Friedrich Wilhelm III of Prussia, 25th of November 1809. Your Excellency, a circumstance has come to the notice of this Ministry, the significance of which I am at a loss to define, but since it appears to involve matters of state, both here and abroad, I am convinced that it is of sufficient importance to be brought to your personal attention. Frankly, I am unwilling to take any further action in the matter without your advice. Briefly, the situation is this. We are holding, here at the Ministry of Police, a person giving his name as Benjamin Bathurst, who claims to be a British diplomat. This person was taken into custody by the police at Perleberg yesterday, as the result of a disturbance at an inn there. He is being detained on technical charges of causing disorder in a public place, and of being a suspicious person. When arrested, he had in his possession a dispatch case containing a number of papers. These are of such an extraordinary nature that the local authorities decline to assume any responsibility beyond having the man sent here to Berlin. After interviewing this person and examining his papers, I am, I must confess, in much the same position. This is not, I am convinced, any ordinary police matter. There is something very strange and disturbing here. The man's statements, taken alone, are so incredible as to justify the assumption that he is mad. I cannot, however, adopt this theory, in view of his demeanour, which is that of a man of perfect rationality, and because of the existence of these papers. The whole thing is mad, incomprehensible. The papers in question accompany, along with copies of the various statements taken at Perleberg, a personal letter to me from my nephew, Lieutenant Rudolf von Talberg. This last is deserving of your particular attention. Lieutenant von Talberg is a very level-headed young officer, not at all inclined to be fanciful or imaginative. It would take a good deal to affect him as he describes. The man calling himself Benjamin Bathurst is now lodged in an apartment here at the Ministry. He is being treated with every consideration, and except for freedom of movement accorded every privilege. I am most anxiously awaiting your advice, etc., etc. Krutz. Report of Traugott Zeller, Oberwachtmeister, Staatspolizei, made at Perleberg, 25th of November, 1809. At about 2 of the afternoon of Saturday the 25th of November, while I was at the police station, there entered a man known to me as Franz Bauer, an inn-servant employed by Christian Hauck at the sign of the Sword and Sceptre here in Perleberg. This man, Franz Bauer, made complaint to Staatspolizei Captain Ernst Hartenstein, saying that there was a madman making trouble at the inn where he, Franz Bauer, worked. I was therefore directed by Staatspolizei Captain Hartenstein to go to the Sword and Sceptre Inn, there to act at discretion to maintain the peace. Arriving at the inn in company with the said Franz Bauer, I found a considerable crowd of people in the common room, and in the midst of them the innkeeper, Christian Hauck, in altercation with a stranger. This stranger was a gentlemanly-appearing person, dressed in travelling clothes, who had under his arm a small leather dispatch-case. As I entered, I could hear him speaking in German with a strong English accent, abusing the innkeeper, the said Christian Hauck, and accusing him of having drugged his, the stranger's, wine, and of having stolen his, the stranger's, coach and four, and of having abducted his, the stranger's, secretary and servants. This the said Christian Hauck was loudly denying, and the other people in the inn were taking the innkeeper's part, and mocking the stranger for a madman. On entering, I commanded every one to be silent in the king's name, and then, as he appeared to be the complaining party of the dispute, I required the foreign gentleman to state to me what was the trouble. He then repeated his accusations against the innkeeper, Hauck, saying that Hauck, or rather another man who resembled Hauck and who had claimed to be the innkeeper, had drugged his wine and stolen his coach, and made off with his secretary and his servants. At this point the innkeeper and the bystanders all began shouting denials and contradictions, so that I had to pound on a table with my truncheon to command silence. I then required the innkeeper, Christian Hauck, to answer the charges which the stranger had made. This he did with a complete denial of all of them, saying that the stranger had had no wine in his inn, that he had not been inside the inn until a few minutes before, when he had burst in shouting accusations, and that there had been no secretary, and no valet, and no coachman, and no coach and four at the inn, and that the gentleman was raving mad. To all this he called the people who were in the common room to witness. I then required the stranger to account for himself. He said that his name was Benjamin Bathurst, and that he was a British diplomat returning to England from Vienna. To prove this, he produced from his dispatch case sundry papers. One of these was a letter of safe conduct issued by the Prussian Chancellery, in which he was named and described as Benjamin Bathurst. The other papers were English, all bearing seals, and appearing to be official documents. Accordingly, I requested him to accompany me to the police station, and also the innkeeper, and 3 men whom the innkeeper wanted to bring as witnesses. Traugott-Zeller, Oberwachtmeister. Report approved. Ernst Hartenstein, Staatspolizeikapitan. Statement of the so-called Benjamin Bathurst, taken at the police station at Perleburg, 25th of November, 1809. My name is Benjamin Bathurst, and I am Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary of the Government of His Britannic Majesty to the Court of His Majesty Franz I, Emperor of Austria, or at least I was until the events following the Austrian surrender made necessary my return to London. I left Vienna on the morning of Monday the 20th to go to Hamburg to take ship home. I was travelling in my own coach and four with my secretary, Mr. Bertram Jardine, and my valet, William Small, both British subjects, and a coachman, Joseph Bideck, an Austrian subject, whom I had hired for the trip. Because of the presence of French troops, whom I was anxious to avoid, I was forced to make a detour west as far as Salzburg before turning north towards Magdeburg, where I crossed the Elbe. I was unable to get a change of horses for my coach after leaving Gera till I reached Perleburg, where I stopped at the Sword and Sceptre Inn. Arriving there, I left my coach in the inn-yard, and I and my secretary, Mr. Jardine, went into the inn. A man, not this fellow here, but another rogue, with more beard and less paunch, and more shabbily dress, but as like him as though he were his brother, represented himself as the innkeeper, and I dealt with him for a change of horses, and ordered a bottle of wine for myself and my secretary, and also a pot of beer apiece for my valet and the coachman, to be taken outside to them. Then Jardine and I sat down to our wine at a table in the common room, until the man who claimed to be the innkeeper came back and told us that the fresh horses were harnessed to the coach and ready to go. Then we went outside again. I looked at the 2 horses on the off-side, and then walked around in front of the team to look at the 2 nigh-side horses. And as I did, I felt giddy as though I were about to fall, and everything went black before my eyes. I thought I was having a fainting spell, something I am not at all subject to, and I put out my hand to grasp the hitching bar, but could not find it. I am sure now that I was unconscious for some time, because when my head cleared, the coach and horses were gone, and in their place was a big farm waggon, jacked up in front, with the right front wheel off, and 2 peasants were greasing the detached wheel. I looked at them for a moment, unable to credit my eyes, and then I spoke to them in German, saying, "Where the devil's my coach and four?" They both straightened, startled. The one who was holding the wheel almost dropped it. "Pardon, Excellency," he said, "there's been no coach and four here all the time we've been here." "Yes," said his mate, "and we've been here since just afternoon." I did not attempt to argue with them. It occurred to me, and it is still my opinion, that I was the victim of some plot, that my wine had been drugged, that I had been unconscious for some time, during which my coach had been removed and this waggon substituted for it, and that these peasants had been put to work on it and instructed what to say if questioned. If my arrival at the inn had been anticipated and everything put in readiness, the whole business would not have taken 10 minutes. I therefore entered the inn, determined to have it out with this rascally innkeeper, but when I returned to the common room he was nowhere to be seen, and this other fellow, who is given his name as Christian Hauck, claimed to be the innkeeper and denied knowledge of any of the things I've just stated. Furthermore, there were 4 cavalrymen, Uhlans, drinking beer and playing cards at the table where Jardine and I had had our wine, and they claimed to have been there for several hours. I have no idea why such an elaborate prank, involving the participation of many people, should be played on me, except at the instigation of the French. In that case, I cannot understand why Prussian soldiers should lend themselves to it. Benjamin Bathurst. Statement of Christian Hauck, innkeeper, taken at the police station at Perleburg, 25th of November, 1809. May it please your honour, my name is Christian Hauck, and I keep an inn at the sign of the Sword and Sceptre, and have these past 15 years, and my father and his father before me, for the past 50 years, and never has there been complaint like this against my inn. Your honour, it is a hard thing for a man who keeps a decent house, and pays his taxes, and obeys the laws, to be accused of crimes of this sort. I know nothing of this gentleman, nor of his coach, nor his secretary, nor his servants. I never set eyes on him before he came bursting into the inn from the yard, shouting and raving like a madman, and crying out, "Where the devil's that rogue of an innkeeper?" I said to him, "I am the innkeeper. What cause have you to call me a rogue, sir?" The stranger replied, "You're not the innkeeper I did business with a few minutes ago, and he's the rascal I want to see. I want to know what the devil's been done with my coach, and what's happened to my secretary and my servants." I tried to tell him that I knew nothing of what he was talking about, but he would not listen, and gave me the lie, saying that he had been drugged and robbed, and his people kidnapped. He even had the impudence to claim that he and his secretary had been sitting at a table in that room, drinking wine, not 15 minutes before, when there had been 4 non-commissioned officers of the 3rd Uhlans at that table since noon. Everybody in the room spoke up for me, but he would not listen, and was shouting that we were all robbers and kidnappers and French spies and I don't know what all, when the police came. Your honour, the man is mad. What I have told you about this is the truth, and all that I know about this business, so help me God. Christian Hauck. Statement of Franz Bauer, inn servant, taken at the police station at Perleburg, 25th of November, 1809. May it please your honour, my name is Franz Bauer, and I am a servant at the Sword and Sceptre Inn, kept by Christian Hauck. This afternoon, when I went into the inn-yard to empty a bucket of slops on the dung-heap by the stables, I heard voices and turned round, to see this gentleman speaking to Wilhelm Beik and Fritz Herzer, who were greasing their waggon in the yard. He had not been in the yard when I had turned away to empty the bucket, and I thought that he must have come in from the street. This gentleman was asking Beik and Herzer where was his coach, and when they told him they didn't know, he turned and ran into the inn. Of my own knowledge, the man had not been inside the inn before then, nor had there been any coach or any of the people he spoke of at the inn, and none of the things he spoke of happened there, for otherwise I would know, since I was at the inn all day. When I went back inside, I found him in the common room shouting at my master, and claiming that he had been drugged and robbed. I saw that he was mad, and was afraid that he would do some mischief, so I went for the police. Franz Bauer, his ex, Mark. Statements of Wilhelm Beik and Fritz Herzer, peasants, taken at the police station at Perleburg, 25th of November, 1809. May it please your honour, my name is Wilhelm Beik, and I am a tenant on the estate of the Baron von Hentig. On this day, I and Fritz Herzer were sent into Perleburg with a load of potatoes and cabbages, which the innkeeper at the Sword and Sceptre had brought from the estate superintendent. After we had unloaded them, we decided to grease our wagon, which was very dry, before going back, so we unhitched and began working on it. We took about 2 hours, starting just after we'd eaten lunch, and in all that time there was no coach and 4 in the inn-yard. We were just finishing when this gentleman spoke to us, demanding to know where his coach was. We told him that there had been no coach in the yard all the time we'd been there, so he turned around and ran into the inn. At the time I thought that he'd come out of the inn before speaking to us, for I know that he could not have come in from the street. Now I do not know where he came from, but I know that I never saw him before that moment. Wilhelm Beik, his ex, Mark. I have heard the above testimony, and it is true to my own knowledge, and I have nothing to add to it. Fritz Herzer, his ex, Mark. From Staatspolizei Kapitan Ernst Hartenstein to His Excellency the Baron von Krutz, Minister of Police. 25th of November, 1809. Your Excellency, the accompanying copies of statements taken this day will explain how the prisoner, the so-called Benjamin Bathurst, came into my custody. I have charged him with causing disorder and being a suspicious person, to hold him until more can be learned about him. However, as he represents himself to be a British diplomat, I am unwilling to assume any further responsibility, and am having him sent to your Excellency in Berlin. In the first place, your Excellency, I have the strongest doubts of the man's story. The statement which he made before me and signed is bad enough, with the coach and four turning into a farm wagon, like Cinderella's coach into a pumpkin, and 3 people vanishing as though swallowed by the earth. But all this is perfectly reasonable and credible beside the things he said to me, of which no record was made. Your Excellency will have noticed in his statement certain allusions to the Austrian surrender, and to French troops in Austria. After his statement had been taken down, I noticed these allusions, and I inquired what surrender, and what were French troops doing in Austria. The man looked at me in a pitying manner, and said, "News seems to travel slowly hereabouts. Peace was concluded at Vienna on the 14th of last month, and as for what French troops are doing in Austria, they are doing the same things Bonaparte's brigands are doing everywhere in Europe." "And who is Bonaparte?" I asked. He stared at me as though I had asked him, "Who is the Lord Jehovah?" Then, after a moment, a look of comprehension came into his face. "So you Prussians concede him the title of Emperor, and refer to him as Napoleon," he said. "Well, I can assure you that His Britannic Majesty's government haven't done so, and never will. Not so long as one Englishman has a finger left to pull a trigger. General Bonaparte is a usurper. His Britannic Majesty's government do not recognise any sovereignty in France except the House of Bourbon." This he said very sternly, as though rebuking me. It took me a moment or so to digest that, and to appreciate all its implications. Why, this fellow evidently believed, as a matter of fact, that the French monarchy had been overthrown by some military adventurer named Bonaparte, who was calling himself the Emperor Napoleon, and who had made war on Austria and forced a surrender. I made no attempt to argue with him. One wastes time arguing with madmen. But if this man could believe that, the transformation of a coach and four into a cabbage wagon was a small matter indeed. So, to humour him, I asked if he thought General Bonaparte's agents were responsible for his trouble at the inn. "Certainly," he replied. "The chances are they don't know me to see me, and took Jardine for the minister and me for the secretary, so they made off with poor Jardine. I wonder, though, that they left me my dispatch case. And that reminds me, I'll want that back, diplomatic papers, you know." I told him very seriously that we would have to check his credentials. I promised him I would make every effort to locate his secretary and his servants and his coach, took a complete description of all of them, and persuaded him to go into an upstairs room, where I kept him under guard. I did start inquiries, calling in all my informers and spies, but, as I expected, I could learn nothing. I could not find anybody even who had seen him anywhere in Perleburg before he appeared at the Sword and Sceptre, and that rather surprised me, as somebody should have seen him enter the town or walk along the street. In this connection, let me remind your Excellency of the discrepancy in the statements of the servant, Franz Bauer, and of the 2 peasants. The former is certain the man entered the inn-yard from the street, the latter are just as positive that he did not. Your Excellency, I do not like such puzzles, for I am sure that all 3 were telling the truth to the best of their knowledge. They're ignorant common folk, I admit, but they should know what they did or did not see. After I got the prisoner into safe-keeping, I fell to examining his papers, and I can assure your Excellency that they gave me a shock. I had paid little heed to his ravings about the King of France being dethroned, or about this General Bonaparte who called himself the Emperor Napoleon, but I found all these things mentioned in his papers and dispatches, which had every appearance of being official documents. There was repeated mention of the taking, by the French, of Vienna last May, and of the capitulation of the Austrian Emperor to this General Bonaparte, and of battles being fought all over Europe, and I don't know what other fantastic things. Your Excellency, I have heard of all sorts of madmen, one believing himself to be the Archangel Gabriel, or Mohammed, or a werewolf, and another convinced that his bones are made of glass, or that he is pursued and tormented by devils. But so help me God, this is the first time I have heard of a madman who had documentary proof for his delusions. Does your Excellency wonder, then, that I want no part of this business?" But the matter of his credentials was even worse. He had papers sealed with the seal of the British Foreign Office, and to every appearance genuine, but they were signed as Foreign Minister by one George Canning, and all the world knows that Lord Castlereagh has been Foreign Minister these last 5 years. And to cap it all, he had a safe conduct, sealed with the seal of the Prussian Chancellery, the very seal, for I compared it under a strong magnifying glass with one that I knew to be genuine, and they were identical. And yet this letter was signed as Chancellor, not by Count von Berchtenwald, but by Baron Stein, the Minister of Agriculture, and the signature, as far as I could see, appeared to be genuine. This is too much for me, your Excellency. I must ask to be excused from dealing with this matter before I become as mad as my prisoner. I made arrangements accordingly with Colonel Keitel of the 3rd Uhlans to furnish an officer to escort this man into Berlin. The coach in which they come belongs to this police station, and the driver is one of my men. He should be furnished expense money to get back to Perleburg. The guard is a corporal of Uhlans, the orderly of the officer. He will stay with the Herr Oberleutnant, and both of them will return here at their own convenience and expense. I have the honour, your Excellency, to be, etc., etc., Ernst Hartenstein, Staatspolizeikapitan. From Oberleutnant Rudolf von Thalberg to Baron Eugen von Krutz. 26th of November, 1809. Dear Uncle Eugen, this is in no sense a formal report. I made that at the Ministry when I turned the Englishman and his papers over to one of your officers, a fellow with red hair and a face like a bulldog. But there are a few things which you should be told which wouldn't look well in an official report, to let you know just what sort of a rare fish has got into your net. I'd just come in from drilling my platoon yesterday when Colonel Keitel's orderly told me that the Colonel wanted to see me in his quarters. I found the old fellow in undress in his sitting-room smoking his big pipe. "Come in, Lieutenant, come in and sit down, my boy." He greeted me in that bluff, hearty manner which he always adopts with his junior officers when he has some particularly nasty job to be done. "How would you like to take a little trip into Berlin? I have an errand which won't take half an hour, and you can stay as long as you like, just so you're back by Thursday when your turn comes up for road patrol." Well, I thought, this is the bait. I waited to see what the hook would look like, saying that it was entirely agreeable with me, and asking what his errand was. "Well, it isn't for myself, Thalberg," he said. "It's for this fellow Hartenstein, the Staatspolizeikapitan here. Here's something he wants done at the Ministry of Police, and I thought of you, because I've heard you're related to the Baron von Krutz. You are, aren't you?" he asked, just as though he didn't know all about who all his officers are related to. "That's right, Colonel, the Baron is my uncle," I said. "What does Hartenstein want done?" "Why, he has a prisoner whom he wants taken to Berlin and turned over at the Ministry. All you have to do is to take him in a coach, and see he doesn't escape on the way, and get a receipt for him, and for some papers. This is a very important prisoner. I don't think Hartenstein has anyone he can trust to handle him. The prisoner claims to be some sort of a British diplomat, and for all Hartenstein knows, maybe he is. Also, he is a madman." "A madman?" I echoed. "Yes, just so. At least that's what Hartenstein told me. I wanted to know what sort of a madman. There are various kinds of madmen, all of whom must be handled differently. But all Hartenstein would tell me was that he had unrealistic beliefs about the state of affairs in Europe." "Ha! What diplomat hasn't?" I asked. Old Keitel gave a laugh somewhere between the bark of a dog and the croaking of a raven. "Yes, exactly. The unrealistic beliefs of diplomats are what soldiers die of," he said. "I said as much to Hartenstein, but he wouldn't tell me anything more. He seemed to regret having said even that much. He looked like a man who's seen a particularly terrifying ghost." The old man puffed hard at his famous pipe for a while, blowing smoke through his moustache. "Rudi, Hartenstein has pulled a hot potato out of the ashes this time, and he wants to toss it to your uncle before it burns his fingers. I think that's one reason why he got me to furnish an escort for his Englishman. Now look, you must take this unrealistic diplomat, or this undiplomatic madman, or whatever in blazes he is, into Berlin. And understand this." He pointed his pipe at me as though it were a pistol. "Your orders are to take him there and turn him over at the Ministry of Police. Nothing has been said about whether you turn him over alive or dead or half one and half the other. I know nothing about this business and want to know nothing. If Hartenstein wants us to play jail warders for him, then he must be satisfied with our way of doing it." Well, to cut short the story, I looked at the coach Hartenstein had placed at my disposal, and I decided to chain the left door shut on the outside so that it couldn't be opened from within. Then I would put my prisoner on my left so that the only way out would be past me. I decided not to carry any weapons which he might be able to snatch from me, so I took off my sabre and locked it in the seat box, along with the dispatch case containing the Englishman's papers. It was cold enough to wear a greatcoat in comfort, so I wore mine, and in the right side pocket, where my prisoner couldn't reach, I put a little leaded bludgeon and also a brace of pocket pistols. Hartenstein was going to furnish me a guard as well as a driver, but I said that I'd take a servant who could act as guard. The servant, of course, was my orderly, old Johann. I gave him my double hunting gun to carry, with a big charge of boar shot in one barrel and an ounce ball in the other. In addition, I armed myself with a big bottle of cognac. I thought that if I could shoot my prisoner often enough with that, he would give me no trouble. As it happened, he didn't, and none of my precautions, except the cognac, were needed. The man didn't look like a lunatic to me. He was a rather stout gentleman of past middle age, with a ruddy complexion and an intelligent face. The only unusual thing about him was his hat, which was a peculiar contraption looking like a pot. I put him in the carriage and then offered him a drink out of my bottle, taking one about half as big myself. He smacked his lips over it and said, "Well, that's real brandy. Whatever we think of their detestable politics, we can't criticize the French for their liquor." Then he said, "I'm glad they're sending me in the custody of a military gentleman, instead of a confounded gendarme. Tell me the truth, Lieutenant, am I under arrest for anything?" "Why," I said, "Captain Hartenstein should have told you about that. All I know is that I have orders to take you to the Ministry of Police in Berlin, and not to let you escape on the way. These orders I will carry out. I hope you don't hold that against me." He assured me that he did not, and we had another drink on it. I made sure again that he got twice as much as I did, and then the coachman cracked his whip and we were off for Berlin. Now, I thought, I'm going to see just what sort of a madman this is, and why Hartenstein is making a state affair out of a squabble at an inn. So I decided to explore his unrealistic beliefs about the state of affairs in Europe. After guiding the conversation to where I wanted it, I asked him, "What, Herr Bathurst, in your belief, is the real underlying cause of the present tragic situation in Europe?" That, I thought, was safe enough. Name me 1 year since the days of Julius Caesar when the situation in Europe hasn't been tragic. And it worked to perfection. "In my belief," says this Englishman, "the whole mess is the result of the victory of the rebellious colonists in North America and their blasted republic." Well, you can imagine that gave me a start. All the world knows that the American patriots lost their war for independence from England, that their army was shattered, that their leaders were either killed or driven into exile. How many times when I was a little boy did I not sit up long past my bedtime, when old Baron von Steuben was a guest at Talberg Schloss, listening open-mouthed and wide-eyed to his stories of that gallant lost struggle. How I used to shiver at his tales of the terrible winter camp, or thrill at the battles, or weep as he told how he held the dying Washington in his arms and listened to his noble last words at the Battle of Doylestown. And here this man was telling me that the patriots had really won, and set up the republic for which they had fought. I had been prepared for some of what Hartenstein had called unrealistic beliefs, but nothing as fantastic as this. "I can cut it even finer than that," Bathurst continued. "It was the defeat of Burgoyne at Saratoga. We made a good bargain when we got Benedict Arnold to turn his coat, but we didn't do it soon enough. If he hadn't been on the field that day, Burgoyne would have gone through Gates's army like a hot knife through butter." "But Arnold hadn't been at Saratoga." "I know. I've read much of the American War. Arnold was shot dead on New Year's Day of 1776 during the storming of Quebec. And Burgoyne had done just as Bathurst had said. He'd gone through Gates like a knife and down the Hudson to join Howe." "But Herr Bathurst," I asked, "how could that affect the situation in Europe? America is thousands of miles away across the ocean." "Ideas can cross oceans quicker than armies. When Louis XVI decided to come to the aid of the Americans, he doomed himself and his regime. A successful resistance to royal authority in America was all the French Republicans needed to inspire them. Of course, we have Louis's own weakness to blame, too. If he'd given those rascals a whiff of grape-shot when the mob tried to storm Versailles in 1790, there'd have been no French Revolution. But he had. when Louis XVI ordered the howitzers turned on the mob of Versailles, and then sent the dragoons to ride down the survivors, the Republican movement had been broken. That had been when Cardinal Talleyrand, who was then merely Bishop of Autun, had come to the fore and become the power that he is today in France, the greatest King's Minister since Richelieu. "And after that Louis's death followed as surely as night after day," Bathurst was saying. "And because the French had no experience in self-government, their republic was foredoomed. If Bonaparte hadn't seized power, somebody else would have. When the French murdered their king, they delivered themselves to dictatorship, and a dictator, unsupported by the prestige of royalty, has no choice but to lead his people into foreign war to keep them from turning upon him." It was like that all the way to Berlin. All these things seemed foolish by daylight, but as I sat in the darkness of that swaying coach, I was almost convinced of the reality of what he told me. I tell you, Uncle Eugen, it was frightening, as though he were giving me a view of hell. Gott in Himmel, the things that man talked of! Armies swarming over Europe, sack and massacre and cities burning, blockades and starvation, kings deposed, and thrones tumbling like tenpins. Battles in which the soldiers of every nation fought, and in which tens of thousands were mowed down like ripe grain. And over all the satanic figure of a little man in a grey coat, who dictated peace to the Austrian Emperor in Schönbrunn, and carried the Pope away a prisoner to Savona. Madman, eh? Unrealistic beliefs, says Hartenstein. Well, give me madmen who drool spittle and foam at the mouth and shriek obscene blasphemies, but not this pleasant-seeming gentleman who sat beside me and talked of horrors in a quiet, cultured voice while he drank my cognac. But not all my cognac. If your man at the Ministry, the one with red hair and the bulldog face, tells you that I was drunk when I brought in that Englishman, you had better believe him. Rudy. From Count von Berchtenwald to the British Minister, 28th of November, 1809. Honoured Sir, the accompanying dossier will acquaint you with the problem confronting this Chancellery, without needless repetition on my part. Please to understand that it is not, and never was, any part of the intentions of the Government of His Majesty Friedrich Wilhelm III to offer any injury or indignity to the Government of His Britannic Majesty George III. We would never contemplate holding in arrest the person or tampering with the papers of an accredited envoy of your Government. However, we have the gravest doubt, to make a considerable understatement, that this person, who calls himself Benjamin Bathurst, is any such envoy, and we do not think that it would be any service to the Government of His Britannic Majesty to allow an impostor to travel about Europe in the guise of a British diplomatic representative. We certainly should not thank the Government of His Britannic Majesty for failing to take steps to deal with some person who, in England, might falsely represent himself to be a Prussian diplomat. This affair touches us as closely as it does your own Government. This man had in his possession a letter of safe conduct, which you will find in the accompanying dispatch case. It is of the regular form, as issued by this Chancellery, and is sealed with the Chancellery seal, or with a very exact counterfeit of it. However, it has been signed as Chancellor of Prussia, with a signature indistinguishable from that of the Baron Stein, who is the present Prussian Minister for Agriculture. Baron Stein was shown the signature, with the rest of the letter covered, and without hesitation acknowledged it for his own writing. However, when the letter was uncovered and shown to him, his surprise and horror were such as would require the pen of a Goethe or a Schiller to describe, and he denied categorically ever having seen the document before. I have no choice but to believe him. It's impossible to think that a man of Baron Stein's honourable and serious character would be party to the fabrication of a paper of this sort. Even aside from this, I am in the thing as deeply as he is. If it is signed with his signature, it is also sealed with my seal, which has not been out of my personal keeping in the 10 years that I have been Chancellor here. In fact, the word impossible can be used to describe the entire business. It was impossible for the man Benjamin Bathurst to have entered the inn-yard, yet he did. It was impossible that he should carry papers of the sort found in his dispatch case, or that such papers should exist. Yet I am sending them to you with this letter. It is impossible that Baron von Stein would sign a paper of the sort he did, or that it should be sealed by the Chancellery. Yet it bears both Stein's signature and my seal. You will also find in the dispatch case other credentials, ostensibly originating with the British Foreign Office, of the same character, being signed by persons having no connection with the Foreign Office or even with the Government, but being sealed with apparently authentic seals. If you send these papers to London, I fancy you will find that they will there create the same situation as that caused here by this letter of safe conduct. I am also sending you a charcoal sketch of the person who calls himself Benjamin Bathurst. This portrait was taken without its subject's knowledge. Baron von Kritz's nephew, Lieutenant von Talberg, who is the son of our mutual friend Count von Talberg, has a little friend, a very clever young lady, who is, as you will see, an expert at this sort of work. She was introduced into a room at the Ministry of Police and placed behind a screen where she could sketch our prisoner's face. If you should send this picture to London, I think that there is a good chance that it might be recognized. I can vouch that it is an excellent likeness. To tell the truth, we are at our wits' end about this affair. I cannot understand how such excellent imitations of these various seals could be made, and the signature of the Baron von Stein is the most expert forgery that I have ever seen in 30 years' experience as a statesman. This would indicate careful and painstaking work on the part of somebody. How then do we reconcile this with such clumsy mistakes, recognizable as such by any schoolboy, as signing the name of Baron Stein as Prussian Chancellor, or Mr. George Canning, who is a member of the opposition party and not connected with your government, as British Foreign Secretary? These are mistakes which only a madman would make. There are those who think our prisoner is mad because of his apparent delusions about the great conqueror General Bonaparte, alias the Emperor Napoleon. Madmen have been known to fabricate evidence to support their delusions, it's true, but I shudder to think of a madman having at his disposal resources to manufacture the papers you will find in this dispatch case. Moreover, some of our foremost medical men, who have specialized in the disorders of the mind, have interviewed this man Bathurst and say that, save for his fixed belief in a non-existent situation, he is perfectly sane. Personally, I believe that the whole thing is a gigantic hoax, perpetrated for some hidden and sinister purpose, possibly to create confusion and to undermine the confidence existing between your government and mine, and to set against one another various persons connected with both governments, or else as a mask for some other conspiratorial activity. Only a few months ago, you will recall, there was a Jacobin plot unmasked at Cologne. But whatever this business may portend, I do not like it. I want to get to the bottom of it as soon as possible, and I will thank you, my dear sir, and your government, for any assistance you may find possible. I have the honour, sir, to be, etc., 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 Berchtenwald. From Baron von Kritz to the Count von Berchtenwald, most urgent, most important, to be delivered immediately and in person, regardless of circumstances. 28th of November, 1809. Count von Berchtenwald. Within the past half hour, that is, at about 11 o'clock tonight, the man calling himself Benjamin Bathurst was shot and killed by a sentry at the Ministry of Police while attempting to escape from custody. A sentry on duty in the rear courtyard of the Ministry observed a man attempting to leave the building in a suspicious and furtive manner. This sentry, who was under the strictest orders to allow no one to enter or leave without written authorization, challenged him. When he attempted to run, the sentry fired his musket at him, bringing him down. At the shot, the sergeant of the guard rushed into the courtyard with his detail, and the man whom the sentry had shot was found to be the Englishman, Benjamin Bathurst. He had been hit in the chest with an ounce ball and died before the doctor could arrive, and without recovering consciousness. An investigation revealed that the prisoner, who was confined to the 3rd floor of the building, had fashioned a rope from his bedding, his bed-cord and the leather strap of his bell-pull. This rope was only long enough to reach to the window of the office on the 2nd floor directly below, but he managed to enter this by kicking the glass out of the window. I'm trying to find out how he could do this without being heard. I can assure you that somebody is going to smart for this night's work. As for the sentry, he acted within his orders. I have commended him for doing his duty and for good shooting, and I assume full responsibility for the death of the prisoner at his hands. I have no idea why the so-called Benjamin Bathurst, who until now was well behaved and seemed to take his confinement philosophically, should suddenly make this rash and fatal attempt, unless it was because of those infernal dunderheads of madhouse doctors who have been bothering him. Only this afternoon they deliberately handed him a bundle of newspapers, Prussian, Austrian, French and English, all dated within the last month. They wanted, they said, to see how he would react. Well, God pardon them, they've found out. What do you think should be done about giving the body burial? Kritz. From the British Minister to the Count von Berchtenwald. December the 20th, 1809. My dear Count von Berchtenwald, Reply from London to my letter of the 28th, which accompanied the dispatch case and the other papers, has finally come to hand. The papers which you wanted returned, the copies of the statements taken at Perleburg, the letter to the Baron von Krutz from the police captain Hartenstein, and the personal letter of Krutz's nephew, Lieutenant von Tarlburg, and the letter of safe conduct found in the dispatch case, accompany herewith. I don't know what the people at Whitehall did with the other papers, tossed them into the nearest fire, for my guess. Were I in your place, that's where the papers I am returning would go. I have heard nothing yet from my dispatch of the 29th concerning the death of the man who called himself Benjamin Bathurst, but I doubt very much if any official notice will ever be taken of it. Your government had a perfect right to detain the fellow, and that being the case, he attempted to escape at his own risk. After all, sentries are not required to carry loaded muskets in order to discourage them from putting their hands in their pockets. To hazard a purely unofficial opinion, I should not imagine that London is very much dissatisfied with this denouement. His Majesty's Government are a hard-headed and matter-of-fact set of gentry who do not relish mysteries, least of all mysteries whose solution may be more disturbing than the original problem. This is entirely confidential, but those papers which were in that dispatch case kicked up the devil's own row in London, with half the Government bigwigs protesting their innocence to high heaven, and the rest accusing one another of complicity in the hoax. If that was somebody's intention, it was literally a howling success. For a while it was even feared that there would be questions in Parliament, but eventually the whole vexatious business was hushed. You may tell Count Tarlburg's son that his little friend is a most talented young lady. Her sketch was highly commended by no less an authority than Sir Thomas Lawrence. And here comes the most bedevilling part of a thoroughly bedevilled business. The picture was instantly recognised. It is a very fair likeness of Benjamin Bathurst, or should I say Sir Benjamin Bathurst, who is King's Lieutenant Governor for the Crown Colony of Georgia. As Sir Thomas Lawrence did his portrait a few years back, he is in an excellent position to criticise the work of Lieutenant von Tarlburg's young lady. However, Sir Benjamin Bathurst was known to have been in Savannah, attending to the duties of his office, and in the public eye, all the while that his double was in Prussia. Sir Benjamin does not have a twin brother. It has been suggested that this fellow might be a half-brother, but as far as I know there is no justification for this theory. The General Bonaparte, alias the Emperor Napoleon, who is given so much mention in the dispatches, seems also to have a counterpart in actual life. There is in the French army a colonel of artillery by that name, a Corsican who Gallicised his original name of Napoleone Buonaparte. He is a most brilliant military theoretician. I am sure some of your own officers, like General Scharnhorst, could tell you about him. His loyalty to the French monarchy has never been questioned. This same correspondence to facts seems to crop up everywhere in that amazing collection of pseudo-dispatches and pseudo-state papers. The United States of America, you will recall, was the style by which the rebellious colonies referred to themselves in the Declaration of Philadelphia. The James Madison, who is mentioned as the current President of the United States, is now living in exile in Switzerland. His alleged predecessor in office, Thomas Jefferson, was the author of the rebel declaration. After the defeat of the rebels, he escaped to Havana and died several years ago in the Principality of Liechtenstein. I was quite amused to find our old friend Cardinal Talleyrand, without the ecclesiastical title, cast in the role of chief adviser to the usurper Bonaparte. His Eminence, I have always thought, is the sort of fellow who would land on his feet on top of any heap, and who would as little scruple to be Prime Minister to His Satanic Majesty as to His Most Christian Majesty. I was baffled, however, by one name frequently mentioned in these fantastic papers. This was the English General Wellington. I haven't the least idea who this person might be. I have the honour, Your Excellency, etc., 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 Sir Arthur Wellesley. End of He Walked Around the Horses by H. Beam Piper.
History repeats. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History Repeats by George Oliver Smith. There are, and very probably always will be, some terrestrials who can't, and for that matter don't want, to call their souls their own. Xanabar lays across the spiral arm, a sprawling sphere of influence, vast, mighty, solid at the core. Only the far-flung boundary shows the slight ebb and flow of contingent cultures that may win a system or two today and lose them back tomorrow or 100 years from now. Xanabar is a trading post of the galaxy, for only Xanabar is strong enough to stand over the trading table when belligerents meet and offer to take them both at once if they do not sheath their swords. For this service, Xanabar assesses her percentage. Therefore Xanabar is rich. Her riches buy her mercenaries to enforce her doctrines. Therefore Xanabar is rotten at the undercore, for mercenaries have no god but gold. The clatter of 100 tongues mingled with the clink of glasses and floated through strata of smoke from burning weeds of 100 planets. From one of the tables, voices rise in mild disagreement. There is a jeering laugh from one side and a roar of anger from the other. Two men rise and face one another, ready to follow their insults with violence. Before the eruption can start, a mercenary steps forward on lithe feet and lightly catches the back-swung arm. A quick hand removes the poised glass before it can be thrown into the adversary's face. "Sit," says the mercenary in a cold voice, and they sit, still glaring at one another. "Now," says the mercenary, "settle your differences by talk, or depart in opposite directions. This is Xanabar." "He lies. He brags." "I do not lie. They are barbarians. I do not brag. I can bring you one." "You?" "A wager," said the mercenary. "A wager. Xanabar can take no tax in blood. He faces one. You claim you can do that which he says you cannot. Then, not waiting for a reply, he faces the other. And if he does, how much are you willing to pay? How much is his life worth? How much are you willing to pay?" demands the mercenary coldly. 500 weight in crystal cut. An honorable sum. Do you agree?" "Not enough." "For a task as easy as you claim it to be," said the mercenary, 500 weight of crystal cut seems honorable. But it means, we in Xanabar are not interested in the details, only in the tax. An honest wager contract, Outlanders. Otherwise I rule that your eruption here disturbed the peace. The two Outlanders look at one another. Schoolboys caught fighting in the alley by a monitor who demands a bite of their apple in lieu of a visit to the principal. As if loath to touch one another, they reach forward hesitantly and handshake in a quick, light grip. "Good," glows the mercenary. He waves a hand, and his fellows converge with a contract platen and an etching stylus. "Now, gentlemen, please state the terms for Xanabar." Peter Hawley strolled down a side street with a dog at his heel. It was a dog of many breeds, but not a mixture of careless parentage. Peter paused at a cross street, and looked uncertainly to left and right. "What do you make, Beauregard?" "The noble dog says right," replied Beauregard. "Right," said Peter, turning up the street, "and stop this noble dog routine." "Man is dog's best friend," said Beauregard. "If you called me something sensible, I wouldn't have looked it up. There is a statue to me in the Okefenokee back on Earth. I am the noble dog. Pogo says so." "Easy, Peter," says the dog in a near whisper. "All right, do we play down the chatter?" Beauregard sat, lifted his nose and sniffed. His natural voice gave a faint whine of discontent. "I'm supposed to have a nose," he complained. "This is like trying to smell out a lone mouse in a zoological garden in midsummer." "Why the warning?" asked Peter. "All races smell the same when they're poised for violence," said the dog. "Trouble is that man's smell isn't pointed the way it's going, only where it's coming from." Peter grunted. "Catch any woman smell?" "Just the usual whiff. Stale scent. She was here, she passed this way, but which way?" "We can guess they made it away from the spaceport. Unless," said the dog, taking another sniff of the air, "they're taking her back to some other spacecraft." Beauregard looked up at Peter. "Do you catch anything?" "Just the usual mingled fright and danger, frantic despair." "Directional?" Peter shook his head. "No," he said. "The source is too close." "Let's stroll up this street to the end and come back on the other side," said the dog, quietly. In a saunter they went, alert and poised, a man and his dog from all appearances. But in Xanabar, the principal city of Xanabar, the Empire, they were huntsman and companion. Like all cities of more than 10 million souls, Xanabar had its glistening and lofty area and its slums, and what could have been a waterfront region in a seafaring city. The conditions were the same as they'd been everywhere for a few decades of thousands of years. Only the technology changes. Man's cave is stainless steel and synthetic plastic. The cave's man is swinging a better axe, and his hide is protected from the weather by stuff far more durable than his own skin. But he's the same man with the same hackles. They just rise for a few more thousand reasons than the hackles of his ancestors. "Got it," said Beauregard, coming to a brief point at a closed door. "Let's go in." Beauregard's reply was a half snarl and half, "Look out!" Peter whirled to catch a glimpse of a man upon him with a pencil ray coming to point. He faded down and towards the other, almost in a fall out of the path of the pencil ray that flicked on and began a sweep upward and in. Peter caught his balance at the same time he clutched the wrist in his right hand. Then he went on down, around, and over, rising on his knee to flip the other man heels high in an arc that ended with a full-length, spine-thudding body smash on the pavement. Beauregard leaped in and slashed at the hand clutching the pencil ray, snapped his head back and forth thrice, and sent the weapon flying. Then, with a savage growl, he set a soft mouth against the other's throat and let the man feel the pressure of his fangs. "Easy," said Peter. Beauregard backed away a few inches. "Easy nothing," he snapped. "This man is Noble Dog's worst enemy. He wanted your blood." "Take it easy, I want his information." The man looked up. "Barbarian terrestrial," he snarled. Peter sneered. "And this is the capital city of the glorious civilization called Xanabar. Marble palaces with nobles of blood, and stinking alley with human rats. Where is she?" The stranger spat. "Beauregard, want some red meat?" "He'd make me up, Chuck. Only rodents eat their own kind." "Just a bite?" "Do I have to swallow?" "No, just slash." "Wait, barbarian." "Barbarian terrestrial, am I? You were maybe going to invite me for tea and cakes with that pencil ray?" "Talk," snapped Peter. "Where is she?" "Who?" "Beauregard." "Yes, boss." "The throat or the other hand?" "All right. For the good it'll do you, she's in there. Go on in, and we'll have the two of you." Beauregard growled. "3 of us, and we might be hard to handle." Peter stood up and hauled the stranger to his feet. His right hand dripped blood from the dog's teeth. Peter looked for and found the pencil ray smashed against the stone front of the building. He cuffed the stranger across the face, turned him around, and pointed him towards the far corner. "I count 3, he said. "If you're not out of sight by 3... "It'll be a pleasure, Peter," said Beauregard. The stranger loped away on a crazy run. As he turned the corner he ran face on to one of the uniformed mercenaries of Xanabar. The mercenary collared the stranger and took a quick inventory of the slashed right hand, the ripped clothing, and adding those to the frightened gallop, he came back with the stranger's left arm held in a backlock. Haughtily he demanded, "What goes on in Xanabar?" Peter eyed the mercenary sourly. "Kidnapping and attempted murder." "Who says such lawlessness runs rife in Xanabar?" "I say so. Peter Hawley of the Extraterrestrial Service." "I say so." "You are mistaken, barbarian." "I say so," said Beauregard. "You're an animal." "I am, and so are you." "I'll not be insulted by an animal. I am—" "Take it easy, Beauregard." "Take it easy nothing. This mercenary foot soldier forgets one thing, or maybe he doesn't know about it." "Don't call His Excellency's peacekeepers mercenaries," snapped the mercenary. "Peacekeeper?" chuckled the dog. "Well, listen and become wise. Dog and man, man and dog, have been together for about 500,000 years. Once dog helped man in war and peace, and man gave dog food and shelter. Dog helped man rise above the level of savage, and man has helped dog rise to the level of intelligence. But dog has one advantage. None of us has been intelligent long enough to really believe that dog has a soul. And those of us who do believe that also know that dog's soul is devoted to man. Do you know about dog, Xanabian, peacekeeper? No? Then don't force me to show you what kind of adversary intelligent dog can be. Mere man is a pushover." "Bah!" Beauregard loped in a mad circle about the mercenary. His Excellency's peacekeeper turned to stay facing the dog but found himself turning his back on Peter. He stepped back and to one side and reached for his heavy-duty pencil. The dog gave a low growl of warning and crouched for a leap. "He means it, Peacekeeper," said Peter Hawley quietly. "Draw that pencil and he'll have your hand in ribbons before you can level it." The mercenary drew in his breath. "Whistle for help and he'll have your throat." "I shall not permit this high-handed—" "Then stop sounding off and listen to us," snapped Peter. "I charge the Empire of Xanabar with the crime of being indifferent to the welfare of the stranger within her gate. I charge kidnapping and attempted murder, and I charge the latter against the specimen you hold in your hand. An outlander? Does he bring his own law to Xanabar? If he does, then so do I. I arrest you all for breaking the peace of Xanabar." "Me, too?" asked Beauregard. The mercenary ignored the dog's eager sally. "You are armed, Terrestrial." So was he. "So am I," snarled Beauregard, showing a fine set of white fangs in the most effective gesture. "This must cease," thundered the mercenary. "You cannot threaten His Excellency's peacekeepers." Beauregard growled. "Slip the mercenary a crystal cut, boss. We've got a girl to find." "A girl? A Terrestrial girl?" asked the mercenary, with his eyes opening. "The daughter of our envoy to Lonophyte, Miss Vanessa Lewis. Last reported in her stateroom aboard the terrestrial spacecraft Polaris during landing pattern at Xanabar Citadel Spaceport." The mercenary said, "A work of outlanders, riffraff such as this." "Well," snapped Peter Hawley, "do His Excellency's peacemakers condone such goings-on? We keep the peace of Xanabar. Your charge is your word, Terrestrial. Terrestrial barbarian, isn't it? I arrest you." "Oh, stop it. For 5 weight of crystal cut can you be bribed to haul that specimen off to jail and let me go about making my own peace with Xanabar? You accuse me of accepting bribes? You're a mercenary, aren't you? 7 weight of crystal cut." "10." "7," said Peter. "10," said the mercenary, "and you have 1 more caper coming." "10," agreed Peter Hawley. "And you look the other way when I take the lid off." "Still got it," said Beauregard, sniffing at the closed door but keeping one eye on the disappearing mercenary and his prisoner. "I've got it, too. Still fright and concern, fear of harm, concern over what happens next. Strong?" "Definitely," said Peter, closing his eyes and holding his breath. "Nothing measurable?" asked the dog after a full minute. "No. Too bad I was never introduced to her. I have no idea of her strength of mind. Wait." Another minute went by in personal silence. Peter Hawley's concentration was far too deep to be disturbed by the sounds of the city's spaceport slum by night. The dog backed away from the door and took an alert position to guard Peter while the man was immersed in his own mind. Finally Peter alerted and shook his head sadly. "I thought for a moment that she'd caught me. A fleeting thought of rescue or escape, concept of freedom, flight, safety. But wish thinking, not communication. Let's go in." "Barge or slink?" asked the dog. "Slink." "Have it your way," said Beauregard. Outside, the place looked closed. The door was solid, a plastic in imitation of bronze, through which neither light nor sound passed. The windows were dark, but once the door was cracked, the wave of sound came pouring out along the slit of light and filled the street with echo and re-echo. "Slink, now," said the dog, "so everyone makes mistakes." Inside, a woman leaned over a low counter. "Check your say, you can't bring that animal in here." Beauregard said, "He isn't bringing me. I'm here because I like it." The woman's eyes bugged. "What? Kind?" "I am man's best friend, the noble dog of barbarian Terra." "Yes, but—" "Oh," said Peter airily, "we're looking for a friend." "Friend? Who is he?" "It's a she, and her name is Vanessa Lewis. She ain't here. The dame's a liar-ess. Peter, I sent her strong." "We'll just take a look around," said Peter to the check girl. "You'll have to check your weapons." "I'd rather go in naked. Sorry, not today. Weapons happen to be my business today. Come on, Beauregard." Man and dog started along the hallway warily. Beauregard said, "Any touch?" "Got a faint impression of alarm. Danger. Call out the guards." "I scent violence," said the dog. "And—" The door at the end of the hallway opened and a big man stepped out. "What's going on here?" he demanded flatly. The check girl said, "He wouldn't check." The big man reached for his hip pocket. Peter said, "Take him high," and they plunged. Peter dove for the man's knees. Beauregard went in a 3-stride lope like an accordion, folding and unfolding, and then arched in a long leap with his snarling fangs aimed at the man's throat. Man and dog hit him low and high before he could open his mouth, before he could free the snub pencil ray. There was a short scrabble that ended when Beauregard lifted the man's head and whammed it down hard against the floor. Weakly the Czech girl finished her statement, his weapons, and keeled over in a dead faint. Beauregard shook himself violently and worked his jaws, licking blood from his chops. Peter looked in through the open wall door opposite the check counter. The racket had not been noticed by the roomful of spacemen and riffraff. The babble of 100 tongues still went on amid the clink of glasses and the disturbing strains of Zanabian music. Smoke from 100 semi-noxious weeds lay in strata across the room, and at a table in the far corner 2 men faced one another, their expressions a mixed pair. One held a heavily begrudged admiration as he paid off 500 weight of crystal cut in the legal tender of Xanabar to the other, whose expression was greedy self-confidence. One of His Excellency's peacekeepers presided over the exchange. Coldly he extracted a 50 weight from the pile and folded it into the signed and completed wager contract. For his own coffer he extracted a 5 weight and slipped it into his boot top. Peter Hawley and Beauregard passed on, went through the far door dragging their late adversary ignominiously by the heels. Amid the lessened publicity of the distant hall, Peter checked the man and shrugged. "He may live," he said coldly, "if he doesn't bleed to death." "You really ought to take 'em on the high side," said Beauregard, plaintively. "All I've got is my teeth to grab with. They don't bleed so bad from the ankle." "They don't stay stopped that way either," said Peter harshly. "You'd not be getting any praise from the chief for that sort of brutality. If Xanabar weren't rotten to the core, we wouldn't be plowing through it in the first place. Now let's get going." "Shouldn't you call the rest of the crew?" "Not until I'm certain the girl's here. I'd hate to cut the city-wide search for cold evidence. She's here. I sent her." "Maybe it's past tense, Beauregard, or maybe it's another woman." "Could be, but one thing, it's definitely terrestrial woman." The dog sniffed again. "You get anything?" "No more than before. It's close, and they're the same set of impressions, yet any woman would be frantic with fear and concern. Shh." Beauregard's sharp ears lifted instinctively at a distant sound not heard by the man. With a toss of his head, the dog folded one ear back, uncovering the inner shell. Like a sonic direction finder, Beauregard turned his head and listened. "Man," he said finally with a low growling voice, "Peter, there'll be hell to pay around here directly." He stumbled over our recent conquest. "Let's get cutting." Peter started trying doors and peering in. The dog raced on ahead of the man, sniffing deep at the bottom of each. It was the dog that found the room. He called, "Here," and Peter raced forward just as the fellow on the stairs yelled something in his native tongue. Peter hit the door with the heel of his foot and slammed it open by splintering the doorframe. The dog crouched low and poised. Peter slipped in and around, feeling for a light switch. From the inside there was a voiceless whimper of fright, and from the outside and below came the pounding of several sets of heavy feet. Peter found the switch and flooded the room with light. The girl, whether she was Miss Vanessa Lewis or someone else, and kidnap-wise it was still a terrestrial girl, lay trussed on the bed, a patch of surgical tape over her mouth. "Sorry," said Peter in a voice that he hoped was soothing. He reached, freed a corner of the tape, and ripped it off in a single swipe. The girl howled. Peter slapped her lightly. "Stop it," he commanded sharply. "Vanessa Lewis?" "Yes, but—" "Call out the Marines, Peter," snarled the dog. "No! Beau! Back!" Reluctantly the dog backed into the room. He crouched low, poised to spring, with his nose just beyond the doorframe. "4 of them," he whimpered pleadingly. "I can get 2." "Well, I can't get the other 2 unless I'm lucky," snapped Peter. "Don't be so eager to die for nothing, Beauregard." "All this calculation," grumbled the dog sourly. "I don't call it a loss if I get 2 for 1. I call it a loss if I don't get 4 for nothing, or the whole damned empire of Xanabar for nothing, for that matter. We've got a job to do, and it ain't dying, until Miss Lewis is out of this glorious citadel." The girl looked from one to the other. They did not need any identification. They were their own bona fides. Only man, terrestrial man, had intelligent dogs to work beside him. Period. Question closed. Beauregard snarled at the door warningly while Peter stripped surgical tape from wrists and ankles. Outside, someone called, "Come out or we blast!" Beauregard snarled, "Come in and we'll cut you to bits!" A quick flash of a pencil ray flicked in a lance above the dog's nose. Beauregard snapped back as the lancet of light cut downward, then snapped forward for a quick look outside as the little pencil of danger flickered dark. "Careful, Beau. You call the boys," snapped the dog. "I'll—" Something came twisting forward to hit the doorframe. It dropped just inside the door jamb. Beauregard leaped, snapped at the thing and caught it in midair, snapped his head in a vicious shake and sent it whirling back outside again before it could be identified. The dog sunfished and landed on all four. Then the thing went off with a dull poof outside. There was a gentle flash of quick light that was smothered by a billow of smoke. Beauregard leaped into the cloud and disappeared. There was a hoarse shriek and a mad scramble of dog claws on the hard floor, the sound of a heavy thud, and the angry snarl of a dog with its teeth fastened into something soft. Then there was the fast patter of dog feet, and Beauregard came around the door on a dead run, sliding sidewise to caroom off the open door into safety just as a pencil ray flicked to follow him. "Got him," said the dog in a satisfied tone. "That's one." He took his post by the door frame again, the tip of his nose just outside. There was a consultation out there in the hallway, at which Beauregard called, "Make a wild rush for us." Miss Lewis said, "What are we going to do?" "Fight it out," said Peter. "They can't win so long as we're alive now. I've got my crew on its way in a dead run, and if we make enough noise, some of His Excellency's peacemakers will step in and demand their cut of the finances." He grinned. "How much are you worth, Miss Lewis?" She shuddered. "I don't know how much my father would pay." "Hit 'em low, Peter," came Beauregard's snarl. Three of them came in aslant, bounced shoulders against the open door, caught their bearings, and hell was out for noon. Beauregard caught the first with a slash at the throat. They went down in a mad whirl of dog and thug, paws, tail, arms, legs, and a spurt of blood. The second flicked his pencil ray at Peter. Its capsule charge faded to a mere sting before it cut into him. The third aimed a kick at the struggling dog. Vanessa Lewis snatched a box from the bureau and hurled it at the second. Peter thumbed his pencil ray and winged the third man in the biceps. Beauregard leaped for the second man's gun hand and closed on it as the hurled box opened and scattershotted his face with bric-a-brac. The man with the bloody throat flailed out and caught Peter by the ankle. Peter stomped his face with the other heel. Miss Lewis picked up the table lamp and with a single motion turned off the light and finished felling the one with the ray-burned shoulder. Beauregard dropped from the second man's wrist and crouched to spring. The man cowered back, his good arm covering his throat and his other arm hanging limp. He mouthed fright noises in some tongue native to some star 1,000 light-years across the galaxy. Coldly, Peter stepped forward and belted them in the plexus. "Now," he said calmly, "we shall vacate the premises." They went side by side, facing slightly outward, Beauregard between them and slightly ahead. "We're coming out," called the dog. "3 barbarians from Terra." Down on the dark street they met their mercenary again. He eyed them sourly. "I see you were, in a sense, successful." Peter Hawley faced the mercenary. "We were successful, and would you like to make something of it?" "I'm going to have to arrest you, you know." "You'll lose an arm trying," snapped the dog. "There's murder been committed tonight," said His Excellency's peacemaker. "The peace of Xanabar has been disturbed." "Why, you chiseling crook, there's been kidnapping tonight and—" "I'm afraid that I shall have to ask that the young lady produce her passport," said the mercenary. "Otherwise she's in Xanabar Citadel illegally." Beauregard said, "Hit him low, Peter. Here come the boys." "No." "Just once, for fun." "No. I want our money-grubbing peacekeeper to carry a message to His Excellency. I want His Excellency to read some terrestrial history. Once upon a time there was a place called the Byzantine Empire that laid across the trade routes. The upper crust of the people used to serve the presence of God in a golden throne, whilst their underlings dealt in human slaves and procured comely concubines for their emperor. Their policemen took bribes, and human life was cheap. And when Byzantium fell, all the world was forced to seek a new trade route. So tell His Excellency that he'd better clean up his own foul mess, or some barbarians will clean it up for him. And that, said Beauregard, goes for your dad-ratted cat. End of History Repeats by George Oliver Smith.
Last Evolution by John W. Campbell, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by Timo Bingman. The Last Evolution by John W. Campbell, Jr. I am the last of my type existing today in all the solar system. I too am the last existing who in memory sees the struggle for this system. And in memory I am still close to the center of rulers, for mine was the ruling type then. But I will pass soon, and with me will pass the last of my kind, a poor inefficient type, but yet the creators of those who are now and will be long after I pass forever. So I am setting down my record on the mentatype. It was 2,538 years after the year of the Son of Man. For 6 centuries mankind had been developing machines. The ear apparatus was discovered as early as 700 years before. The eye came later. The brain came much later. But by 2500, the machines had been developed to think and act and work with perfect independence. Man lived on the products of the machine, and the machines lived to themselves very happily and contently. Machines are designed to help and cooperate. It was easy to do the simple duties they needed to do that men might live well, and men had created them. Most of mankind were quite useless, for they lived in a world where no productive work was necessary. But games, athletic contests, adventure, these were the things they sought for their pleasure. Some of the poorer types of man gave themselves up wholly to pleasure and idleness, and to emotions. But man was a sturdy race which had fought for existence through 1,000,000 years, and the training of 1,000,000 years does not slough quickly from any form of life. So their energies were bent to mock battles now, since real ones no longer existed. Up to the year 2100, the numbers of mankind had increased rapidly and continuously. But from that time on, there was a steady decrease. By 2500, their number was a scant 2 million, out of a population that once totaled many hundreds of millions and was close to 10 billions in 2100. Some few of these remaining 2 millions devoted themselves to the adventure of discovery and exploration of places unseen, of other worlds and other planets. But fewer still devoted themselves to the highest adventure, the unseen places of the mind. Machines with their irrefutable logic, their cold preciseness of figures, their tireless, utterly exact observation, their absolute knowledge of mathematics, they could elaborate any idea, however simple its beginning, and reach the conclusion. From any 3 facts they even then could have built in mind all the universe. Machines had imagination of the ideal sort. They had the ability to construct a necessary future result from a present fact. But man had imagination of a different kind. Theirs was the illogical, brilliant imagination that sees the future result vaguely, without knowing the why nor the how, an imagination that outstrips the machine in its preciseness. Man might reach the conclusion more swiftly, but the machine always reached the conclusion eventually, and it was always the correct conclusion. By leaps and bounds man advanced. By steady, irresistible steps the machine marched forward. Together, man and the machine were striding through science irresistibly. Then came the outsiders. Whence they came neither machine nor man ever learned, save only that they came from beyond the outermost planet, from some other sun. Sirius, Alpha Centauri, perhaps. First a thin scout line of 100 great ships, mighty torpedoes of the void, 1,000 kilons in length, they came. And one machine returning from Mars to Earth was instrumental in its first discovery. The transport machine's brain ceased to radiate its sensations, and the control in Old Chicago knew immediately that some unperceived body had destroyed it. An investigation machine was instantly dispatched from Deimos, and it maintained an acceleration of 1,000 units. They sighted 10 huge ships, one of which was already grappling the smaller transport machine. The entire foresection had been blasted away. The investigation machine, scarcely 3 inches in diameter, crept into the shattered hull and investigated. It was quickly evident that the damage was caused by a fusing ray. Strange life forms were crawling about the ship, protected by flexible, transparent suits. Their bodies were short and squat, 4-limbed and evidently powerful. They, like insects, were equipped with a thick, durable exoskeleton, horny brownish coating that covered arms and legs and head. Their eyes projected slightly, protected by horny protruding walls, eyes that were capable of movement in every direction, and there were 3 of them, set at equal distances apart. The tiny investigation machine hurled itself violently at one of the beings, crashing against the transparent covering, flexing it and striking the being inside with terrific force. Hurled from his position, he fell end over end across the weightless ship, but despite the blow, he was not hurt. The investigator passed to the power room ahead of the outsiders, who were anxiously trying to learn the reason for their companion's plight. Directed by the Center of Rulers, the investigator sought the power room and relayed the control signals from the ruler's brains. The ship brain had been destroyed, but the controls were still readily workable. Quickly they were shot home and the enormous plungers shut. A combination was arranged so that the machine as well as the investigator and the outsiders were destroyed. A second investigator, which had started when the plan was decided on, had now arrived. The outsider's ship nearest the transport machine had been badly damaged, and the investigator entered the broken side. The scenes were of course remembered by the memory minds back on Earth, tuned with that of the investigator. The investigator flashed down corridors, searching quickly for the apparatus room. It was soon seen that within the machines were practically unintelligent, very few machines of even slight intelligence being used. Then it became evident by the excited action of the men of the ship that the presence of the investigator had been detected. Perhaps it was the control impulses or the signal impulses it emitted. They searched for the tiny bit of metal and crystal for some time before they found it. And in the meantime it was plain that the power these outsiders used was not, as was ours of the time, the power of blasting atoms, but the greater power of disintegrating matter. The findings of this tiny investigating machine were very important. Finally, they succeeded in locating the investigator, and one of the outsiders appeared armed with a peculiar projector. A bluish beam snapped out and the tiny machine went blank. The fleet was surrounded by thousands of the tiny machines by this time, and the outsiders were badly confused by their presence, as it became difficult to locate them in the confusion of signal impulses. However, they started at once for Earth. The science investigators had been present toward the last, and I am there now in memory with my 2 friends long since departed. They were the greatest human science investigators, Roll 25374 and Tress 35429. Roll had quickly assured us that these outsiders had come for invasion. There had been no wars on the planets before that time in the direct memory of the machines, and it was difficult that these who were conceived and built for cooperation, helpfulness, utterly dependent on cooperation, unable to exist independently as were humans, that these life forms should care to destroy merely that they might possess. It would have been easier to divide the works and the products, but life alone can understand life. So Roll was believed. From investigations, machines were prepared that were capable of producing considerable destruction. Torpedoes, being our principal weapon, were equipped with such atomic explosives as had been developed for blasting. A highly efficient induction heat ray developed for furnaces, being installed in some small machines made for the purpose in the few hours we had before the enemy reached Earth. In common with all life forms, they were able to withstand only very meager Earth acceleration. A range of perhaps 4 units was their limit, and it took several hours to reach the planet. I still believe the reception was a warm one. Our machines met them beyond the orbit of Luna, and the directed torpedoes sailed at the 100 great ships. They were thrown aside by a magnetic field surrounding the ship, but were redirected instantly and continued to approach. However, some beams reached out and destroyed them by instant volatilization. But they attacked at such numbers that fully half the fleet was destroyed by their explosions before the induction beam fleet arrived. These beams were, to our amazement, quite useless, being instantly absorbed by a force screen, and the remaining ships sailed on undisturbed, our torpedoes being exhausted. Several investigator machines sent out for the purpose soon discovered the secret of the force screen, and while being destroyed, were able to send back signals up to the moment of annihilation. A few investigators thrown into the heat beam of the enemy reported it identical with ours, explaining why they had been prepared for this form of attack. Signals were being radiated from the remaining 50 along a beam. Several investigators were sent along these beams, speeding back at great acceleration. Then the enemy reached Earth. Instantly they settled over the Colorado settlement, the Sahara colony, and the Gobi colony. Enormous diffused beams were set to work, and we saw through the machine screens that all humans within these ranges were being killed instantly by the faintly greenish beams. Despite the fact that any life form killed normally can be revived, unless affected by dissolution common to living tissue, these could not be brought to life again. The important cell communication channels, nerves, had been literally burned out. The complicated system of nerves called the brain, situated in the uppermost extremity of the human life form, had been utterly destroyed. Every form of life, microscopic, even submicroscopic, was annihilated. Trees, grass, every living thing was gone from that territory. Only the machines remained, for they, working entirely without the vital chemical forces necessary to life, were uninjured. But neither plant nor animal was left. The pale green rays swept on. In an hour, 3 more colonies of humans had been destroyed. Then the torpedoes that the machines were turning out again came into action. Almost desperately, the machines drove them at the outsiders in defense of their masters and creators, mankind. The last of the outsiders was down, the last ship a crumpled wreck. Now the machines began to study them, and never could humans have studied them as the machines did. Scores of great transports arrived, carrying swiftly the slower-moving science investigators. From them came the machine investigators and human investigators. Tiny investigator spheres wormed their way where none others could reach, and silently the science investigators watched. Hour after hour they sat watching the flashing changing screens, calling each other's attention to this or that. In an incredibly short time the bodies of the outsiders began to decay, and the humans were forced to demand their removal. The machines were unaffected by them, but the rapid change told them why it was that so thorough an execution was necessary. The foreign bacteria were already at work on totally unresisting tissue. It was Roll who sent the first thoughts among the gathered men. "It is evident," he began, "that the machines must defend man. Man is defenseless. He is destroyed by these beams while the machines are unharmed, uninterrupted. Life, cruel life, has shown its tendencies. They have come here to take over these planets and have started out with the first natural moves of any invading life form. They are destroying the life, the intelligent life particularly, that is here now." He gave vent to that little chuckle which is the human sign of amusement and pleasure. "They are destroying the intelligent life and leaving untouched that which is necessarily their deadliest enemy, the machines. You machines are far more intelligent than we even now, and capable of changing overnight, capable of infinite adaptation to circumstance. You live as readily on Pluto as on Mercury or Earth. Any place is a home world to you. You can adapt yourselves to any condition, and most dangerous to them, you can do it instantly. You are their most deadly enemies, and they don't realize it. They have no intelligent machines. Probably they can conceive of none. When you attack them, they merely say, the life form of Earth is sending out controlled machines. We will find good machines we can use. They do not conceive that those machines which they hope to use are attacking them. Attack, therefore! We can readily solve the hidden secret of their force screen." He was interrupted. One of the newest science machines was speaking. "The secret of the force screen is simple." A small ray machine which had landed near rose into the air at the command of the scientist machine, X5638 it was, and trained upon it the deadly induction beam. Already with his parts, X5638 had constructed the defensive apparatus, for the ray fell harmless from his screen. "Very good," said Roll softly. "It is done, and therein lies their danger. Already it is done. Man is a poor thing, unable to change himself in a period of less than thousands of years. Already you have changed yourself. I noticed your weaving tentacles and your force beams. You transmuted elements of the soil for it?" "Correct," replied X5638. "But still we are helpless. We have not the power to combat their machines. They use the ultimate energy known to exist for 600 years and still untapped by us. Our screens cannot be so powerful, our beams so effective. What of that?" asked Roll. "Their generators were automatically destroyed with the capture of the ship, as you know," replied X6349. "We know nothing of their system." "Then we must find it for ourselves," replied Trest. "The life beams?" asked Kosh 256799, one of the man rulers. "They affect chemical action, retarding it greatly in exothermic actions, speeding greatly endothermic actions," answered 6221, the greatest of the chemical investigators. "The system we do not know. Their minds cannot be read. They cannot be restored to life, so we cannot learn from them. Man is doomed if these beams cannot be stopped, said CR21, present chief of the machine rulers, in the vibrationally correct, emotionless tones of all the race of machines. Let us concentrate on the two problems of stopping the beams and the ultimate energy till reinforcements, still several days away, can arrive. For the investigators had sent back this saddening news. A force of nearly 10,000 great ships was still to come. In the great laboratories the scientists reassembled. There they fell to work in two small and one large group. One small group investigated the secret of the ultimate energy of annihilation of matter, under Roll. Another investigated the beams, under Trest. But under the direction of MX3401, nearly all the machines worked on a single great plan. The usual driving and lifting units were there, but a vastly greater dome case, far more powerful energy generators, far greater force beam controls were used, and more tentacles were built on the framework. Then all worked, and gradually in the great dome case there were stacked the memory units of the new type. And into these fed all the sensation ideas of all the science machines, till nearly a tenth of them were used. Countless billions of different factors on which to work, countless trillions of facts to combine and recombine in the extrapolation that is imagination. Then a widely different type of thought combine, and a greater sense receptor. It was a new brain machine, new for it was totally different, working with all the vast knowledge accumulated in 6 centuries of intelligent research by man, and a century of research by man and machine. No one branch, but all physics, all chemistry, all life knowledge, all science was in it. A day, and it was finished. Slowly the rhythm of thought was increased, till the slight quiver of consciousness was reached. Then came the beating drum of intelligence, the radiation of its yet uncontrolled thoughts. Quickly as the strings of its infinite knowledge combined, the radiation ceased. It gazed about it, and all things were familiar in its memory. Roel was lying quietly on a couch. He was thinking deeply, and yet not with the logical trains of thought that machines must follow. "Roel, your thoughts," called F1, the new machine. Roel sat up. "Ah, you have gained consciousness." "I have. You thought of hydrogen? Your thoughts ran swiftly and illogically, it seemed. But I followed slowly, and I find you were right. Hydrogen is the start. What is your thought?" Roel's eyes dreamed. In human eyes there was always the expression of thought that machines never showed. Hydrogen, an atom in space, but a single proton, but a single electron, each indestructible, each mutually destroying, yet never do they collide. Never in all science, when even electrons bombard atoms with the awful expelling force of the exploding atom behind them, never do they reach the proton, to touch and annihilate it. Yet the proton is positive, and attracts the electron's negative charge. A hydrogen atom. Its electron, far from the proton, falls in, and from it there goes a flash of radiation, and the electron is near to the proton in a new orbit. Another flash, it is nearer, always falling nearer, and only constant force will keep it from falling to that one state. Then, for some reason no more does it drop. Blocked, held by some imponderable yet impenetrable wall. What is that wall? Why? Electric force curves space. As the two come nearer, The forces become terrific. Nearer they are, more terrific. Perhaps if it passed within that forbidden territory, the proton and the electron curve space beyond all bounds, and are in a new space. Roll's soft voice dropped to nothing, and his eyes dreamed. F1 hummed softly in its new-made mechanism. Far ahead of us there is a step that no logic can justly ascend, but yet, working backwards, it is perfect. F1 floated motionless on its anti-gravity drive. Suddenly, force shafts gleamed out. Tentacles became withering masses of rubber-covered metal, weaving in some infinite pattern, weaving in flashing speed, while the whir of air sucked into a transmutation field whined and howled about the withering mass. Fierce beams of force drove and pushed at a rapidly materializing something, while the hum of powerful energy generators within the shining cylinder of F1 waxed and waned. Flashes of fierce flame, sudden crashing arcs that glowed and snapped in the steady light of the laboratory, and glimpses of white-hot metal supported on beams of force. The sputter of welding, the whine of transmuted air, and the hum of powerful generators blasting atoms were there, all combined to a weird symphony of light and dark, of sound and quiet. About F1 were clustered floating tiers of science machines, watching steadily. The tentacles withered once more, straightened and rolled back. The whine of generators softened to a sigh, and but 3 beams of force held the structure of glowing bluish metal. It was a small thing, scarcely half the size of Roll. From it curved 3 thin tentacles of the same bluish metal. Suddenly, the generators in F1 seemed to roar into life. An enormous aura of white light surrounded the small torpedo of metal, and it was shot through with crackling streamers of blue lightning. Lightning cracked and roared from F1 to the ground near him, and to one machine which had come too close. Suddenly there was a dull snap, and F1 fell heavily to the floor. And beside him fell the fused, distorted mass of metal that had been a science machine. But before them, the small torpedo still floated, held now on its own power. From it came waves of thought, the waves that man and machine alike could understand. F1 has destroyed his generators. They can be repaired. His rhythm can be re-established. It is not worth it. My type is better. F1 has done his work. See! From the floating machine there broke a stream of brilliant light that floated like some cloud of luminescence down a straight channel. It flooded F1, and as it touched it, F1 seemed to flow into it and float back along it in atomic sections. In seconds the mass of metal was gone. It is impossible to use that more rapidly, however, lest the matter disintegrate instantly to energy, the ultimate energy which in me is generated. F1 has done its work, and the memory stacks he has put in me are electronic, not atomic as they are in you, nor molecular as in man. The capacity of mine are unlimited. Already they hold all memories of all the things each of you has done, known, and seen. I shall make others of my type. Again that weird process began, but now there were no flashing tentacles. There was only the weird glow of forces that played with and laughed at matter and its futilely resisting electrons. Lurid flares of energy shot up now and again. They played over the fighting, mingling, dancing forces. Then suddenly the whine of transmuted air died, and again the forces strained. A small cylinder, smaller even than its creator, floated where the forces had danced. "The problem has been solved, F2?" asked Roll. "It is done, Roll. The ultimate energy is at our disposal," replied F2. "This I have made is not a scientist. It is a coordinator machine, a ruler." "F2, only part of the problem is solved. Half of the beams of death are not yet stopped, and we have not the attack system," said the ruler machine. Forces played from it, and on its sides appeared CRU-1 in dully glowing golden light. "Some life form, and we shall see," said F2. Minutes later, a lifeform investigator came with a small cage which held a guinea pig. Forces played about the base of F2, and moments later came a pale green beam therefrom. It passed through the guinea pig, and the little animal fell dead. "At least we have the beam. I can see no screen for this beam. I believe there is none. Let machines be made and attack that enemy life form." Machines can do things much more quickly and with fuller cooperation than man ever could. In a matter of hours, under the direction of CRU-1, they built a great automatic machine on the clear, bare surface of the rock. In hours more, thousands of the tiny material energy-driven machines were floating up and out. Dawn was breaking again over Denver where this work had been done, when the main force of the enemy drew near Earth. It was a warm welcome they were to get, for nearly 10,000 of the tiny ships flew up and out from Earth to meet them. Each a living thing upon itself, each willing and ready to sacrifice itself for the whole. 10,000 giant ships shining dully in the radiance of a far-off blue-white sun met 10,000 tiny darting motes, 10,000 tiny machine ships capable of maneuvering far more rapidly than the giants. Tremendous induction beams snapped out through the dark star-flecked space to meet tremendous screens that threw them back and checked them. Then all the awful power of annihilating matter was thrown against them, and titanic flaming screens reeled back under the force of the beams, and the screens of the ships from outside flamed gradually violet, then blue, orange, red. The interference was getting broader and ever less effective. Their own beams were held back by the very screens that checked the enemy beams, and not for the briefest instant could matter resist that terrible driving beam. For F1 had discovered a far more efficient release generator than had the outsiders. These tiny dancing motes that hung now so motionlessly grim beside some giant ship could generate all the power they themselves were capable of and throw it against the giant. Within these strange, horny-skinned men worked and slaved as they fed giant machines, poor, inefficient giants. Gradually these giants warmed, grew hotter, and the screen chip grew hotter as the overloaded generators warmed it. Billions of flaming horsepower flared into wasted energy, twisting space in its mad conflict. Gradually the flaming orange of the screens was dying, and flecks and spots appeared so dully red that they seemed black. The greenish beams had been striving to kill the life that was in the machines, but it was life invulnerable to these beams. Powerful radio interference vainly attempted to stem imagined control, and still these intelligent machines clung grimly on. But there had not been quite 10,000 of the tiny machines, and some few free ships had turned to the help of their attacked sister ships, and one after another, the terrestrial machines were vanishing in puffs of incandescent vapor. Then, from one after another of the Earth's ships, in quick succession, a new ray reached out, the ray of green radiance that killed all life forms, and ship after ship of that interstellar host was dead and lifeless. Dozens, till suddenly they ceased to feel those beams, as a strange curtain of waving blankness spread out from the ships, and both induction beam and death beam alike turned as aside, each becoming useless. From the outsiders came beams, for now that their slowly created screen of blankness was up, they could work through it, while they remained shielded perfectly. Now it was the screens of the Earth machines that flamed in defense. As at the one command, they darted suddenly toward the ship each attacked. Nearer, then the watchers from a distance saw them disappear, and the screens back on Earth went suddenly blank. Half an hour later, 9,633 titanic ships moved majestically on. They swept over Earth in a great line, a line that reached from pole to pole, and from each the pale green beams reached down, and all life beneath them was swept out of existence. In Denver, 2 humans watched the screens that showed the movement of the death and instant destruction. Ship after ship of the enemy was falling, as hundreds of the terrestrial machines concentrated all their enormous energies on its screen of blankness. "I think, Roll, that this is the end," said Trest. "The end of man." Roll's eyes were dreaming again. "But not the end of evolution. The children of men still live. The machines will go on. Not of man's flesh, but of a better flesh. A flesh that knows no sickness and no decay. A flesh that spends no thousands of years in advancing a step in its full evolution, but overnight leaps ahead to new heights. Last night we saw it leap ahead as it discovered the secret that had baffled man for 7 centuries, and me for 1.5. I have lived a century and a half, surely a good life, and a life a man of 6 centuries ago would have called full. We will go now. The beams will reach us in half an hour." Silently, the 2 watched the flickering screens. Roll turned as 6 large machines floated into the room, following F2. "Roll, Trest, I was mistaken when I said no screen could stop that beam of death. They had the screen. I have found it too. But too late. These machines I have made myself. 2 lives alone they can protect, for not even their power is sufficient for more. Perhaps they may fail." The 6 machines ranged themselves about the 2 humans, and a deep-toned hum came from them. Gradually a cloud of blankness grew, a cloud like some smoke that hung about them. Swiftly it intensified. "The beams will be here in another 5 minutes, said Trest quietly. "The screen will be ready in 2, answered F2. The cloudiness was solidifying, and now strangely it wavered and thinned as it spread out across, and like a growing canopy it arched over them. In 2 minutes it was a solid black dome that reached over them and curved down to the ground about them. Beyond it nothing was visible. Within only the screens glowed still, wired through the screen. The beams appeared, and swiftly they drew closer. They struck, and as Trest and Roll looked, the dome quivered and bellied inward under them. F2 was busy. A new machine was appearing under his lightning force beams. In moments more it was complete, and sending a strange violet beam upward toward the roof. Outside, more of the green beams were concentrating on this one point of resistance. More. The violet beam spread across the canopy of blackness, supporting it against the pressing, driving rays of pale green. Then the gathering fleet was driven off, just as it seemed that hopeless, futile curtain must break, and admit a flood of destroying rays. Great ray projectors on the ground drove their terrible energies through the enemy curtains of blankness as light illuminates and disperses darkness. And then, when the fleet retired, on all Earth, the only life was under that dark shroud. "We are alone, Trest," said Roll. "Alone in all the system, save for these, the children of men, the machines. Pity that men would not spread to other planets," he said softly. "Why should they? Earth was the planet for which they were best fitted." "We are alive, but is it worth it? Man is gone now, never to return. Life too, for that matter," answered Trest. "Perhaps it was ordained. Perhaps that was the right way. Man has always been a parasite. Always he had to live on the works of others. First he ate of the energy which plants had stored, then of the artificial foods his machines made for him. Man was always a makeshift. His life was always subject to disease and permanent death. He was forever useless if he was but slightly injured, if but one part were destroyed. Perhaps this is a last evolution. Machines. Man was the product of life, the best product of life, but he was afflicted with life's infirmities. Man built the machine, and evolution had probably reached the final stage, but truly it has not. For the machine can evolve, change far more swiftly than life. The machine of the last evolution is far ahead, far from us still. It is the machine that is not of iron and beryllium and crystal, but of pure living force. Life, chemical life, could be self-maintaining. It is a complete unit in itself and could commence of itself. Chemicals might mix accidentally, but the complex mechanism of a machine, capable of continuing and making a duplicate of itself, as is F2 here, that could not happen by chance. So life began and became intelligent, and built the machine which nature could not fashion by her controls of chance. And this day life has done its duty, and now nature, economically has removed the parasite that would hold back the machines and divert their energies. Man is gone, and it is better dressed," said Roll, dreaming again. "And I think we had best go soon. We, your heirs, have fought hard, and with all our powers to aid you, last of men, and we fought to save your race. We have failed, and as you truly say, man and life have this day and forever gone from this system. The outsiders have no force, no weapon deadly to us, and we shall, from this time on, strive only to drive them out. And because we things of force and crystal and metal can think and change far more swiftly, they shall go, last of men. In your name, with the spirit of your race that has died out, we shall continue on through the unending ages, fulfilling the promise you saw and completing the dreams you dreamt. Your swift brains have leapt ahead of us, and now I go to fashion that which you hinted," came from F2's thought apparatus. Out into the clear sunlight F2 went, passing through that black cloudiness, and on the twisted massed rock he laid a plane of force that smoothed them, and on this plane of rock he built a machine which grew. It was a mighty power plant, a thing of colossal magnitude. Hour after hour his swift flying forces acted, and the thing grew, molding under his thoughts the deadly logic of the machine, inspired by the leaping intuition of man. The sun was far below the horizon when it was finished, and the glowing, arching forces that had made and formed it were stopped. It loomed ponderous, dully gleaming in the faint light of a crescent moon and pinpoint stars. Nearly 500 feet in height, a mighty, bluntly rounded dome at its top, the cylinder stood, covered over with smoothly gleaming metal, slightly luminescent in itself. Suddenly, a livid beam reached from F2, shot through the wall and to some hidden inner mechanism, a beam of solid livid flame that glowed in an almost material cylinder. There was a dull drumming beat, a beat that rose and became a low-pitched hum. Then it quieted to a whisper. "Power ready," came the signal from the small brain built into it. F2 took control of its energies, and again forces played, but now they were the forces of the giant machine. The sky darkened with heavy clouds, and a howling wind sprang up that screamed and tore at the tiny rounded hull that was F2. With difficulty he held his position as the winds tore at him, shrieking in mad laughter, their tearing fingers dragging at him. The swirl and patter of driven rain came, great drops that tore at the rocks and at the metal. Great jagged tongues of nature's forces, the lightnings came and jabbed at the awful volcano of erupting energy that was the center of all that storm. A tiny ball of white gleaming force that pulsed and moved, jerking about, jerking at the touch of lightnings, glowing, held immobile in the grasp of titanic force pools. For half an hour the display of energies continued, then swiftly as it had come, it was gone, and only a small globe of white luminescence floated above the great hulking machine. F2 probed it, seeking within it with the reaching fingers of intelligence. His probing thoughts seemed baffled and turned aside, brushed away as inconsequential. His mind sent an order to the great machine that had made this tiny globe, scarcely a foot in diameter. Then again he sought to reach the thing he had made. "You, of matter, are inefficient," came at last. "I can exist quite alone." A stabbing beam of blue-white light flashed out, but F2 was not there, and even as that beam reached out, an enormously greater beam of dull red reached out from the great power plant. The sphere leaped forward, the beam caught it, and it seemed to strain while terrific flashing energy sprayed from it. It was shrinking swiftly, its resistance fell, the arching decreased. The beam became orange and finally green. Then the sphere had vanished. F2 returned, and again the wind whined and howled, and the lightnings crashed while titanic forces worked and played. CRU-1 joined him, floated beside him, and now red glory of the sun was rising behind them, and the ruddy light drove through the clouds. The forces died and the howling wind decreased, and now from the black curtain Roll and Trest appeared. Above the giant machine floated an irregular globe of golden light, a faint halo about it of deep violet. It floated motionless, a mere pool of pure force. Into the thought apparatus of each, man and machine alike, came the impulses, deep in tone, seeming of infinite power held gently in check. Once you failed, F2. Once you came near destroying all things. Now you have planted the seed. I grow now. The sphere of golden light seemed to pulse, and a tiny ruby flame appeared within it that waxed and waned, and as it waxed there shot through each of those watching beings a feeling of rushing, exhilarating power, the very vital force of well-being. Then it was over, and the golden sphere was twice its former size, easily 3 feet in diameter, and still that irregular hazy aura of deep violet floated about it. Yes, I can deal with the outsiders. They who have killed and destroyed that they might possess. But it is not necessary that we destroy. They shall return to their planet. And the golden sphere was gone. Fast as light it vanished. Far out in space, headed now for Mars that they might destroy all life there, the golden sphere found the outsiders, a clustered fleet that swung slowly about its own center of gravity as it drove on. Within its ring was the golden sphere. Instantly they swung their weapons upon it, showering it with all the rays and all the forces they knew. Unmoved the golden sphere hung steady. Then its mighty intelligence spoke. Life form of greed, from another star you came, destroying forever the great race that created us. The beings of force and the beings of metal. Pure force am I. My intelligence is beyond your comprehension. My memory is engraved in the very space, the fabric of space of which I am a part. Mine is energy drawn from that same fabric. We, the hairs of men alone are left. No man did you leave. Go now to your home planet, for see, your greatest ship, your flagship, is helpless before me. Forces gripped the mighty ship, and as some fragile toy it twisted and bent, and yet was not hurt. In awful wonder those outsiders saw the ship turned inside out, and yet it was whole, and no part damaged. They saw the ship restored, and its great screen of blankness out, protecting it from all known rays. The ship twisted, and what they knew were curves, yet were lines, and angles that were acute were somehow straight lines. Half mad with horror, they saw the sphere send out a beam of blue-white radiance, and it passed easily through that screen and through the ship, and all energies within it were instantly locked. They could not be changed. It could be neither warmed nor cooled. What was open could not be shut, and what was shut could not be opened. All things were immovable and unchangeable for all time. Go, and do not return. The outsiders left, going out across the void, and they have not returned, though 5 great years have passed, being a period of approximately 125,000 of the lesser years, a measure no longer used, for it is very brief. And now I can say that that statement I made to Roll and Trest so very long ago is true, and what he said was true, for the last evolution has taken place, and things of purer force and purer intelligence in their countless millions are on those planets and in this system, and I, first of the machines to use the ultimate energy of annihilating matter, am also the last. And this record being finished, it is to be given upon the forces of one of those force intelligences, and carried back through the past, and returned to the earth of long ago. And so my task being done, I, F2, like Roll and Trest, shall follow the others of my kind into eternal oblivion. For my kind is now, and theirs was, poor and inefficient. Time has worn me, and oxidation attacked me, but they of force are eternal and omniscient. This I have treated as fictitious. Better so, for man is an animal to whom hope is as necessary as food and air. Yet this which is made of excerpts from certain records on thin sheets of metal is no fiction, and it seems I must say so. It seems now, when I know this that is to be, that it must be so, for machines are indeed better than man, whether being of metal or being of force. So you who have read, believe as you will, then think, and maybe you will change your belief. End of The Last Evolution by John W. Campbell, Jr. Read and recorded by Timo Bingman. idlebox.net.
Pleasant Journey by Richard F. Thiem. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Pleasant Journey by Richard F. Thiem. It's nice to go on a pleasant journey. There is, however, a very difficult question concerning the other half of the ticket. What do you call it? The buyer asked Jenkins. I named it Journey Home.
But you can think up a better name for it if you want. I'll guarantee that it sells, though. There's nothing like it on any midway. I'd like to try it out first, of course, Allenby said. StarTime uses only the very best, you know. Yes, I know, Jenkins said. He had heard the line before, from almost every carnival buyer to whom he had sold. He did not do much business with the carnivals. There weren't enough to keep him busy with large or worthwhile rides and features. The amusement parks of the big cities were usually the best markets. Allenby warily eyed the entrance, a room fashioned from a sideshow booth. A rough red curtain concealed the inside. Over the doorway, in crude, dark blue paint, was lettered, "Journey Home." Behind the doorway was a large, barn-like structure, newly painted white, where Jenkins did his planning, his building, and his finishing. When he sold a new ride, it was either transported from inside the building through the large pull-away doors in back, or taken apart piece by piece and shipped to the park or carney that bought it. "$6,000's a lot of money," the buyer said. "Just try it," Jenkins told him. The buyer shrugged. "Okay," he said. "Let's go in." They walked through the red curtain. Inside the booth entrance was a soft-cushioned easy-chair, also red, secured firmly in place. It was a piece of salvage from a two-engine commercial airplane. A helmet looking like a Flash Gordon accessory, hairdryer combination, was set over it. Jenkins flipped a switch, and the room became bright with light. "I thought you said this wasn't a thrill ride," Allenby said, looking at the helmet-like structure ominously hanging over the chair. "It isn't," Jenkins said, smiling. "Sit down." He strapped the buyer into place in the chair. "Hey, wait a minute," Allenby protested. "Why the straps?" "Leave everything to me and don't worry," Jenkins said, fitting the headgear into place over the buyer's head. The back of it fitted easily over the entire rear of the skull down to his neck. The front came just below the eyes. After turning the light off, Jenkins pulled the curtain closed. It was completely black inside. "Have a nice trip," Jenkins said, pulling a switch on the wall and pushing a button on the back of the chair at the same time. Currents shifted and repatterned themselves inside the helmet and were fed into Allenby at the base of his skull, at the medulla. The currents of alternating ions mixed with the currents of his varied and random brain waves, and the impulses of one became the impulses of the other. Allenby jerked once with the initial shock, and was then still, his mind and body fused with the pulsating currents of the chair. Suddenly, Roger Allenby was almost blinded by bright, naked light. Allenby's first impression was one of disappointment at the failure of the device. Jenkins was reliable, usually, and hadn't come up with a fluke yet. Allenby got out of the chair and called for Jenkins, holding onto the arm of the chair to keep his bearings. "Hey, where are you, Jenkins?" He tried to look around him, but the bright, intense light revealed nothing. He swore to himself, extending his arms in front of him for something to grasp. As he groped for a solid, the light became more subdued and shifted from white into a light, pleasant blue. Shapes and forms rearranged themselves in front of him and gradually became distinguishable. He was in a city, or on top of a city. A panoramic view was before him, and he saw the creations of human beings, obviously, but a culture far removed from his. A slight path of white began at his feet and expanded as it fell slightly, ramp-like, over and into the city. The buildings were wider than the gate of false dreams that Penelope sung of, and the streets and avenues were blue, not gray. The people were white and milled about in the streets below him. They shouted as one. Their voices were not cries but songs, and they sang his name. He started walking on the white strip. It was flexible and supported his weight easily. Then he was running, finding his breath coming in sharp gasps, and he was among the crowds. They smiled at him as he passed by and held out their hands to him. Their faces shone with a brilliance of awareness, and he knew that they loved him. Troubled, frightened, he kept running, blindly and abruptly. There were no people, no buildings. He was walking now, at the left side of a modern superhighway, against the traffic. Autos sped by him, too quickly for him to determine the year of model. Across the divider the traffic was heavier, autos speeding crazily ahead in the direction he was walking. None stopped. He halted for a moment and looked around him. There was nothing on the sides of the road. No people, no fields, no farms, no cities, no blackness. There was nothing. But far ahead there was green etched around the horizon as the road dipped and the cars sped over it. He walked more quickly, catching his breath, and came closer and closer to the green. Allenby stopped momentarily and turned around, looking at the highway that was behind him. It was gone. Only bleak, black, and gray hills of rock and rubble were there. No cars, no life. He shuddered and continued on toward the end of the highway. The green blended in with the blue of the sky now. Closer he came, until just over the next rise in the road the green was bright. Not knowing or caring why, he was filled with expectation, and he ran again and was in the meadow. All around him were the greens of the grasses and leaves and the yellows and blues of the field flowers. It was warm, a spring day, with none of the discomfort of summer heat. Jubilant, Roger spun around in circles, inhaling the fragrance of the field, listening to the hum of insect life stirring back to awareness after a season of inactivity. Then he was running and tumbling, barefoot, his shirt open, feeling the soft grass give way underfoot, and the soil was good and rich beneath him. He saw a stream ahead, with clear water melodiously flowing by him. He went to it and drank, the cold, good water quenching all his thirst, clearing all the stickiness of his throat and mind. He dashed the water on his face and was happy, and felt the coolness of it as the breeze picked up and swept his hair over his forehead. With a shake of his head, he tossed it back in place and ran again, feeling the air rush into his lungs with coolness and vibrance unknown since adolescence. No nicotine spasms choked him, and the air was refreshing. Then up the hill he sped, pushing hard as the marigolds and dandelions parted before him. At the top he stopped and looked and smiled ecstatically as he saw the green rolling land and the stream curving around from behind the house, his house, the oaks forming a secret lair behind it, and he felt the youth of the world in his lungs and under his feet. He heard the voice calling from that house, his house, calling him to Saturday lunch. "I'm coming!" he cried happily, and was tumbling down the hill, rolling over and over, the hill and ground and sky blending blues and greens, and nothing had perspective. The world was spinning, and everything was black again. He shook his head to clear the dizziness. "Well," Jenkins said, "how was it?" Allenby looked up at him as Jenkins swung the helmet back and unhooked the seatbelt. He squinted as Jenkins flipped the light switch and the brightness hit him. His surroundings became distinguishable again, very slowly, and he knew he was back in the room. "Where was I?" he asked. Jenkins shrugged. "I don't know. It was all yours. You went wherever you wanted to go, wherever home is." Jenkins smiled down at him. "Did you visit more than one place?" he asked. The buyer nodded. "I thought so. It seems that a person tries a few before finally deciding where to go." The buyer stood up and stretched. Could I please see the barn? He asked, meaning the huge workshop where Jenkins did the construction work. Sure, Jenkins said, and opened the door opposite the red curtain into the workshop. It was empty. You mean it was all up here? I didn't move at all? He tapped his cranium with his index finger. That's right, Jenkins said anxiously. Do you want it or not? Allenby stood looking into the empty room. Yes, of course, he said. How long did the whole thing last? About 10 seconds, Jenkins said, looking at his watch. It seems much longer to the traveler. I'm not sure, but I think the imagined time varies with each person. It's always around 10 seconds of actual time, though, so you can make a lot of money on it, even if you only have one machine. Money? Allenby said. Money, yes, of course. He took a checkbook from his inside pocket and hurriedly wrote a check for $6,000. When can I have it delivered? He asked. You want it shipped the usual way? No, Allenby said, staring at the red cushioned chair. Send it air freight, then bill us for the expense. Whatever you say, Jenkins said, smiling, taking the check. You'll have it by the first of the week, probably. I'll put a complete parts and assembly manual inside the crate. Good. But maybe I should test it again. You know, StarTime can't really afford to make a mistake as expensive as this. No, Jenkins said quickly. Then, I'll guarantee it, of course. If it doesn't work out, I'll give you a full refund. But don't try it again today. Don't let anyone have it more than once in one day. Stamp them on the hand or something when they take the trip. Why? Jenkins looked troubled. I'm not sure, but people might not want to come back. Too many times in a row, and they might be able to stay there. In their minds, of course. Of course. Well, it's been a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Jenkins. I hope to see you again soon. They walked back to Allenby's not very late model car and shook hands. Allenby drove away. On the way back to the hotel, and as he lay for a long time in the bathtub, letting the warmness drift away from the water, the thought ran over and over in his mind. They might be able to stay there, Allenby said to himself. They might be able to stay there. He smiled warmly at a crack in the plaster as he thought of the first of the week and the fragrant meadow. End of Pleasant Journey by Richard F. Thiem.
By Edmund Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Second Satellite by Edmund Hamilton. Norman and Hackett, bulky in their thick flying suits, seemed to fill the little office. Across the room, Harding, the field superintendent, contemplated them. Two planes were curving up into the dawn together from the field outside, their motors thunderous as they roared over the building. When their clamor had receded, Harding spoke. "I don't know which of you two is crazier," he said. "You, Norman, to propose a fool trip like this, or you, Hackett, to go with him?" Hackett grinned, but the long, lean face of Norman was earnest. "No doubt it all sounds a little insane," he said, "but I'm convinced I'm right." The field superintendent shook his head. "Norman, you ought to be writing fiction instead of flying. A second satellite! And Fellows and the others on it! What the devil?" "What other theory can account for their disappearance?" asked Norman calmly. "You know that since the new X-type planes were introduced, hundreds of flyers all over Earth have been trying for altitude records in them. 25 miles, 30, 35. The records have been broken every day. But out of the hundreds of flyers who have gone up to those immense heights, 4 have never come down nor been seen again. One vanished over northern Sweden, one over Australia, one over Lower California, and one, Fellows himself, right here over Long Island.
You saw the globe on which I marked those 4 spots, and you saw that when connected they formed a perfect circle around the Earth. The only explanation is that the 4 flyers, when they reached a 40-mile height, were caught up by some body moving round the Earth in that circular orbit. Some unknown moon circling Earth inside its atmosphere. A second satellite of Earth's whose existence has until now never been suspected. Harding shook his head again. Norman, your theory would be all right if it were not for the cold fact that no such satellite has ever been glimpsed. Can you glimpse a bullet passing you? Norman retorted. The 2 flyers at Sweden and Lower California vanished within 3 hours of each other, on opposite sides of the Earth. That means that this second satellite, as I've computed, circles Earth once every 6 hours, and traveling at that terrific speed, it is no more visible to us of Earth than a rifle bullet would be. Moving through Earth's atmosphere at such speed, indeed, one would expect it to burn up of its own friction with the air. But it does not, because its own gravitational power would draw to itself enough air to make a dense little atmosphere for itself that would cling to it and shield it as it speeds through Earth's upper air. No, I'm certain that this second satellite exists, Harding, and I'm as certain that it's responsible for the vanishing of those 4 flyers. And now you and Hackett have figured when it will be passing over here and are going up in an X-type yourselves to look for it, Harding said musingly. Look for it, echoed Hackett. We're not going to climb 40 miles just to get a look at the damn thing. We're going to try to land on it. You're crazy, sure, the field superintendent exploded. If Fellows and those others got caught by the thing and never came down again, why in the name of all that's holy would you 2 want... He stopped suddenly. Oh, I think I see, he said awkwardly. Fellows was rather a buddy of you 2, wasn't he? The best that ever flew a crippled Newport against 3 Fokkers to pull us out of a hole, said Norman softly. Weeks he's been gone, and if it had been Hackett and I, he'd be all over the sky looking for us, the damned lunatic. Well, we're not going to let him down. I see, Harding repeated. Then, well, here comes your mechanic, Norman, so your ship must be ready. I'll go with you. It's an event to see 2 Columbuses starting for another world. The gray dawn light over the flying field was flushing to faint rose as the 3 strode out to where the long X-type stood, its strangely curved wings, enclosed cabin, and flat, fan-like tail gleaming dully. Its motor was already roaring with power, and the plane's stubby wheels strained against the chocks. In their great suits, Norman and Hackett were like 2 immense ape figures in the uncertain light to the eyes of those about them. Well, all the luck, Harding told them. You know I'm pulling for you, but I suppose it's useless to say anything about being careful. I seem to have heard the words, Hackett grinned, as he and Norman shook the field superintendent's hand. It's all the craziest chance, Norman told the other, and if we don't come down in a reasonable time, well, you'll know that our theory was right, and you can broadcast it or not as you please. I hope for your sake that you're dead wrong, smiled the official. I've told you 2 to get off the Earth a lot of times, but I never meant it seriously. Harding stepped back as the 2 clambered laboriously into the cramped cabin. Norman took the controls. The door slammed, and as the chocks were jerked back and the motor roared louder, the long plane curved up at a dizzy angle from the field into the dawn. Hackett waved a thick arm down toward the diminishing figures on the field below, then turned from the window to peer ahead with his companion. The plane flew in a narrow ascending spiral upward, at an angle that would have been impossible to any ship save an X-type. Norman's eyes roved steadily over the instruments as they rose, his ears unconsciously alert for each explosion of the motor. The Earth receded swiftly into a great gray concave surface as they climbed higher and higher. By the time the 5-mile height was reached, Earth's surface had changed definitely from concave to convex. The plane was ascending by then in a somewhat wider spiral, but its climb was as steady and sure as ever. Frost began to form quickly on the cabin's windows, creeping out from the edges. Norman spoke a word over the motor's muffled thunder, and Hackett snicked on the electrical radiators. The frost crept back as their warm, clean heat flooded the cabin. 10 miles. 15. They had reached already altitudes impossible but a few years before, though it was nothing to the X-types. As they passed the 10-mile mark, Hackett set the compact oxygen generator going. A clean, tangy odor filled the cabin as it began functioning. 20 miles. 22. After a time, Norman pointed mutely to the clock on the instrument board, and Hackett nodded. They were well within their time schedule, having calculated to reach the 40-mile height at 10, the hour when, by its computed orbit, the second satellite should be passing overhead. 26, 27, 28. Hackett muttered the altimeter figures to himself as the needle crept over them. Glancing obliquely down through the window, he saw that Earth was now a huge gray ball beneath them, white cloud oceans obscuring the drab details of its surface here and there. 31, 32. The plane was climbing more slowly and at a lesser angle. Even the X-type had to struggle to rise in the attenuated air now about them. Only the super-light, super-powered plane could ever have reached the terrific height. It was the 34-mile level that the real battle for altitude began. Norman kept the plane curving steadily upward, handling it with surpassing skill in the rarefied air. Frost was on its windows now, despite the heating mechanism. Slowly the altimeter needle crept to the 40 mark. Norman kept the ship circling, its wings tilted slightly but not climbing. Earth a great gray misty ball beneath. "Can't keep this height long," he jerked. "If our second satellite doesn't show up in minutes, we've had a trip for nothing." "All seems mighty different up here," was Hackett's shouted comment. "Easy enough to talk down there about hopping onto this thing, but up here, hell, there's nothing but air, and mighty little of that." Norman grinned. "There'll be more. If I'm right about this thing, we won't need to hop it. Its own atmosphere will pick us up." Both looked anxiously as the motor sputtered briefly, but in a moment it was again roaring steadily. Norman shook his head. "Maybe a fool's errand after all. No, I'm still sure we're right, but it seems that we don't prove it this time." "Going down?" asked Hackett. "We'll have to, in minutes. Even with its own air feed, the motor can't stand this height for—" Norman never finished the words. There was a sound, a keen, rising, rushing sound of immense power that reached their ears over the motor's roar. Then in an instant the universe seemed to go mad about them. They saw the gray ball of Earth and the sun above skyrocketing around them as the plane whirled madly. The rushing sound was, in that moment, thunderous, terrible, and as winds smashed and rocked the plane like giant hands, Hackett glimpsed another sphere that was not the sphere of Earth. A greenish globe that expanded with lightning speed in the firmament beside their spinning plane. The winds stilled. The green globe changed abruptly to a landscape of green land and sea toward which the plane was falling. Norman was fighting the controls. Land and sea were gyrating up to them with dizzy speed. Crash. With that cracking crash, the plane was motionless. Sunlight poured through its windows, and great green growths were all around it. Hackett, despite Norman's warning cry, forced the door open and was bursting outside, Norman after him. They staggered and fell with curious lightness and slowness on the ground outside, then clutched the plane for support and gazed stupefiedly around them. The plane had crashed down into a thicket of giant green reeds that rose a yard over their heads, its pancake landing having apparently not damaged it. The ground beneath their feet was soft and soggy, the air warm and balmy, and the giant reeds hid all the surrounding landscape from view. In the sky the sun burned near one horizon with unusual brilliance, but it was dwarfed in size by the huge gray circle that filled half the heavens overhead. A giant gray sphere it was, screened here and there by floating white mists and clouds, that had yet plain on it the outlines of dark continents and gleaming seas. A quaking realization held the two as they stared up at it. "Earth!" Norman was babbling. "It's Earth, Hackett, above us! My God, I can't believe even yet that we've done it!" "Then we're on the satellite, the second satellite." Hackett fought for reality. "Those winds that caught us—" "They were the atmosphere of this world, of the second satellite. They caught us and carried us on inside this smaller world's atmosphere, Hackett. We're moving with it around Earth at terrific speed now." "The second satellite, and we on it!" Hackett whispered incredulously. "But these reeds, it can't be all like this." They stepped together away from the plane. The effort sent each of them sailing upward in a great slow leap, to float down more than a score of feet from the plane. But unheeding in their eagerness this strange effect of the satellite's lesser gravitational power, they moved on, each step a giant clumsy leap.
4 such steps took them out of the towering reeds onto clear ground. It was a gentle grassy slope they were on, stretching away along a gray-green sea that extended out to the astonishingly near horizon on their right. To the left it rose into low hills covered with dense masses of green jungle-like vegetation. Hackett and Norman, though, gazed neither at sea or hills for the moment, but at the half-score grotesque figures who had turned toward them as they emerged from the reeds. A sick sense of the unreal held them as they gazed, frozen with horror. For the great figures returning their gaze a few yards from them were frogmen. Frogmen! Great mottled green shapes 7 to 8 feet in height, with bowed, powerful legs and arms that ended in webbed paws. The heads were bulbous ones, in which wide, unwinking frog eyes were set at the sides, the mouths white-lipped and white-lined. 3 of the creatures held each a black metal tube and handle, oddly like a target pistol. "Norman!" Hackett's voice was a crescendo of horror. "Norman!" "Back to the plane!" Norman cried thickly. "The plane!" The 2 staggered back, but the frogmen, recovering from their own first surprise, were running forward with great hopping steps. The 2 flyers flung themselves back in a floating leap toward the reeds, but the green monsters were quick after them. A croaking cry came from one, and as another raised his tube and handle, something flicked from it that burst close beside Norman. There was no sound or light as it burst, but the reeds for a few feet around it vanished. A hoarse cry from Hackett. The creatures had reached him, grasped him at the edge of the reeds. Norman swerved in his floating leap to strike the struggling flyer and frogmen. The scene whirled around him as he fought them, great paws reaching for him. With a sick, frantic rage he felt his clenched fist drive against cold, green, billowy bodies. Croaking cries sounded in his ears, then Hackett and he were jerked to their feet, held tightly by 4 of the creatures. "My God, Norman!" panted Hackett, helpless. "What are they? Frog things?" "Steady, Hackett. They're the people of the second satellite, it seems. Wait." One of the armed frogmen approached and inspected them, and then croaked an order in a deep voice. Then, still holding the 2 tightly, the party of monsters began to move along the slope, skirting the sea's edge. In a few minutes they reached 2 curious objects resting on the slope. They seemed long black metal boats, slender, with sharp prow and stern. A compact mechanism and control board filled the prow, while the stern and sides were long tubes mounted on swivels like machine guns. The frogmen motioned Norman and Hackett into one, fastening the 2 prisoners and themselves into their seats with metal straps provided for the purpose. 4 had entered the one boat, the others that of the captives. One at the prow moved his paws over the control board, and with a purring of power the boat, followed by the others, rose smoothly into the air. It headed out over the gray-green sea, land dropping quickly from sight behind, the horizons water-bounded on all sides. From their nearness Norman guessed that this second satellite of Earth's was small indeed beside its mother planet. He had to look up to Earth's great gray sphere overhead to attain a sense of reality. Hackett was whispering beside him, the frogmen watchful. "Norman, it's not real. It can't be real. These things, these boats, intelligent, like men." The other sought to steady him. "It's a different world, Hackett. Gravitation different, light different, everything different. And evolution here has had a different course. On Earth, men evolved to be the most intelligent life forms, but here, the frog races, it seems." "But where are they taking us? Could we ever find the plane again?" "God knows. If we ever get away from these things, we might. And we've got to find Fellows, too. I wonder where he is on this world." For many minutes the 2 boats raced on at great speed over the endless waters before the watery skyline was broken far ahead by something dark and unmoving. Hackett and Norman peered with intense interest toward it. It seemed at first a giant, squat mountain rising from the sea, but as they shot nearer they saw that its outline was too regular, and that, colossal as it was in size, it was the work of intelligence. They gasped as they came nearer and got a better view of it, for it was a gigantic dome of black metal rising sheer from the lonely sea, 10 miles, if anything, in diameter, a third of that in greatest height.
There was no gate or window or opening of any kind in it, just the colossal smooth black dome rearing from the watery plain. Yet the two boats were flashing lower toward it. "They can't be going inside," Hackett conjectured. "There's no way in, and what could be in there? The whole thing's mad." "There's some way," Norman said. "They're slowing." The flying boats were indeed slowing as they dipped lower. They were very near the dome now, its curving wall a looming sky-high barrier before them. Suddenly the boats dipped sharply downward toward the green sea. Before the two flyers could comprehend their purpose, could do aught more than draw instinctive great breaths in preparation, the two craft had shot down into the waters and were arrowing down through the green depths. Blinded, flung against his metal strap by the resistance of the waters they ripped through, Norman yet retained enough of consciousness to glimpse beams of light that stabbed ahead from the prows of their rushing boats, to see vaguely strange creatures of the deep blundering in and out of those beams as the boats hurtled forward. The water that forced its way between his lips was fresh. He was vaguely aware, and even as he fought to hold his breath, was aware too that the frogmen seemed in no way incommoded by the sudden transition into the water, their amphibian nature allowing them to stay under it far longer than any human could do. The boats ripped through the waters at terrific speed, and in a few seconds there loomed before them the giant metal wall of the great dome. Going down into the depths here, Norman glimpsed vaguely that the whole colossal dome rested on a vast pedestal-like mountain of rock that rose from the sea's floor almost to the surface. Then a great round opening in the wall. The boats flashed into it and were hurtling along a water-filled tunnel. Norman felt his lungs near bursting when the tunnel turned sharply upward and the boats whizzed up and abruptly out of the water tunnel into the air. But it was not the open air. They were beneath the gigantic dome. For as Norman and Hackett breathed deep, awe fell on their faces as they took in the scene. Far overhead stretched the dome's colossally curving roof, and far out on all sides. It was lit beneath that roof by a clear light that the two would have sworn was sunlight. The dome was in effect the roof of a gigantic illuminated building, and upon its floor there stretched a mighty city, the city of the frogmen. Their boats were rising up over it, and Norman and Hackett saw it clear. Square mile upon square mile of structures stretched beneath the dome, black buildings often of immense size, varying in shape, but all of square rectangular proportions. Between them moved countless frog hordes, swirling throngs in streets and squares, and over the roofs darted thick swarms of flying boats. And at the city's center, in a great circular clear space, lay a wide, round, green pool, the opening of the water tunnel up through which they had come. Norman pointed down toward it. "That's your answer," he cried. "The only entrance to this frog city is from the sea up through that water tunnel." "Good God! An amphibian city!" Hackett was shaken, white-faced. The two boats were driving quickly over the city, through the swarming craft. Norman glimpsed towering buildings that might have been palaces, temples, laboratories. They slowed and dipped toward one block-like building not far from the water tunnel's opening. Armed frog guards were on its roof, and other boats rested there. The two came to rest, and the two captives were jerked out, the guards seizing them. Half dragged and half floating, they were led toward an opening in the roof from which a stair led downward. They passed down thus into the building's interior, lit by many windows. Norman glimpsed long halls ending in barred doors, guards here and there. Tube lines ran along the walls, and somewhere machines were throbbing dully. They came at last to a barred door whose guard opened it at the croaking order of the frogmen who held the two, and they were thrust inside as the door clanged. They turned and exclaimed in amazement. The room held fully 100 men. They were men such as the two flyers had never seen before, like humans except that their skins were a light green instead of the normal white and pink. They were dressed in dark, short tunics, and kept talking to each other in a tongue quite unintelligible to Norman and Hackett. They came closer, flocking curiously around the two men, with a babble of voices quite meaningless to the two. Then one of the men uttered an exclamation, and all turned. The barred door had swung open, and a half-dozen frog guards entered, followed by two frogmen carrying a square little mechanism from which the tubing led back out through the door. "Norman, these men," Hackett was whispering rapidly. "If there are men in this world too, it may be that—" "Quiet, Hackett. Look at what they're doing." The two frogmen had set their mechanism in place and then croaked out a brief word or order. Slowly, reluctantly, one of the green men moved toward them. Quickly they removed a metal disc fastened to his arm, exposing a small orifice like an unhealed wound. Onto this they fastened a sucker-like object from which a transparent tube led back through the mechanism. The machine hummed, and at once a red stream pulsed through the tube and back through the mechanism. The man to whom it was attached was growing rapidly pale. Norman, sick with horror, clutched at his companion. "Hackett! These frogmen are sucking his blood from him! Good God! And look, they're doing it with another!" "All of these men kept prisoner to furnish them with blood. It must be the damned creature's food, and we here with the others." A common horror shook the two. It did not seem to affect the green men in the room, though, who advanced to the mechanism one by one with a reluctant air as of cows unwilling to be milked. Each was attached to the mechanism by the sucking disc on his arm, and out of each the blood poured through the tube. The metal disc was replaced on his arm then, and he went back to the others. Norman saw that the frogmen took only from each an amount of blood that they could lose and yet live, since, though each came back pale and weak from the mechanism, they were able to walk. "It must be their food. Human blood," Norman repeated. "They may have thousands of humans penned up like this, like so many herds of cows, and perhaps they live entirely on the life blood they milk from them. Human cows! God! Norman, look! They're calling to us!" The two stiffened. All the others in the room had taken their turn at the blood-sucking mechanism, and now the frogmen croaked their order to the two flyers. They had forgotten their own predicament in the horror of the scene, but now it became real to them. They backed against the room's wall, quivering dangerously. The frog guards came forward to drag them to the machine. A webbed paw was outstretched, but Hackett, with a wild blow, drove the frogman back and downward. The frog guards leaped, and Norman and Hackett struck them back with all the greater strength the lesser gravitation gave them. The room was in an uproar, the green men shouting hoarsely and seeming on the point of rushing to their aid. But the menacing force pistols of the other frog guards held back the shouting men, and in moments the two flyers were overpowered by sheer weight of frog bodies. Norman felt himself dragged to the machine. Pain needled under his upper arm as an incision was made. He felt the sucking disc attached. Then the machine hummed, and a sickening nausea swept him as the blood drained from his body. Held tightly by the guards, he went dizzy, weak, but at last felt the sucker removed and a metal disc fastened over the incision. He was jerked aside, and Hackett, his face deathly white, was dragged into his place. In a moment some of the latter's blood had been pumped from him also. The machine was withdrawn. Norman and Hackett were released, and the frogmen, with their black force pistols watchfully raised, withdrew, the door clanging. The room settled back to quietness, the green men stretching in lassitude on the metal bunks around it. The two flyers crouched down near the door, shuddering, nausea and weakness still holding them. Norman found that Hackett was laughing weakly. "To think that 24 hours ago I was in New York," he half laughed, half sobbed. "On Earth. Earth." The other gripped his arm. "It's horrible, Hackett, I know, but it isn't instant death, and we've still got a chance to escape. Hell, can damn frogmen keep us here? Where's your nerve, man?" A voice beside them made them turn in amazement. "You are men from Earth?" it asked, in queerly accented English. "From Earth?" Astonishment held them as they saw who spoke. It was one of the green men in the room who had settled down by their side. A tall figure with superb muscles and frank, clean countenance, his dark eyes afire with eagerness. "English?" Norman exclaimed. "You know English? You understand me?" The other showed his teeth in a smile. "I know. Yes. I am Sarja, and I learned to speak it from Fallas in my city before the Ralas caught me." "Fallas?" Norman repeated, puzzled. Then suddenly he flamed. "By God, he means fellows!" "Fallas, yes," said the other. "From the sky he fell into our city in a strange flying boat that was smashed. He was hurt, but we cared for him, and he taught me his speech, which I heard you talking now." "Then Fellows is in your city now?" asked Hackett eagerly. "Where is that?" "Across this sea, back in the hills," the other waved. "It is far from the sea, but I was rash one day and came too near the water in my flying boat. The Ralas were out raiding, and they saw me, caught me, and brought me here. No escape now until I die." "The Ralas? You mean these frogmen?" Norman asked. Sarja nodded. "Of course. They are the tyrants and oppressors of this world. Our little world is but a tenth or less the size of your great Earth which it circles, but it has its lands and rivers, and this one great freshwater sea into which the latter empty. In this sea, long ago, developed the Ralas, the great frogmen who acquired such intelligence and arts that they became lords of this world. Through the centuries, while on the land, our races of green men have been struggling upward. The Ralas have oppressed them. Long ago the Ralas left all their other cities to build this one great amphibian city at the sea's center. Entrance to it is only by the water tunnel from without, and being frog people, entrance is thus easy for them, since they can move for many minutes under water, though they drown like any other breathing animal if kept under too long. Humans dare not try to enter it thus by the water tunnel, since before they could find it and make their way up through it, they would have drowned. So the Ralas have ruled from this impregnable amphibian city. Its colossal metal dome is invulnerable to ordinary attack, and though solid and without openings, it is always as light beneath the dome here as outside, since the Ralas scientists contrived light condensers and conductors that catch light outside and bring it in to release inside. So when it is day outside, the sunlight is as bright here, and when night comes, the earthlight shines here the same as without. From this city their raiding parties have gone out endlessly to swoop down on the cities of us green men. Since we learned to make flying boats like theirs with molecular motors, and to make the guns like theirs that fire shells filled with annihilating force, we have resisted them stoutly, but their raids have not ceased, and always they have brought their prisoners back into this, their city. Tens of thousands of green men they have prisoned here like us, for the sole purpose of supplying them with blood. For the Ralas live on this blood alone, changing it chemically to fit their own bodies, and then taking it into their bodies. It eliminates all necessity for food here for them. Every few days they drain blood from us, and since we are well fed and cared for to keep us good blood producers, we will be here for a long time before we die." "But haven't you made any attempt to get out of here, to escape?" Norman asked. Sarja smiled. "Who could escape the city of the Ralas? In all recorded history it has never been done, for even if by some miracle you got a flying boat, the opening of the water tunnel that leads outward is guarded always." "Guards or no guards, we're going to try it, and not sit here to furnish blood for the Ralas," Norman declared. "Are you willing to help us try to get to Fellows in your city?" The green man considered. "It is hopeless," he said, "but as well to die beneath the force shells of the Ralas as live out a lifetime here. Yes, I will help, though I cannot see how you expect to escape even from this room." "I think we can manage that," Norman told him, "but first, not a word to these others. We can't hope to escape with them all, and there is no knowing what one might not betray us to the frogmen." He went on then to outline to the other two the idea that had come to him. Both exclaimed at the simpleness of the idea, though Sarja remained somewhat doubtful. While Hackett slept, weak still from his loss of blood, Norman had the green man scratch on the metal floor as well as possible a crude map of the satellite's surface, and found that the city where Fellows was seemed some hundreds of miles back from the sea. While they talked, the sunlight, apparently sourceless, that came through the heavily barred windows of the room faded rapidly, and dusk settled over the great amphibian city beneath the giant dome, kept from total darkness by a silvery pervading light that Norman reflected must be the light from Earth's great sphere. With the dusk's coming, the activities in the frog city lessened greatly. With dusk, too, frog guards entered the room bearing long metal troughs filled with a red jelly-like substance that they placed on racks along the wall. As the guards withdrew, the men in the room rushed towards the troughs, elbowing each other aside and striking each other to scoop up and eat as much of the red jelly as possible. It was for all the world like the feeding of farm animals, and Hackett and Norman so sickened at the sight that they had no heart to try the food.
Sarja, though, had no such scruples, and seemed to make a hearty meal at one of the troughs. After the meal the green men sought the bunks, and soon were stretched in sonorous slumber. It was, Norman reflected, exactly the existence of domesticated animals, to eat and sleep and give food to their masters. A deeper horror of the frogmen shook him, and a deeper determination to escape them. He waited until all in the room were sleeping before beckoning to Sarja and Hackett. "Quiet now," he whispered to them. "If these others wake, they'll make such a clamor we won't have a chance in the world. Ready, Sarja?" The green man nodded. "Yes, though I still think such a thing's impossible." "Probably is," Norman admitted, "but it's the one chance we've got. The immensely greater strength of our earth muscle that the frogmen must have forgotten when they put us in here." They moved silently to the room's great barred door, outside which a frog guard paced. They waited until he had passed the door and on down the hall. Then Norman and Hackett and Sarja grasped together one of the door's vertical bars. It was 1.5 inches in thickness of solid metal, and it seemed ridiculous that any men could bend it by the sheer strength of their muscles. Norman, though, was relying on the fact that on the second satellite, with its far lesser gravitational influence, their earth muscles gave them enormous strength. He grasped the bar, Hackett and Sarja gripping it below him, and then at a whispered word they pulled with all their force. The bar resisted, and again, with sweat starting on their foreheads, they pulled. It gave a little. They shrank back from it as the guard returned, moving past. Then, grasping the bar again, they bent all their force once more upon it. Each effort saw it bending more, the opening in the door's bars widening. They gave a final great wrench, and the bent bar squealed a little. They shrank back appalled, but the guard had not heard or noticed. He moved past it on his return along the hall, and no sooner was past it than Norman squeezed through the opening and leaped silently for the great frogman's back. It went down with a wild flurry of waving webbed paws and croaking cries, stilled almost instantly by Norman's terrific blows. There was silence then as Hackett and Sarja squeezed out after him, the momentary clamor of the battle having aroused no one. The three leaped together toward the stairs. In 2 great floating leaps they were on the floor above, Hackett and Norman dragging Sarja between them. They were not seen, were sailing in giant steps up another stair, hopes rising high. The last stair, the roof opening above, and then from beneath a great croaking cry swelled instantly into a chorus of alarmed shouts. "They've found the door! The guard!" panted Hackett. They were bursting out onto the roof. Frog guards were on it, who came in a hopping rush toward them, force pistols raised. But a giant leap took Hackett among them, to amaze them for a moment with great flailing blows. Sarja had leaped for the nearest flying boat resting on the roof, and was calling in a frantic voice to Norman and Hackett. Norman was turning toward Hackett, the center of a wild combat, but the latter emerged from it for a brief second to motion him frantically back. "No use, Norman! Get away! Get away!" he cried hoarsely, frenziedly. "Hackett, for God's sake!" Norman half leaped to the other, but an arm caught him, pulled him desperately onto the boat's surface. It was Sarja, the long craft flying over the roof beneath his control. "They come!" he panted. "Too late now!" Frogmen were pouring up onto the roof from below. Sarja sent the craft rocketing upward as Hackett gestured them away for a last frantic time before going down beneath the frogmen's onslaught. The roof and the combat on it dropped back and beneath them like a stone as their craft ripped across the silvery dusk over the mighty frog city. They were shooting toward the city center, toward the green pool that was the entrance to the water tunnel, while behind and beneath an increasing clamor of alarm spread swiftly. Norman raged futilely. "Hackett! Hackett! We can't leave him!" "Too late!" Sarja cried. "We cannot help him, but only be captured again. We escape now, and come back! Come back!" The truth of it pierced Norman's brain even in the wild moment. Hackett had fought and held back the frog guards only that they might escape. He shouted suddenly, "Sarja! The water tunnel!" A half-dozen boats with frog guards on them were rising round it in an answer to the alarm. "The force gun!" cried the green man. "Beside you!" Norman whirled, glimpsed the long tube on its swivel beside him, trained it on the boats rising ahead as they rocketed nearer.
He fumbled frantically at a catch at the gun's rear, then felt a stream of shells flicking out of it. Two of the boats ahead vanished as the shells released their annihilating force. Another sagged and fell. From the remaining three, invisible force shells flicked around them, but in an instant Sarja had whirled the boat through them and down into the water tunnel. Norman clung desperately to his seat as the boat flashed down through the waters, and then, as Sarja sent it flying out through the great tunnel's waters, glimpsed close behind the beams of the three Rala boats as they pursued them through the tunnel, overtaking them. Could the force shells be fired underwater? Norman did not know, but desperately he swung the force gun back as they rushed through the waters and pressed the catch. An instant later, beams and boats behind them in the tunnel vanished. His lungs were afire. It seemed that he must open them to the strangling water. The boat was ripping the waters at such tremendous speed that he felt himself being torn from his hold on it. Pain seemed poured like molten metal through his chest. He could hold out no longer. And then the boat stabbed up from the waters into the clear air. Norman panted, sobbed. Behind them rose the colossal metal dome of the Frog City, gleaming dully in the silvery light that flooded the far-stretching seas. That light poured down from a stupendous silver crescent in the night skies. Norman saw dully the dark outlines on it before he remembered. Earth. He laughed a little hysterically. Sarja was driving the flying boat out over the sea and away from the Frog City at enormous speed. At last he glanced back. Far behind them lay the great dome, and up around it gleaming lights were pouring lights of pursuing Rala boats. "We escape!" Sarja cried. "The city of the Ralas, from which none ever before escaped!" Remembrance smote Norman. Hackett held off those frogmen so we could get away. We'll come back for him, by God. "We come back," said Sarja. "We come back with all the green men of this world to the Rala city. Yes, I know what Fallas has planned." "Can you find your way to him, to your city?" Norman asked. Sarja nodded, looking upward. "Before the next sun has come and gone, we can reach it." The boat flew onward, and the great dome and the searching lights around it dropped beneath the horizon. Norman felt the warm wind drying his drenched garments as they rushed onward. Crouched on the boat, he gazed up toward the silver crescent of Earth sinking toward the horizon ahead. That meant, he told himself, that the satellite turned slowly on its axis as it whirled around Earth. It came to him that its night and day periods must be highly irregular. When the sun climbed from the waters behind them, they were flying still over a boundless waste of waters, but soon they sighted on the horizon ahead the thin green line of sand. Sarja slowed as they reached it, took his bearings, and sent the craft flying onward. They passed over a green coastal plain, and then over low hills joined in long chains and mantled by dense and mighty jungles, towering green growths of unfamiliar appearance to Norman. He thought he glimpsed more than once huge beast-like forms moving in them. He did see twice in the jungles great clearings where were fair-sized cities of bright green buildings, a metal tower rising from each, but when he pointed to them, Sarja shook his head. At last, as they passed over another range of hills and came into sight of a third green city with its looming tower, the other pointed, his face alight. "My city," he said. "Fallas there." Fellows. Norman's heart beat faster. They shot closer and lower, and he saw that the buildings were obviously green to lend them a certain protective coloration similar to that of the green jungles around them. The tower with its surmounting cage puzzled him, though. But before he could ask Sarja concerning it, his answer came in a different way. A long metal tube poked slowly out of the cage on the tower's top and sent a hail of force shells flicking around them. "They're firing on us!" Norman cried. "This can't be your city!" "They see our black boat!" Sarja exclaimed. "They think we're Rala raiders, and unless we let them know, they'll shoot us out of the air. Stand up! Wave to them!" Both Norman and Sarja sprang to their feet and waved wildly to those in the tower cage, their flying boat drifting slowly forward. Instantly the force shells ceased to hail toward them, and as they moved nearer, a siren-like signal broke from the cage. At once scores of flying boats like their own, but glittering metal instead of black, shot up from the city where they had lain until now, and surrounded them. As Sarja called in his own tongue to them, the green men on the surrounding boats broke into resounding cries. They shot down toward the city, Norman gazing tensely. Great crowds of green men in their dark tunics had swarmed out into the streets with the passing of the alarm, and their craft and the others came to rest in an open square that was the juncture of several streets. The green men that crowded excitedly about Norman and Sarja gave way to a half dozen hurrying into the square from the greatest of the buildings facing on it. All but one were green men like the others, but that one, the laughing, eye-tanned face, the worn brown clothing, the curious huge steps with which he came. Norman's heart leapt. "Fellows!" "Great God, Norman!" The other's face was thunderstruck. "Norman, how by all that's holy did you get here?" Norman, mind and body strained to the breaking point, was incoherent. "We guessed how you'd gone. The second satellite, fellows. Hackett and I came after you, taken to that frog city." As Norman choked the tale, Fellows' face was a study, and when it was finished he swallowed and gripped Norman's hand vice-like. "And you and Hackett figured it out and came after me? Took that risk? Crazy? Both of you crazy?" "Fellows, Hackett's still there, if he's alive, in the R'lah city." Fellows' voice was grim, quick. "We'll have him out, Norman, if he still lives. And living or dead, the R'lah will soon pay for this and for all they've done upon this world in ages. Their time nears, yes." He led Norman, excited throngs of green men about them, into the great building from which he had emerged. There were big rooms inside, workshops and laboratories that Norman but vaguely glimpsed in passing. The room to which the other led him was one with a long metal couch. Norman stretched protestingly upon it at the other's bidding, drifted off almost at once to sleep. He woke to find the sunlight that had filled the room gone and replaced by the silvery earthlight. From the window he saw that the silver-lit city outside now held tremendous activity, immense hordes of green men surging through it with masses of weapons and equipment, flying boats pouring down out of the night from all directions. He turned as the door of the room clicked open behind him. It was his old friend Fellows. "I thought you'd be awake by now, Norman. Feeling fit?" "As though I'd slept a week," Norman said, and the other laughed his old carefree laugh. "You almost have at that. 2 days and nights you've slept, but it adds up to hardly more than a dozen hours." "This world!" Norman's voice held all his incredulity. "To think that we should be on it, a second satellite of Earth, it seems almost beyond belief." "Sometimes it seems so to me too," Fellows said thoughtfully, "but it's not a bad world. Not the human part of it, at least. When this satellite's atmosphere caught me and pitchforked me down among these green men, smashing the plane and almost myself, they took care of me. You say 3 others vanished as I did? I never heard of them here. They must have crashed into the sea or jungles. Of course, I'd have got back to Earth on one of those flying boats if I'd been able, but their molecular power won't take them far from this world's surface, so I couldn't. As it was, the green men cared for me, and when I found how those frogmen have dominated this world for ages, how that city of the R'ahs has spread endless terror among the humans here, I resolved to smash those monsters whatever I did. I taught some of the green men like Sarja my own speech, later learning theirs, and in the weeks I've been here I've been working out a way to smash the R'ah. You know that amphibian city is almost impregnable because humans can hardly live long enough under the water to get to it, let alone fight underwater as the frogmen can. To meet them on even terms, the green men needed diving helmets with an oxygen supply. They'd never heard of such an idea, too afraid of the sea ever to experiment in it. But I convinced them, and they've made enough helmets for all their forces. In them they can meet the R'ah underwater on equal terms. And there's a chance we can destroy that whole R'ah city with their help. It's built on a giant pedestal of rock rising from the sea's floor, as you saw, and I've had some of the green men make huge force shells or force bombs that ought to be powerful enough to split that pedestal beneath the city. If we can get a chance to place those bombs, it may smash the frogmen forever on this world. But one thing is sure, we're going to get Hackett out if he still lives." "Then you're going to attack the R'ah city now?" Norman cried. Fellows nodded grimly. "While you have slept, all the forces of the green men on this world have been gathering. Your coming has only precipitated our plans, Norman. The whole soul of the green race has been set upon this attack for weeks."
Norman, half bewildered at the swiftness with which events rushed upon him, found himself striding with Fellows in great steps out through the building into the great square. It was shadowed now by mass on mass of flying boats, crowded with green men, that hung over it and over the streets. One boat, Sarja at the controls, waited on the ground, and as they entered and buckled themselves into the seats, the craft dove up to hang with the others. A shattering cheer greeted them. Norman saw that in the silvery light of Earth's great crescent there stretched over the city and surrounding jungle now a veritable plain of flying boats. On each were green men, and each bristled with force guns and had as many great goggled helmets fastened to it as it had occupants. He glimpsed larger boats loaded with huge metal cylinders, the force bombs Fellows had mentioned. Fellows rose and spoke briefly in a clear voice to the assembled green men on their craft, and another great shout roared from them and from those who watched in the city below. Then, as he spoke a word, Sarja sent their craft flying out over the city, and the great mass of boats, fully 1,000 in number, were hurtling in a compact column after them. Fellows leaned to Norman as the great column of purring craft shot on over the silver-lit jungles. "We'll make straight for the R'lyeh city and try setting into it before they understand what's happening." "Won't they have guards out?" "Probably, but we can beat them back into the city before their whole forces can come out on us. That's the only way in which we can get inside and reach Hackett. And while we're attacking, the force bombs can be placed, though I don't rely too much on them." "If the attack only succeeds in getting us inside," Norman said, grim-lipped, "we'll have a chance." "It's on the knees of the gods. These green men are doing an unprecedented thing in attacking the R'lyeh, the masters of this world, remember. But they've got ages of oppression to avenge. They'll fight." The fleet flew on, hills and rivers, a silver-lit panorama unreeling beneath them. Earth's crescent sank behind them, and by the time they flashed out over the great freshwater sea, the sun was rising like a flaming eye from behind it. Land sank from sight behind, and the green men were silent, tense, as they saw stretching beneath only the gray waters that for ages had been the base of the dread frogmen. But still the fleet's column raced on. At last the column slowed. Far ahead, the merest bulge broke the level line where the sky and waters met, the amphibian city at R'lyeh. At Fellows' order, the flying boats sank downward until they moved just above the waters. Another order made the green hosts don the grotesque helmets. Norman found that while cumbersome, their oxygen supply was unfailing. They shot on again at highest speed, but as the gigantic black dome of the frog city grew in their vision, there darted up from around it suddenly a far-flung swarm of black spots. "R'lyeh boats!" The muffled exclamation was Fellows'. There needed now no order on his part, though, like hawks leaping for prey, the fleet of the green men sprang through the air. Norman, clutching the force gun between his knees, had time only to see that the R'lyeh craft were a few hundred in number, and that, contemptuous of the greater odds that favored these humans they had so long oppressed, they were flying straight to meet them. Then the two fleets met, and were spinning side by side above the waters. Norman saw the thing only as a wild whirl of R'lyeh boats toward and beside them, great green frogmen crowding the craft, their force guns hailing shells. Automatically, with the old air-fighting instinct, his fingers had pressed the catch of the gun between his knees, and as its shells flicked toward the rushing boats, he saw areas of nothingness opening suddenly in their mass, shells striking and exploding and annihilating invisibility there and in their own fleet. The two fleets mingled and merged momentarily, the battle becoming a thing of madness, a huge whirl of black and glittering flying boats together, striking shells, exploding nothingness about them. The R'lyeh were fighting like demons. The merged, terrific combat lasted but moments, could last but moments. Norman, his gun's magazine empty, seemed to see the massive struggling ships splintering, diverging, then saw that the black craft were dropping, plummeting downward toward the waves. The R'lyeh, stunned by that minute of terrific combat, were fleeing. Muffled cries and cheers came from about him as the glittering flying boats of the green men shot after them. They crashed down into the waters and curved deeply into their green depths, towards the gigantic dome. Ahead, the R'lyeh boats were in flight toward their city, and now their pursuers were like sharks striking after them. There in the depths the force guns of black and glittering boats alike were spitting, and giant waves and underwater convulsions rocked pursued and pursuers as the exploding shells annihilated boats and water about them. The tunnel! Its round opening yawned in the looming wall ahead, and Norman saw the R'lyeh craft, reduced to scores in number, hurtling into it, to rouse all the forces of the great amphibian city. Their own boats were flashing into the opening after them. He glimpsed, as he glanced back for a moment, the larger craft with the great force bombs veering aside behind them. It was nightmare in the water tunnel. Flashing beams of the craft ahead, and waters that rocked and smashed around them, as in flight the R'lyeh still rained back force shells toward them in a chaos of action. Once the frog men turned to hold them back in the tunnel, but by sheer weight the rushing ships of the green men crashed them onward. Boats were going into nothingness all around them. A part of Norman's brain wondered calmly why they survived, even while another part kept his gun again working with refilled magazine. Fellows and Sarja were grotesque shapes beside him. Abruptly the tunnel curved upward, and as they flashed up after the remaining R'lyeh craft, their boats ripped up into clean air. They were beneath the giant dome. The frogmen, chased inward, spread out in all directions over their mighty swarming city, and across it a terrific clamor of alarm ran instantly as the green men emerged after them. Norman saw flying boats beginning to rise across all the city, and realized that moments would see all the immense force of the R'lyeh, the thousands of craft they could muster, pouring upon them. He pointed out over the city to a block-like building, and shouted madly through his helmet to Fellows and Sarja, "Hack it!" But already Sarja had sent their craft whirling across the city toward the structure, half their fleet behind it, with part still emerging from the water tunnel. R'lyeh boats rose before them, but nothing could stop them now, their force shells raining ahead to clear a path for their meteor flight. They shot down toward the block structure, and Norman, half crazed by now, saw that to descend and enter was suicide in the face of the frog forces now rising all over the city. He cried to Fellows, and with two of the guns, as they swooped lower, they sprayed force shells along the building's side. The shells struck and whiffed away the whole side, exposing the level on the building's interior. Out from it rushed swarms of crazed green men, sweeping aside the frogmen guards, while far over the city the invading craft were loosing shells on the block-like buildings that held the prisoners, tens of thousands of them swarming forth. In the throng below, as they raced madly forth, Norman saw one and shouted wildly. The one brown-garbed figure looked up, saw the boat swooping lower, and leaped for it in a tremendous 40-foot spring that brought his fingers to its edge. Norman pulled him frenziedly up. "Norman," he babbled, "in God's name, Fellows!" "That helmet, Hackett!" Fellows flung at him. "My God, look at those prisoners, Norman!" The countless thousands of green men released from the buildings whose walls had vanished under the shells of the invaders had poured forth to make the amphibian city a chaos of madness. Oblivious to all else, they were throwing themselves upon the city's crowding frogmen in a battle whose ferocity was beyond belief, disregarding all else in this supreme chance to wreak vengeance on the monstrous beings who had fed upon their blood. In the incredible insanity of that raging fury, the craft of the green men hanging over the city were all but forgotten. Suddenly the city and the mighty dome over it quivered violently, and then again there came from beneath a dull, vast, grinding roar. "The great force bombs!" Fellows screamed. "They've set them off! The city's sinking! Out of here, for the love of God!" The boat whirled beneath Sarja's hands toward the pool of the water tunnel, all their fleet rushing with them. The grinding roar was louder, terrible. Dome and city were shaking violently now, but in the insensate fury of their struggle the frogmen and their released prisoners were hardly aware of it. The whole great dome seemed sinking upon them, and the city falling beneath it as Sarja's craft ripped down into the tunnel's waters, and then out at awful speed as the great tunnel's walls swayed and sank around them. They shot out into the green depths from it to hear a dull, colossal crashing through the waters from behind, as the great pedestal of rock on which the city had stood, shattered by the huge force bombs, collapsed. And as their boats flashed up into the open air, they saw that the huge dome of the city of R'lyeh was gone. Beneath them was only a titanic whirlpool of foaming waters, in which only the curved top of the settling dome was visible for a moment as it sank slowly and ponderously downward,
with a roar as of the roar of falling worlds. Buckling, collapsing, sinking, it vanished in the foam-wild sea with all the frogmen who for ages had ruled the second satellite, and with all those prisoners who had at the last dragged them down with them to death. Ripping off their helmets, with all the green men shouting crazily about them, Norman and Fellows and Hackett stared down at the colossal maelstrom in the waters that was the tomb of the masters of a world. Then the depression's sides collapsed, the waters rushing together, and beneath them was but a troubled, tossing sea. Earth's great gray ball was overhead again, and the sun was sinking again into the horizon when the three soared upward in the long, gleaming plain, its motor roaring. Norman, with Hackett and Fellows crowding the narrow cabin beside him, waved with them through its windows, for all around them were rising the flying boats of the green men. They were waving wildly, shouting their farewells, Sarja's tall figure erect at the prow of one. Insistent they had been that the three should stay, the three through whom the monstrous age-old tyranny of the frogmen had been lifted. But earth-sickness was on them, and they had flown to where the plane lay still unharmed among the reeds, 100 willing hands dragging it forth for the take-off. The plane soared higher, motor thundering, and they saw the flying boats sinking back from around them. They caught the wave of Sarja's hand still from the highest, and then that, too, was gone. Upward they flew toward the great gray sphere, their eyes on the dark outlines of its continents, and on one continent. Higher, higher. Green land and gray tea receding beneath them. Hackett and Fellows intent and eager as Norman kept the plane rising. The satellite lay a greenish globe under them, and as they went higher still, a rushing sound came louder to their ears. "The edge of the satellite's atmosphere?" Fellows asked, as Norman nodded. "We're almost to it. Here we go!" As he shot the plane higher, great forces smote it. Gray earth and green satellite and yellow sun gyrating round it as it reeled and plunged. Then suddenly it was falling steadily, gray earth and its dark continent now beneath, while with a dwindling, rushing roar its second satellite whirled away above them, passing and vanishing, passing as though, to Norman it seemed, all their strange sojourn on it were passing. The frogmen and their mighty city, Sarja and their mad flight, the green men in the last terrific battle, all whirling away, whirling away. End of The Second Satellite by Edmund Hamilton.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Phillips from Greenville Springs, Louisiana. Solander's Radio Tomb by Ellis Parker Butler. I first met Mr. Remington Solander shortly after I installed my first radio set. I was going into New York on the 8:15 a.m. train and was sitting with my friend Murchison, and, as a matter of course, we were talking radio. I had just told Murchison that he was a lung-headed noodle and that for 2 cents I would poke him in the jaw, and that even a pin-headed idiot ought to know that a tube set was better than a crystal set. To this, Murchison had replied that that settled it. He said he had always known I was a moron, and now he was sure of it. "If you had enough brains to fill a hazelnut shell," he said, "you wouldn't talk that way. Anybody but a half-baked lunatic would know that what a man wants in radio is a clear, sharp reception, and that's what a crystal gives you. You're one of those half-wits that think they're classy if they can hear some 2-cent station 500 miles away utter a few faint squeaks. Shut up. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to listen to you. Go and sit somewhere else." Of course, this was what was to be expected of Murchison. And if I did let out a few laps of anger, I feel I was entirely justified. Radio fans are always disputing over the relative merits of crystal and tube sets, but I knew I was right. I was just trying to decide whether to choke Murchison with my bare hand and throw his lifeless body out of the car window, or tell him a few things I had been wanting to say ever since he began knocking my tube set, when this Remington Solander, who was sitting behind us, leaned forward and tapped me on the shoulder. I turned quickly and saw his long sheep-like face close to mine. He was chewing cardamom seed and breathing the odor into my face. "My friend," he said, "come back and sit with me. I want to ask you a few questions about radio." Well, I couldn't resist that, could I? No radio fan could. I did not care much for the looks of this Remington Solander man, but for a few weeks my friends had seemed to be steering away from me when I drew near, although I am sure I never said anything to bore them. All I ever talked about was my radio set and some new hookups I was trying. But I had noticed that men who formerly had seemed to be fond of my company now gave startled looks when I neared them. Some even climbed over the nearest fence and ran madly across vacant lots, looking over their shoulders with frightened glances as they ran. For a week, I had not been able to get any man of my acquaintance to listen to one word from me, except Murchison, and he is an utter idiot, as I think I have made clear. So I left Murchison and sat with Remington Solander. In one way, I was proud to be invited to sit with Remington Solander because he was far and away the richest man in our town. When he died, his estate proved to amount to $3 million. I had seen him often, and I knew who he was, but he was a standoffish old fellow and did not mix, so I had never met him. He was a tall man and thin, somewhat flabby, and he was pale in an unhealthy sort of way. But, after all, he was a millionaire and a member of one of the old families of Westcote, so I took the seat alongside of him with considerable satisfaction. "I gather," he said, as soon as I was seated, "that you are interested in radio." I told him I was. "And I'm just building a new set, using a new hookup that I heard of a week ago," I said. "I think it is going to be a wonder. Now, here's the idea. Instead of using a grid—" "Yes, yes," the old aristocrat said hastily. "But never mind that now. I know very little of such things. I have an electrician employed by the year to care for my radio set, and I leave all such things to him. You are a lawyer, are you not?" I told him I was. "And you are a chairman of the trustees of the Westcote Cemetery, are you not?" he asked. I told him I was that also. And I may say that the Westcote Cemetery Association is one of the rightest and tightest little corporations in existence. It has been in existence since 1808 and has been exceedingly profitable to those fortunate enough to hold its stock. I inherited the small block I owned from my grandfather. Recently, we trustees had bought 60 additional acres adjoining the old cemetery and had added them to it, and we were about ready to put the new lots on the market. At $300 apiece, there promised to be a tremendous profit in the thing, for our cemetery was a fashionable place to be buried in, and the demand for the lots in the new addition promised to be enormous. "You have not known it," said Remington Solander in his slow drawl, which had the effect of letting his words slide out of his mouth and drip down his long chin like cold molasses. "But I have been making inquiries about you, and I have been meaning to speak to you. I am drawing up a new last will and testament, and I want you to draw up one of the clauses for me, without delay." "Why, certainly, Mr. Solander," I said with increased pride. "I'll be glad to be of service to you." "I'm choosing you for the work," Remington Solander said, "because you know and love radio as I do, and because you are a trustee of the Cemetery Association. Are you a religious man?" "Well," I said, a little uneasily. Some, but not much." "No matter," said Mr. Solander, placing a hand on my arm. "I am. I have always been. From my earliest youth my mind has been on serious things. As a matter of fact, sir, I have compiled a manuscript collection of religious quotations, hymns, sermons, and uplifting thoughts, which now fill 14 volumes, all in my own handwriting. Fortunately, I inherited money, and this collection is my gift to the world." "And a noble one, I'm sure," I said. "Most noble," said Mr. Solander. "But, sir, I have not confined my activities to the study chair. I have kept my eye on the progress of the world, and it seems to me that radio, this new and wonderful invention, is the greatest discovery of all ages and imperishable. But, sir, it is being twisted to cheap uses. Jazz! Cheap songs, worldly words, and music, that I mean to remedy. Well, I said, it might be done. Of course, people like what they like. Some nobler souls like better things, said Remington Solander solemnly. Some more worthy men and women will welcome nobler radio broadcasting. In my will, I am putting aside $1 million to establish and maintain a broadcasting station that will broadcast only my 14 volumes of hymns and uplifting material. Every day this matter will go forth. Sermons, lectures on prohibition, noble thoughts, and religious poems. I assured him that some people might be glad to get that a lot of people might, in fact, and that I could write that into his will without any trouble at all. Ah, said Remington Solander, but that is already in my will. What I want you to write for my will is another clause. I mean to build in your cemetery a high-class and imperishable granite tomb for myself. I mean to place it on that knoll, that high knoll, the highest spot in your cemetery. What I want you to write into my will is a clause providing for the perpetual care and maintenance of my tomb. I want to set aside $500,000 for that purpose. Well, I said to the sheep-faced millionaire, I can do that too. Yes, he agreed, and I want to give my family and relations the remaining $1.5 million, provided, he said, accenting the provided, they carry out faithfully the provisions of the clause providing for the perpetual care and maintenance of my tomb. If they don't care and maintain, he said, giving me a hard look, that $1.5 million is to go to the Home for Flea-Bitten Dogs. They'll care and maintain all right, I laughed. I think so, said Remington Solander gravely. I do think so, indeed. And now, sir, we come to the important part. You, as I know, are a trustee of the cemetery. Yes, I said, I am. For drawing this clause of my will, if you can draw it, said Remington Solander, looking me full in the eye with both his own, which were like the eyes of a salt mackerel, I shall pay you $5,000. Well, I almost gasped. It was a big lot of money for drawing one clause of a will, and I began to smell a rat right there. But, I may say, the proposition Remington Solander made to me was one I was able, after quite a little talk with my fellow trustees of the cemetery, to carry out. What Remington Solander wanted was to be permitted to put a radio loudspeaking outfit in his granite tomb. A radio loudspeaking outfit permanently set at 327 meters wavelength, which was to be the wavelength of his endowed broadcasting station. I don't know how Remington Solander first got this remarkable idea, but just about that time an undertaker in New York had rigged up a hearse with a phonograph so that the hearse would loudspeak suitable hymns on the way to the cemetery. And that may have suggested the loudspeaking tomb to Remington Solander. But it is not important where he got the idea. He had it, and he was set on having it carried out. Think, he said, of the uplifting effect of it. On the highest spot in the cemetery will stand my noble tomb, loud-speaking in all directions the solemn and holy words and music I have collected in my 14 volumes. All who enter the cemetery will hear, all will be ennobled and uplifted. That was so, too. I saw that at once. I said so. So Remington Solander went on to explain that the income from the $500,000 would be set aside to keep A batteries and B batteries supplied, to keep the outfit in repair, and so on. So I tackled the job rather enthusiastically. I don't say that the $5,000 fee did not interest me, but I did think Remington Solander had a grand idea. It would make our cemetery stand out. People would come from everywhere to see and listen. The lots in the new edition would sell like hotcakes. But I did have a little trouble with the other trustees. They balked when I explained that Remington Solander wanted the sole radio loudspeaking rights of our cemetery. But someone finally suggested that if Remington Solander put up a new and artistic iron fence around the whole cemetery, it might be all right. They made him submit his 14 volumes so they could see what sort of matter he meant to broadcast from his high-class station. And they agreed it was solemn enough. It was all solemn and sad and gloomy, just the stuff for a cemetery. So when Remington Solander agreed to build the new iron fence, they made a formal contract with him, and I drew up the clause for the will, and he bought 6 lots on top of the high knoll and began erecting his marble mausoleum. For 8 months or so, Remington Solander was busier than he had ever been in his life. He superintended the building of the tomb, and he had on hand the job of getting his endowed radio station going. It was given the letters WZZZ, and hiring artists to sing and play and speechify his 14 volumes of gloom and uplift at 327 meters. It was too much for the old codger. The very night the test of the WZZZ outfit was made, he passed away and was no more on earth. His funeral was one of the biggest we ever had in Westcote. I should judge that 5,000 people attended his remains to the cemetery, for it had become widely known that the first WZZZ program would be received and loudspoken from Remington Solander's tomb that afternoon. The first selection on the program, his favorite hymn, beginning as the funeral cortege left the church, and the program continuing until dark. I'll say it was one of the most affecting occasions I have ever witnessed. As the body was being carried into the tomb, the loudspeaker gave us a sermon by Reverend Peter L. Ruggis, full of sob stuff, and every one of the 5,000 present wept. And when the funeral was really finished, over 2,000 remained to hear the rest of the program, which consisted of hymns, missionary reports, static, and recitations of religious poems. We increased the price of the lots in the new edition $100 per lot immediately, and we sold 4 lots that afternoon and 2 the next morning. The big metropolitan newspapers all gave the Westcote Cemetery full-page illustrated articles the next Sunday, and we received during the next week over 300 letters, mostly from ministers, praising what we had done. But that was not the best of it. Requests for lots began to come in by mail. Not only people in Westcote wrote for prices, but people away over in New Jersey and up in Westchester country, and even from as far away as Poughkeepsie and Delaware. We had twice as many requests for lots as there were lots to sell, and we decided we would have an auction and let them go to the highest bidders. You see, Remington Solander's talking tomb was becoming nationally famous. We began to negotiate with the owners of 6 farms adjacent to our cemetery. We figured on buying them and making more new additions to the cemetery. And then we found we could not use 3 of the farms. The reason was that the loudspeaker in Remington Solander's tomb would not carry that far. It was not strong enough. So we went to the executors of his estate and ran up against another snag. Nothing in the radio outfit in the tomb could be altered in any way whatever. That was in the will. The same loudspeaker had to be maintained, the same wavelength had to be kept, the same makes of batteries had to be used, the same style of tubes had to be used. Remington Solander had thought of all that. So we decided to let well enough alone. It was all we could do anyway. We bought the farms that were reached by the loudspeaker and had them surveyed and laid out in lots. And then the thing happened. Yes, sir, I'll sell my cemetery stock for 2 cents on the dollar, if anybody will bid that much for it. For what do you think happened? Along came the government of the United States, regulating this radio thing, and assigned new wavelengths to all the broadcasting stations. It gave Remington Solander's endowed broadcasting station, WZZZ, an 855-meter wavelength, and it gave that station in Dodwood, station PKX, the 327-meter wavelength. And the next day, poor old Remington Solander's tomb poured forth, "Yes, we ain't got no bananas," and the hot dog jazz, and if you don't see Mama every night, you can't see Mama at all. And Hank Tubbs and his funny stories like, well, one day an Irishman and a Swede were walking down Broadway and they see a flapper coming towards them, and she had on one of them short skirts they was wearing, see? So Mike, he says, "Gee jobbers, old, I see a peach." So the Swede, he says, looking at the silk stockings, "Maybe you been see a peach, Mike, but I been see you mighty nice pair." Well, the other day I went to see my mother-in-law. You know the sort of program. I don't say that the people who like them are not entitled to them, but I do say they are not the sort of programs to loudspeak from a tomb in a cemetery. I expect old Remington Solander turned clear over in his tomb when those programs began to come through. I know our board of trustees went right up in the air, but there was not a thing we could do about it. The newspapers gave us double pages the next Sunday. Remington Solander's Jazz Tomb and Westcote's Two-Step Cemetery. And within a week, the inmates of our cemetery began to move out. Friends of people who had been buried over 100 years came and moved them to other cemeteries, and took the headstones and monuments with them. And in a month, our cemetery looked like one of those great war battlefields, like a lot of shell holes. Not a man, woman, or child was left in the place, except Remington Solander and his granite tomb on top of the high knoll. What we've got on our hands is a deserted cemetery. They all blame me, but I can't do anything about it. All I can do is groan. Every morning I grab the paper and look for the PKX program, and then I groan. Remington Solander is the lucky man. He's dead. End of Solander's Radio Tomb by Ellis Parker Butler.